The first light went out at 2:17 a.m. I checked my watch twice because that's what you do when something doesn't make sense. I'd worked security at Riverside Tower for 3 years, and the motion sensors never failed. But there it was. The fluorescent panel at the far end of the east corridor on the 14th floor just went dark. No warning, no flicker, just darkness. I sat up straighter in my chair at the security desk, eyes fixed on the monitor. The hallway stretched out in crisp black and white on the screen. Empty. The motion sensors showed no activity, but then the next light panel dimmed and died, and the next, like dominoes falling in slow motion, creating a wave of darkness moving toward the camera. My hand reached for the radio clipped to my belt. The plastic was cold against my palm. "Bill, you up on 14? Bill worked maintenance, usually spent nights fixing whatever broke during business hours. Static crackled. "Negative, John. Down in the basement checking the boiler." My throat went dry. "Any scheduled work on the lighting system?" "Nope. Problems?" I watched another light go out. "Maybe. I'll check it out." The weight of my flashlight felt reassuring against my hip as I stood. My boots squeaked against the polished floor of the lobby. The night shift was always quiet. Just me, Bill somewhere in the building's guts, and 23 floors of empty offices. The elevator ride to 14 felt longer than usual. My reflection in the steel doors looked tired. Dark circles under my eyes. 3-day stubble I needed to take care of. The elevator chimed. 14. I stepped out into the main corridor, my hand automatically moving to rest on my flashlight. The air felt different up here, colder than it should be. The building's temperature control was automated, kept every floor at exactly 72 degrees day and night, but I could see my breath. Down the hall to my right, the lights were still out, creating a pool of darkness that shouldn't be there. The emergency lights hadn't kicked in, which meant the circuit breaker hadn't tripped. This was something else. My boots made soft sounds against the carpet as I walked toward the dark section. The fluorescent panels above me hummed normally, but 20 feet ahead, silence. No hum, no light, just emptiness. I pulled out my flashlight and clicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the gray carpet, the beige walls, the closed office doors. Nothing out of place. I swept the light back and forth as I walked. The carpet showed no footprints besides my own. A soft click behind me. I spun around. Another light had gone out closer to where I stood. My heart rate picked up. The darkness was moving again, spreading both ways now, ahead of me and behind. Click, click, click. 3 more panels went dark. I keyed my radio. "Bill, I need you up here, now." Static answered. I tried again. Nothing. The cold intensified. My fingers felt stiff around the flashlight. Click, click. The darkness crept closer, panel by panel. I backed up, keeping my light trained on the carpet ahead of me. Still no signs of anyone else. No footprints. No shadows except my own. My back hit the wall. I glanced left. Darkness. Right. Darkness closing in. Only a small circle of fluorescent light remained above me. The flashlight beam seemed weaker now, barely penetrating the unnatural black. The last panel flickered. I heard something then. A sound like breathing, but wrong. Too slow. Too deep. The kind of breath that comes from something bigger than human lungs. The light above me died. My flashlight beam provided the only illumination now, and it was definitely weaker. The battery was fresh. I'd changed it at the start of my shift. But the darkness seemed to be eating the light, swallowing it. The breathing sound grew closer. I swept the beam in an arc around me. Nothing. But I could feel something there, just beyond where my light could reach. The air grew colder still. Frost started forming on the walls. My radio crackled. Through the static, I heard Bill's voice. "John, where are you? The power readings for 14 are going crazy." I raised the radio to my mouth, but before I could respond, Something moved at the edge of my light beam. Not a shadow. Shadows don't move against darkness. This was more like a void, a place where the darkness was somehow darker. It shifted like oil underwater, formless but with purpose. I ran. The flashlight beam bounced wildly as I sprinted down the hall toward the elevator. The darkness followed, flowing along the walls and ceiling. The breathing sound grew louder, filling the corridor with its wrong rhythm. My fingers fumbled with the elevator call button. Nothing happened. No light, no hum of machinery. I turned toward the emergency stairs instead. The door handle was ice cold, burning against my palm as I yanked it open. The stairwell lights were out too. I pointed my flashlight down. The beam barely illuminated the first few steps. The breathing echoed in the concrete space, coming from above and below now. Multiple sources, multiple things, I had no choice. I started down, keeping one hand on the railing, moving as fast as I dared. The metal rail grew colder under my palm. Frost spread ahead of me, crackling as it formed. 10 floors down. 9. 8. The darkness followed, flowing down the walls like water. My flashlight grew dimmer with each floor. The beam was barely there now, a faint glow that illuminated nothing. Something brushed against my shoulder. Cold. Colder than ice. Colder than anything I'd ever felt. My arm went numb. The flashlight slipped from my fingers, clattering down the stairs into the darkness. Its weak light vanished. I ran blind now, counting steps, praying I wouldn't miss one. The breathing surrounded me. Close. Getting closer. The cold seeped into my bones. Another touch on my back. My legs went numb. I fell, catching myself against the wall. The concrete felt like frozen steel under my hands. I couldn't feel my fingers anymore. The lobby was 4 floors down, just 4 more floors. I pushed myself up, forced my legs to move. The darkness pressed in, solid now, like being underwater. Each breath was harder than the last. The air felt thick, resistant. Something grabbed my ankle. I kicked, felt nothing solid, but the grip remained. The cold spread up my leg. I couldn't feel my foot anymore. Then my calf. Then my knee. I threw myself forward, half falling down the next flight of stairs. The grip broke. I stumbled, caught the railing, kept moving. The breathing was right behind me now. Heavy. Hungry. 3 floors. 2. The darkness was total. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. But I could feel them around me. Spaces where the darkness had weight and presence. They moved like sharks circling prey. 1 floor to go. My legs were lead weights, each step a battle against exhaustion and cold. The numbness had spread to my hips. My chest felt frozen. Each breath sent daggers of ice through my lungs. I hit the lobby door at full speed, slamming it open. Light flooded my vision. Blessed, normal, fluorescent light. I stumbled forward, gasping. Behind me, the darkness boiled in the doorway but didn't advance. The breathing sound faded. I collapsed onto the lobby floor, shaking uncontrollably. Frost covered my uniform, already melting in the warm air. I couldn't feel my legs or my left arm. My radio crackled. John, where are you? The power's stabilizing, but something weird is happening up there. I keyed the radio with trembling fingers. Lobby, I managed. Get down here now. Bill found me there 10 minutes later, still unable to stand. He called an ambulance despite my protests. The paramedics diagnosed severe hypothermia. Couldn't explain how I'd developed it inside a climate-controlled building. I quit the next day. Couldn't face another night shift, another dark corridor. But I watched the news about Riverside Tower. 3 months later, a cleaning crew member disappeared from the 14th floor. They found his cart in the east corridor, covered in frost. 6 months after that, an office worker staying late vanished. The security cameras showed the lights going out one by one, just like that night. They never found her. Sometimes I drive past the building late at night. I always look up at the 14th floor. Sometimes the lights are on, everything normal. But sometimes I see darkness moving behind the windows. And if I listen carefully, I can hear breathing. Deep, slow, hungry breathing, carried on the wind. I don't work night shifts anymore, and I always leave the lights on. When people ask why I left security work, I tell them I wanted better hours. It's easier than explaining what happened. Easier than admitting that something impossible lives in that building. Easier than remembering the sound of that breathing. But sometimes, on cold nights when I'm alone, I look at the shadows in the corners of my room and wonder if they're darker than they should be. I listen for breathing that's too slow, too deep. And I remember the lesson I learned that night. Darkness isn't empty. Sometimes it hungers. Sometimes it hunts. I keep a flashlight by my bed now. The battery's always fresh. But sometimes, when I click it on in the middle of the night, the beam seems weaker than it should be, like something's eating the light. Those nights I lie awake until dawn, watching the shadows, waiting, listening, remembering the cold. They never did fix the lights on the 14th floor. The maintenance logs show dozens of attempts, new wiring, new panels, new everything. But the lights still go out one by one, moving like something's walking down that corridor. I've thought about telling someone in authority, the police, the building owners, anyone. But who would believe me? What would I say? That the darkness is alive? That it hunts? That it's patient and cold and hungry? So I stay quiet. I work my day job. I avoid tall buildings. I keep the lights on. But sometimes when I'm driving home late and I pass Riverside Tower, I look up at the 14th floor. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see a face in one of those dark windows. Not a human face. Just a darker patch of shadow, shaped like features, pressed against the glass. It watches me drive past. And I swear, even through the closed windows of my car, even over the sound of traffic and wind, I can hear breathing. I drive faster those nights. But I know it doesn't matter. Because now I understand something that most people don't. The darkness doesn't need to chase you, it just needs to wait. The first time I heard the footsteps, I was doing my 2 a.m. round in the science building. I stopped walking. They stopped too. I started again. They followed. This wasn't how I planned to spend my retirement years, jumping at shadows in empty hallways. I took this night security job at Preston Valley Community College 3 months ago. Good pay, easy work, they said. Just walk around, check the doors, write reports. Perfect for a former postal worker looking to keep busy. The day shift supervisor handed me the keys, showed me the routes, and that was that. The campus sprawls across 30 acres, 5 main buildings, all brick and glass, connected by covered walkways. Science building in the north, liberal arts to the south, student center in the middle. Library and administration flank the east and west. At night, motion sensor lights click on as I walk. They snap off behind me, leaving darkness in my wake. That first night with the footsteps, I radioed Dave at the security desk. Got someone in science, 2nd floor? Negative, Dave said. Cameras show all clear, just you up there. I kept walking. The footsteps shadowed me, always 3 or 4 paces behind. The sound was light, like someone in soft shoes trying to walk quietly. When I reached the stairwell, I spun around fast. Empty hallway. Just rows of closed classroom doors and dark windows reflecting the emergency lights. I wrote it off as echoes. Old buildings make weird sounds. But the next night, they came back. Same soft steps, same distance. I started varying my routine, taking different routes each night. The steps followed me through every building, upstairs, down halls. After 2 weeks, I got bold. I'd stop suddenly, wait 5 minutes, then start walking backward. The steps would begin again, still behind me, like they knew which way I faced. I set up my phone to record the sound. The recording picked up my boots on the tile, but nothing else. I started dreading the night shifts. My heart would race when I heard those steps start up. Sweat would roll down my back even in the air conditioning. I'd find myself walking faster and faster until I was almost running, those soft footfalls keeping pace behind me. The head of security noticed the circles under my eyes. "Everything okay, Jack? You look tired." Fine, I said, just not sleeping great. I couldn't tell him I was going crazy over phantom footsteps. He'd think I was losing it. Last night something changed. I was checking the third floor of liberal arts when the steps started. But this time, they were closer. Much closer. I could almost feel breath on my neck. My hands shook as I gripped my flashlight. I broke into a run. The steps ran with me, right on my heels. I sprinted down the hallway, heart pounding. At the end of the corridor, I slammed through the fire door into the stairwell. The door caught on something as it swung shut. Just for a second, but long enough. Long enough for me to hear a soft laugh behind me. I called in sick tonight. Told them I had the flu. I'm sitting here at my kitchen table staring at my uniform hanging by the door. My shift starts in an hour. The phone's ringing. Probably Dave wondering if I'm coming in. My hands won't stop shaking. Because now I know something's following me in those halls. Something that's getting braver, getting closer. And sooner or later it's going to catch up. But I need this job. The bills won't pay themselves. So I'll put on that uniform. I'll clip on that badge. I'll walk those dark hallways again. And I'll listen for footsteps. The college looks different tonight. The familiar buildings loom larger, their shadows deeper. I punch in at the security desk. Dave gives me a look but doesn't mention my absence yesterday. Quiet night so far, he says, eyes on the bank of monitors. Maintenance fixed that squeaky door in science. I nod, check my equipment. Flashlight, radio, keys. My palms are already sweating. The clock shows 10 p.m., 8 hours to go. I start my first round in administration. The building feels empty, but not the normal empty, like it's holding its breath. My footsteps echo on the tile floor. Just my footsteps. For now. The motion lights click on ahead of me, illuminating the hallway in sections. I check each office door, marking them off in my log. Everything normal. Everything quiet. Too quiet. Then I hear it. That soft step behind me. My heart slams against my ribs. I force myself to keep walking, keep checking doors. The steps follow, closer than ever before. Close enough that I should see someone if I turn around. But I won't turn around. Not this time. I reach the end of the hall. Have to turn left or right. The steps pause, waiting for my choice. Sweat runs down my face. My uniform shirt sticks to my back. What do you want? My voice sounds strange in the silence. No answer. Just that patient, waiting presence behind me. I turn left. The steps follow. Right on my heels now. If I stopped suddenly, we'd collide. The thought makes my skin crawl. My radio crackles. Jack? You okay up there? Dave's voice makes me jump. Getting some weird shadows on the cameras. I reach for the radio, but my hands are shaking too bad. I drop it. The clatter echoes down the hall. When I bend to pick it up, I feel something brush against my hair. I run. I run like I haven't run in 20 years, breath burning in my chest. The steps run with me, matching my pace exactly. The motion lights can't keep up, leaving me in darkness between bright flashes. I slam through doors, take corners blind, no destination in mind except away. I end up in the library. 3 stories of books and shadows. The main reading room stretches out before me. Tables and chairs, dim shapes in the emergency lighting. I stop, hands on knees, gulping air. The steps stop too, right behind me. What are you? My voice shakes. Why are you following me? A soft laugh, like the one I heard in the stairwell. Then something cold touches the back of my neck. I scream. The sound bounces off the high ceiling, comes back distorted. I sprint between the shelves, knocking books to the floor. The steps follow, unhurried now, like they know I can't escape. My radio crackles again. Jack, where are you? I'm calling the police. I reach the far wall. No doors here, just windows looking out over the dark campus. I spin around, back against the glass. The steps approach slowly, getting closer, closer. I can hear breathing now, not my own. My flashlight beam shows empty air, then the cold touch again, this time on my face, like fingers tracing my cheek. I close my eyes. Please, I whisper. Please leave me alone. The touch withdraws. The breathing stops. When I open my eyes, I'm alone in the library. Really alone. I slide down the wall, sit on the floor. My radio lies silent. Outside, I see police lights approaching the campus. That was 3 days ago. I quit the next morning. Let them keep my last paycheck. The new security guard starts tonight. Young guy, former military. Looks tough. I should warn him about the footsteps, about what waits in those dark hallways. But he wouldn't believe me. I wouldn't have believed me. So I sit here in my apartment, watching the sun set. In an hour, the motion lights will start clicking on across campus. The new guard will begin his rounds. And somewhere in those empty buildings, soft footsteps will start to follow. I keep thinking about that laugh, about those cold fingers on my face. Whatever followed me through those halls, it wasn't human. It never was. And it's still there, waiting for the next person to walk those corridors alone. Sometimes at night, I think I hear footsteps in my apartment building's hallway. Soft steps that stop outside my door. But that's crazy, right? It can't follow me here, can it? I don't check the hallway anymore when I hear those steps. I just sit very still and wait for them to go away. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. The sun's almost down now. The new guard will be starting his shift. I should call him, should tell him what to expect. But my phone's in the other room, and I hear footsteps in the hallway, getting closer. The first time I smelled her perfume, I was reshelving books in the medieval history section. I'd worked at the Morgan Heights Library for 15 years, and I knew every creak of the hardwood floors, every draft that whistled through the century-old windows. But that scent, lilacs mixed with something older, mustier, that was new. My nose twitched. The smell didn't belong. I set down the cart of books and checked my watch. 9:45 p.m. The library had been closed for nearly 2 hours. I was alone, like always during my night shift. The security guard, Pete, only patrolled the exterior. The perfume grew stronger. A chill ran up my spine, and the hair on my arm stood up. I heard the soft tap of footsteps behind me, but when I turned, the aisle was empty. Just rows of leather-bound books stretching into shadow where the motion sensor lights hadn't activated. That was 3 months ago. Since then, I've encountered her, or it, or whatever it is, dozens of times. Always after closing. Always when I'm alone. Tonight started like any other night. I locked the front doors at 8 p.m. sharp after the last student trudged out with an armful of textbooks. I did my usual walkthrough of all 4 floors, checking for stragglers in the study rooms and between the stacks. Finding none, I grabbed my cleaning cart and started my nightly routine. The Morgan Heights Library isn't just any library. Built in 1886, it's one of the oldest buildings in town. Red brick exterior, gleaming copper dome, elaborate woodwork inside that would cost a fortune to replicate today. The kind of place that belongs in a movie about haunted Victorian mansions. I started on the ground floor, dusting shelves and straightening chairs. Everything normal. The usual creaks and settling noises of an old building. The hum of the ancient heating system. My shoes squeaking on the polished floors. When I reached the second floor, my skin prickled. The temperature dropped at least 10 degrees between the stairwell and the main reading room. I could see my breath. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing off the high ceiling. No answer. I pushed my cart toward the reference section, pretending everything was fine. But my hands shook as I sprayed cleaner on the study tables. That's when I caught the first whiff of lilac. My stomach clenched. I gripped the edge of the table, steadying myself. The perfume grew stronger, mixing with the sharp smell of the cleaning spray. Footsteps behind me. Soft, like someone walking in slippers. I forced myself to turn around slowly. She stood at the end of the aisle, about 30 feet away. A woman in a high-necked blue dress that brushed the floor, her dark hair piled on top of her head in an elaborate style I'd only seen in old photographs. She was slightly transparent. I could make out the spine labels on the books through her body. My throat went dry. I'd seen glimpses before. A flash of movement, a shadow that shouldn't be there, but never this clear, never for this long. She didn't move like a person, more like how smoke drifts through the air. One moment she was at the end of the aisle. The next she had glided halfway toward me without taking a step. I backed away, bumping into my cart. Spray bottles clattered to the floor. The sound echoed through the empty library. The woman stopped. Her face turned toward the noise. That's when I noticed her eyes, or rather, the lack of them. Where eyes should have been, there were only dark hollows. My legs went weak. I gripped the cart harder, my knuckles turning white. The woman's head tilted like she was studying me. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. "What do you want?" I whispered. She raised one translucent hand and pointed behind me. I didn't want to turn around. Every instinct screamed not to take my eyes off her, but something compelled me to look. She was pointing at the card catalog, the old wooden one we kept for historical display. It hadn't been used in decades, not since everything went digital. When I turned back, she had moved closer. 10 feet away now. The lilac smell was overwhelming. My eyes watered. "The card catalog?" I asked. My voice shook. "You want me to look in there?" She nodded. Just once, a slight dip of her chin. I took a deep breath and stepped toward the catalog. The woman drifted back, giving me space. My hands trembled as I pulled open one of the thin drawers. Hundreds of yellowed cards covered in faded typewriter ink. "Which one?" I asked. She pointed again, more insistently. I started flipping through cards. Nothing jumped out at me, just standard library classifications, author names, titles. The temperature dropped lower. My teeth chattered. Frost formed on the wooden drawer. "I don't understand what you want me to find," I said. She moved closer, 3 feet away now. Close enough that I could see the intricate lace on her collar. Close enough to notice that her dress had water stains around the hem like she'd been walking in the rain. Her hand reached toward the cards. I flinched back, but she wasn't reaching for me. Her fingers passed through the cards, stopping at one in particular. The card frosted over. I pulled it out with numb fingers. The ink was faded, but I could still make out the text. Morgan, Elizabeth A. Library Director, 1886-1902. My breath caught. Everyone who worked at the library knew about Elizabeth Morgan. She was the first director back when the building opened. She died in her office on the 4th floor. Heart attack, according to the records. I looked up. The woman, Elizabeth, stood directly in front of me now. This close, I could see water dripping from her hair, from her dress. Not rainwater. It was dark, murky, like pond water. The official records were wrong. I knew that now with absolute certainty. Elizabeth Morgan didn't die of a heart attack. She opened her mouth again. This time, a sound came out. Not words, but the gurgle of water in a throat. Water trickled from the corners of her mouth. I ran. Dropped the card, knocked over my cart, and ran for the stairs. Her gurgling followed me. The lilac smell chased me down 3 flights. I didn't stop until I reached the front desk. Slumped against it, gasping for breath. The main floor was warm, normal. No sign of Elizabeth. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone and Googled Elizabeth Morgan, Library Director, death, 1902. Most results just repeated the heart attack story. But there was one old newspaper article, scanned and uploaded to the Historical Society's website. The article mentioned that Elizabeth had last been seen working late one stormy night. Her body was found the next morning in her office. The cause of death was listed as heart failure, but the article noted that her clothes were inexplicably soaked through, as if she had been swimming. I read further. Elizabeth had been pushing to expand the library's rare book collection. She'd secured several valuable donations, worth a fortune even back then. The week after her death, 3 of the most valuable books disappeared, never recovered. The pieces clicked together. Someone had killed her, probably drowned her in the ornamental pond that used to be behind the library. Killed her for the books, or to cover up their theft. I looked at my watch. 11:30 p.m. I had another hour left on my shift, but there was no way I was going back upstairs. Not tonight. I pulled out my phone again and started digging deeper into the library's history. If Elizabeth was trying to tell me something, I needed to figure out what it was. Over the next few weeks, I developed a routine. During the day, I researched everything I could find about Elizabeth Morgan and the missing books. At night, I waited for her to appear. She came more frequently now, always after closing. Always on the second floor near the card catalog. The pattern was the same. Temperature drop, lilac smell, footsteps. Sometimes she just watched me from the end of an aisle. Sometimes she tried to show me things. Specific books, old photographs on the walls, filing cabinet drawers. I started keeping notes. Which books she pointed to. Which photographs caught her attention. Slowly, a picture emerged. Elizabeth had been working with a private collector, arranging to purchase several rare medieval manuscripts. The collector died mysteriously 2 days after Elizabeth. His house burned down the same night, destroying all records of the transaction. The current value of the missing books, adjusted for inflation, over $5 million. I traced what happened to the library staff from that time period. Most had mundane stories, retirements, moves to other cities, normal deaths years later. But one name stuck out. James Crawford, Elizabeth's assistant director. He quit suddenly a month after her death, moved to Europe, and over the next several years he sold several rare books to private collectors. Books matching the descriptions of the ones that disappeared from the library. Tonight I brought printouts of everything I'd found, spread them out on a study table on the second floor. Photos, articles, records. "Is this what you've been trying to tell me?" I asked the empty air. "About Crawford?" The lilac smell filled the air. Elizabeth appeared beside the table. She looked different tonight, more solid somehow. The hollow eye sockets were now filled with pale blue eyes. She nodded. "He killed you," I said. "For the books." She pointed to one of the photographs, an old staff picture from 1901. Crawford stood next to Elizabeth, hand on her shoulder, smiling at the camera. "You trusted him," I said. Water dripped from her dress, forming a puddle on the floor, but her eyes were clear now, focused on me. "What do you want me to do?" I asked. "Crawford is long dead. The books are probably scattered in private collections across Europe." She shook her head and pointed to a different paper, a shipping manifest I'd found dated 1903. It listed 3 crates of books sent from Crawford's address in London to a storage facility in our town. My eyes widened. "They never left? The books are still here somewhere?" Elizabeth nodded. She drifted toward the window and pointed outside, toward the old industrial district. Most of those buildings were abandoned now, but some of the old storage facilities were still standing. "You want me to find them," I said, "to bring them back to the library." She smiled, the first time I'd seen her do that. The effect was unsettling with her pale eyes and water-bloated features, but I understood the sentiment. "Okay," I said. "I'll try. But this is going to take time, and I'll need help. Someone with authority to actually recover the books if we find them." Elizabeth's form started to fade. The lilac smell grew fainter. "Will you help me?" I asked quickly. "Show me where to look." She nodded once more before disappearing completely. The temperature returned to normal. The puddle of water was gone, leaving no trace it had ever been there. I gathered up my papers with shaking hands. Part of me still couldn't believe I was doing this, following the instructions of a ghost to solve a century-old theft. But I knew what I'd seen, what I'd been seeing for months now. Tomorrow I'd start making calls, to the Historical Society, to the police department's cold case division, to the library board. Someone would listen, and with Elizabeth's help, we'd find those books. I looked at my watch. 12:30 a.m., end of my shift. As I packed up my cleaning cart, I caught one last whiff of lilac perfume. "Good night, Elizabeth," I said softly. The scent lingered for a moment, then faded away. But I knew she'd be back tomorrow night. We had work to do. The night security monitors showed nothing unusual at 2:47 a.m. when I first saw it. Just empty hallways and dark offices on all 12 floors of the Meridian building. But there it was on the 10th floor, a black shape standing motionless by the window. I blinked hard and leaned closer to the grainy screen. The figure didn't move. I've worked security at this building for 6 years. I know every corner, every shadow cast by the streetlights outside. This was different. The shape was roughly human-sized, but somehow wrong. Too dark, too still. My mouth went dry as I stared at it. The radio crackled. "Everything okay down there, Mike?" It was Dave at the front desk. "Yeah," I said, my voice catching. "Just thought I saw something on 10. Probably nothing." "Want me to check it out?" "No, I got it." I stood up, my chair squeaking against the floor. Protocol said we had to investigate any possible intrusion, even if it was probably just shadows playing tricks. The elevator ride felt longer than usual. My hand kept drifting to the pepper spray on my belt. The building was locked down tight. Card access only after 6 p.m., motion sensors on every floor, cameras covering every angle. Nobody could have gotten in without us knowing. The elevator doors opened with a soft ding. The 10th floor was pitch black except for the faint glow of exit signs and the city lights filtering through the windows. I pulled out my flashlight and swept the beam across the empty cubicles. Nothing moved. My footsteps echoed as I walked toward the window where I'd seen the figure. The space was empty now, just another dark office with generic artwork on the walls and dusty fake plants in the corners. I relaxed slightly and lowered my flashlight. Then something shifted in my peripheral vision, just for a split second. I spun around, heart pounding. The beam caught nothing but more empty cubicles. "Security," I called out. My voice sounded thin in the darkness. "If someone's here, show yourself now." Silence. Just the quiet hum of the ventilation system. I did a thorough sweep of the whole floor, checked every office, conference room, and storage closet. Everything was locked and undisturbed. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Back at my desk, I rewound the security footage. The figure was clearly visible at 2:47 a.m., standing perfectly still by the window for exactly 3 minutes before seeming to fade away. I played it again, and again. There was no glitch, no camera malfunction. Something had been there. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, I've seen it 6 more times. Always at night, always on different floors. Sometimes by the windows, sometimes in doorways or at the end of dark hallways. Never when anyone else is around to verify what I'm seeing. The cameras catch it maybe half the time. I've started documenting every sighting. Night 3, 8th floor, 1:15 a.m. Figure appeared in the break room doorway for approximately 30 seconds. No movement. Disappeared when I reached for my phone to take a photo. Night 5, 4th floor, 3:24 a.m. Saw it reflected in the window of an empty office. Turned around and nothing was there. Caught on camera. Night 7, 12th floor, 11:52 p.m. Standing at the end of the main hallway. Seemed taller than before. Vanished when I blinked. Night 8, 6th floor, 2:33 a.m. In the corner of my eye as I was doing rounds. Gone when I turned to look directly at it. Not on camera. Night 10, 9th floor, 4:17 a.m. By the elevator. Definitely human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too dark, like a hole in space. Camera footage shows only static for those 2 minutes. Last night was the worst. I was alone in the security office around 3 a.m., watching the monitors as usual. Movement caught my eye on the screen showing the 7th floor. The figure was there, but this time it was facing the camera directly. I felt the blood drain from my face. In all the previous sightings, it had been in profile or facing away. Now I could see where its face should be. Just emptiness, darker than the darkness around it. My hands were shaking as I radioed Dave. You need to see this. What's up? Seventh floor camera. Tell me you see it too. A pause. See what? It's empty up there. I looked back at the screen. The figure was gone. But when I rewound the footage, there it was, staring into the camera for a full minute before vanishing. Never mind, I told Dave. Must have been my imagination. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew I had to find out what this thing was. I spent my day off researching the building's history. The Meridian was built in 1983, pretty unremarkable except for one incident in 1997. A maintenance worker fell to his death from the 10th floor. The window he was cleaning somehow came loose from its frame. They ruled it an accident, but there were questions about the safety equipment and inspection records. That night, I came in early for my shift. I'd brought some new equipment, an infrared thermometer, an EMF meter I'd borrowed from a friend who did amateur ghost hunting, and a better camera than my phone. "You okay, Mike?" Dave asked when he saw my bag of gear. "You've seemed on edge lately." "I'm fine," I said, just being thorough. The first few hours of my shift were quiet. I kept all the monitors up, watching for any sign of movement. The EMF meter sat silent on my desk. The temperature readings stayed steady. At 2:46 a.m., the meter suddenly spiked. All the hairs on my arms stood up. The air felt thick, like right before a thunderstorm. I checked the monitors. 9th floor, by the window. There it was. The figure seemed more solid than before, less like a shadow and more like something real. My hands were steady as I grabbed my camera and headed for the elevator. Whatever this thing was, I was going to get proof. The 9th floor was colder than usual. My breath fogged in front of my face as I stepped out of the elevator. The EMF meter in my pocket was going crazy, the display showing readings off the scale. I moved quietly through the darkness, camera ready. The figure was still there, a black silhouette against the city lights outside. As I got closer, I could see it wasn't quite touching the floor. It hovered about an inch above the carpet. 20 feet away. 15. 10. The temperature dropped with every step. At 5 feet, I raised the camera. The figure turned. I froze. Where its face should have been was just absence. A void that hurt my eyes to look at. My chest felt tight, like all the air was being sucked away. The camera slipped from my numb fingers. The figure moved, not walking but gliding closer. The darkness around it seemed to spread, reaching out like smoke. I stumbled backwards, fumbling for my flashlight. The beam passed right through the figure. It kept coming. 3 feet away now. The cold was unbearable, my lungs burned. The darkness was creeping into the edges of my vision. My back hit the wall. The figure loomed over me, that horrible empty face inches from mine. I could feel it pulling at something inside me, like it was trying to draw out my breath, my heat, my life. I closed my eyes and slid down the wall, my legs giving out. The cold penetrated to my bones. I couldn't breathe. The radio on my belt crackled. "Mike? You up there?" Motion sensor just went off on 9. The voice seemed to break whatever hold the figure had on me. I gasped in a lungful of air and opened my eyes. It was gone. The temperature was already rising. The EMF meter had gone quiet. "I'm here," I managed to say into the radio. "All clear. Just checking something." My hands were shaking so bad I could barely pick up the camera. When I reviewed the footage later, all I got was static. I've put in my 2 weeks' notice. Let someone else work the night shift. Let someone else try to explain the cold spots, the EMF spikes, the dark figure that stands by the windows and stares out at the city with its void of a face. But sometimes I wonder, what is it looking for? What does it see out there in the darkness? And what would have happened if Dave hadn't radioed when he did? I still drive past the Meridian building sometimes, usually late at night when I can't sleep. I always check the windows, floor by floor. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see something. A shadow darker than darkness standing perfectly still, staring down at the street below. I don't stop anymore. I don't look too long. But I know it's there, waiting. Maybe for another maintenance worker. Maybe for another security guard. Maybe for anyone who stays too late and looks too closely at the shapes in the darkness. All I know is, I'm done with night shifts. Let someone else investigate the figure in the window. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. The security camera in the lobby hasn't worked for 3 weeks. I know because I've been meaning to call maintenance about it. That detail sticks in my mind now. Maybe if it had been working, I'd have proof of what I saw that night at Lakeside Resort. I'd been doing the night shift at the front desk for 8 months. Not much happens after midnight at a lakefront resort in October. The summer crowds are gone. The fall colors have faded. Most nights I just do paperwork and watch Netflix on my phone. That changed on October 12th. The wind picked up around 1 a.m., rattling the front windows. Temperature dropped fast. I could feel the draft coming through the revolving door. Only 3 rooms were occupied that night. A business traveler in 204, an elderly couple in 312, and a family with 2 kids in 318. I'd checked them all in myself during the afternoon shift before staying on for night duty. I was updating the maintenance log when movement caught my eye through the lobby windows. A man walking across the front lawn toward the lake. He wore an old-style suit, the kind with high-waisted pants and wide lapels. Dark fabric, maybe navy blue. A fedora on his head. Who wears a fedora these days? The way he walked seemed wrong, smooth, almost gliding, like his feet barely touched the grass. And despite the wind whipping the trees around, his clothes didn't move at all. I grabbed my flashlight and key card. Resort policy says we have to check on any guests outside after midnight. Liability issues. Plus something felt off about this guy. "Sir?" I called out as I pushed through the front door. The wind hit me hard, cold enough to make my eyes water. "Sir, the lakefront is closed after dark." He kept walking, heading straight for the water's edge. I jogged to catch up, boots crunching on frost-covered grass. The beam of my flashlight bounced off his back but seemed dimmer than usual, like the light couldn't quite reach him. "Hey, you need to come back inside." 20 feet behind him now, close enough to see more details of his clothes. The suit wasn't just old-fashioned. It looked like something from a black-and-white movie. The fabric had a weird sheen to it, almost translucent in my flashlight beam. He reached the wooden boardwalk that runs along the lakeshore. His shoes made no sound on the planks. Mine thundered with each step. "Stop right there." I was running now, closing the gap, 10 feet away. The man paused at the very edge of the boardwalk. Slowly, he turned his head to look back at me. My flashlight beam went right through him. I mean that literally. I could see the lake through his body, like he was made of smoke or dirty glass. His face, Jesus, his face. Pale as milk except for dark hollows where his eyes should have been. My legs locked up. The flashlight slipped from my numb fingers and clattered on the boardwalk. The man's mouth opened in what might have been a smile, showing nothing but blackness inside. Then he stepped forward. Not onto the water, into it. Like walking through a doorway. No splash, no ripples. 1 second he was there. The next, he had vanished completely. I stood frozen for maybe 5 minutes, staring at the spot where he'd disappeared. The wind died down. The lake went flat as glass, my chest hurt, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. Finally, training and procedure kicked in. I retrieved my flashlight with shaking hands and swept the beam across the water's surface. Nothing but small waves lapping at the pylons. I checked the boardwalk and surrounding shore for footprints. Only mine were visible in the frost. Back inside, I pulled up the guest registry on the computer. Clicked through every check-in for the past week. No single male guests besides the businessman in 204, who I'd seen heading up to his room hours ago with his laptop bag. I opened the emergency procedures manual. Nothing about ghost sightings. Typical. My hands were still trembling as I picked up the phone to call Jerry, the hotel manager. It rang 6 times before going to voicemail. "Hey Jerry, it's Mark at the front desk. Sorry to call so late, but, Something weird just happened. Can you call me back when you get this? It's kind of important. I spent the next hour going through security footage, but the cameras only covered the parking lot and back entrance. Nothing showing the lakefront where I'd seen whatever I'd seen. Around 3 a.m. I started digging through the resort's old files. Most were digitized now, but we kept paper records going back to the 1930s in a storage room behind the front desk. Yellowed ledgers and guest books filled with elegant handwriting. I'm not sure what made me check October specifically, just a hunch. Flipping through decade after decade of October guest lists. Nothing jumped out until I hit 1943. The handwriting was different in that book. Messier, like whoever was recording guests was in a hurry, or upset about something. And there on the page for October 12, 1943, exactly 81 years ago, was an entry that made my blood run cold. Mr. James Harrison, room 127. Note, guest failed to check out. Personal effects found in room. Police report filed. I pulled out my phone and Googled Lakeside Resort Harrison 1943. The third result was a newspaper article from the local paper's online archives. Businessman's disappearance baffles police. October 14, 1943. Local authorities are investigating the mysterious disappearance of James Harrison, 47, from the Lakeside Resort. Harrison, a traveling salesman from Chicago, was last seen by hotel staff late Tuesday evening. His room was found undisturbed Wednesday morning, containing his luggage and other belongings, including his wallet and identification. A resort employee reported seeing Harrison walking near the lake around midnight, but extensive searches of the grounds and water have yielded no clues to his whereabouts. The rest of the article was behind a paywall, but I'd seen enough. I searched through more recent newspapers next. Every few years, there would be another article, another sighting. Always in October, always late at night. A man in a 1940 suit walking toward the lake. The sun was coming up by the time Jerry called back. "Mark, got your message. What's so important it couldn't wait until morning?" I told him everything. The man in the suit, the way he vanished into the lake, the old guest records, the newspaper articles. Jerry was quiet for a long time after I finished. "How long you been working here, Mark?" 8 months. "Then you wouldn't know about the others. Night staff who've seen him. We don't exactly advertise it, bad for business. But it happens every few years. Always the same description. Always October 12th. Why didn't anyone tell me? Would you have believed it if we had? Look, your shift's almost over. Go home, get some sleep. We can talk more about this tomorrow." "What happened to him? Harrison? Did they ever find out?" Another long pause. "Police dragged the lake back in 43. Found nothing. But there were rumors, stories about gambling debts, Chicago mob connections, the kind of thing that got people disappeared back then. Nothing was ever proven." I looked out the lobby windows at the lake. The surface was pink with dawn light. Peaceful, normal. What do I do if he comes back? He won't. Not until next October 12th. But if you're still working nights, then just let him be. He's never hurt anyone. Just walking the same path over and over. Looking for something or trying to tell us something. Who knows? I think I need a drink. Go home, Mark. Get some rest. And welcome to the club. Not everyone gets to see him. Consider yourself special. I hung up and gathered my things to leave. The day shift person would be here soon. As I waited, I kept glancing at the lake through the windows. The sun was fully up now, turning the water golden. Hard to believe what I'd seen just hours ago. A family came down for breakfast, the ones from 318. The kids pressed their faces against the lobby windows, pointing at ducks swimming near the shore. Their mother called them to the dining room. Normal tourist stuff, normal morning. But I knew I'd be back tonight, and tomorrow night, and every night until I figured out what really happened to James Harrison, what he was trying to tell us, why he kept returning to walk that same path to the lake. The front door chimed as the day shift person walked in. Time to go home. But as I drove away, I couldn't shake the image of that face turning to look at me. Those dark, empty eyes. That black void of a mouth. And I wondered, what if he's not trying to tell us something? What if he's warning us? Warning us about whatever's waiting in the lake? Whatever took him on that October night 81 years ago? I guess I'll find out. October 12th comes around every year, and now I know what to watch for. But next time I'm bringing a camera that works, and I'm not letting him reach the water. I have questions for James Harrison, and I think he has answers, whether I want to hear them or not. The clicking of keys broke the silence at 11:47 p.m. I checked my watch twice. Working the late shift at Morton Library meant getting used to empty rooms and shadows, but something about that sound made my skin tighten. I sat at the main desk, processing overdue notices. The library was deserted, not unusual for a Wednesday night this close to midnight. Most students had cleared out hours ago. The sound came again. Click, click, click. Then a pause. More clicking. My first thought was that someone had snuck in. It happened sometimes. Students trying to finish papers after closing. I grabbed my phone and flashlight, standing up from the desk. The clicking continued, coming from the computer area in the back. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as I walked past the reference section. Row after row of books stretched into darkness on both sides. My footsteps echoed on the linoleum floor. The clicking got louder. I rounded the corner to the computer lab. 20 monitors lined the walls, all dark except one. Screen number 14 was on, its blue light pulsing in the darkness. The keyboard rattled like someone was typing at high speed, but no one sat in the chair. I froze. The clicking continued for 3 more seconds, then stopped. The cursor on the screen blinked steadily. My throat went dry. "Hello?" My voice came out as a croak. Libraries closed. No response. Just the hum of the computers and that blinking cursor. I stepped closer, scanning the room. All the chairs were pushed in except at station 14. That chair was pulled out, angled like someone had just gotten up. The screen showed a blank Word document. As I watched, letters began appearing. "I need more time." My hands started shaking. I gripped the flashlight tighter, its beam dancing across the empty chairs. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Who's there?" I called out louder. "This isn't funny. Show yourself or I'm calling campus security." More typing. "Please, just a few more minutes. I have to finish." The cursor blinked, waiting. I backed away, fumbling for my phone. My fingers felt numb as I tried to unlock it. The chair at station 14 swiveled slightly as if someone had shifted position. A few papers on the desk rustled. No breeze, no air conditioning running. I managed to get my phone open and pulled up the security number. Before I could dial, the typing started again, faster now. "Don't call them. They'll make me leave. I have to finish my thesis. The deadline was today. Please." My back hit the wall. The phone slipped from my sweaty hand, clattering on the floor. The sound echoed through the empty room. What are you?" I whispered. The typing paused. Then, slowly, "I'm not sure anymore. I was here working." Then everything went dark. When I woke up, no one could see me. "But I have to finish. Dr. Roberts needs this by midnight." I picked up my phone with trembling fingers. The screen showed 11:52 p.m. "That was today?" I asked. "What's today's date to you?" "April 15th. My stomach dropped. That was 3 months ago. The cursor blinked for several long seconds, then, "No, that's impossible. I just sat down to work an hour ago. I only needed a little more time." I swallowed hard. "What's your name?" "Michael Chen. I'm a doctoral candidate in medieval literature. Please, just let me finish. I'm so close." The name hit me like a punch to the gut. I'd seen it in the campus newspaper. Michael Chen, 28, found dead in the library computer lab. Heart attack, they said. Stress and exhaustion from finishing his dissertation. "Michael," I said softly, "you did finish. They found your thesis on this computer. Dr. Roberts approved it posthumously. You got your doctorate." The cursor froze mid-line. The air grew colder, my breath coming out in visible puffs now. The papers on the desk scattered suddenly, as if swept by an angry hand. "You're lying. I have to finish." The keyboard clattered violently. Every monitor in the lab flickered to life, screens filling with random text. Papers whirled through the air. The temperature plunged. "Michael, stop. Listen to me." I pressed against the wall, heart pounding. "You finished it. You did. But you pushed yourself too hard. Your heart gave out right here at this computer. I'm sorry, but you're..." "No." The word appeared on every screen simultaneously. The lights in the lab exploded in a shower of sparks. I ducked, covering my head as glass rained down. In the darkness, the screens glowed eerily. Through the blue light, I saw a shape forming in the chair at Station 14. Transparent at first, then more solid. A young Asian man in glasses and a rumpled sweater. Dark circles under his eyes. Expression desperate. He looked at me. Through me. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. His hands hovered over the keyboard, trembling. "It's okay," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "You finished your work. You can rest now." He shook his head violently. His fingers started typing again, but the screens showed only gibberish now. His form flickered like bad reception. I forced myself to step forward, despite every instinct screaming to run. "Michael, your thesis was brilliant. Dr. Roberts said it was one of the best he'd ever read. You did it. You earned your doctorate. But now you need to let go." His typing slowed. He looked at the screen, then at his hands, which were growing more transparent by the second. "I finished?" The words appeared faintly. "Yes, you finished. It's done." He turned to me again. This time I saw tears on his fading face. His hands dropped from the keyboard. The last words appeared on the screen. "Thank you. I can rest now." His form dissolved like smoke. The monitors went dark one by one. The temperature began to rise. Papers drifted to the floor in the sudden stillness. My phone showed 11:59 p.m. I stood there shaking, staring at the empty chair. After several minutes, I walked to Station 14 on unsteady legs. The Word document was still open. At the top, it showed Medieval Representations of Death and Transcendence in 12th Century Literatura by Michael Chen, April 15th, 2024. The cursor blinked once more, then the screen went dark. I called campus security after that, reported a power surge in the computer lab. They sent someone to clean up the broken glass. I didn't mention the rest, but I requested a transfer to the day shift. I couldn't handle another night alone in the library. Sometimes when I walk past the computer lab, I still hear faint clicking, and Station 14 remains dark no matter how many times they replace the monitor. I think about Michael often, about how dedication can become obsession, how some people pour their whole lives into their work until there's nothing left, until they become ghosts before they even die. They gave his parents his diploma at a private ceremony. Dr. Roberts said Michael's thesis would be published in an academic journal. Groundbreaking work on medieval views of the afterlife. I wonder if he knows, if he finally found peace, or if some part of him is still here, haunting the library, trying to perfect one last sentence, one final revision. I don't work late anymore, but sometimes passing by at night I see a blue glow from the computer lab windows. The light of a single screen, burning in the darkness. And if I listen closely, I hear the sound of keys clicking, typing words that will never be read. The footsteps started 3 weeks ago. Heavy steps directly above my bedroom, back and forth, night after night. At first I thought nothing of it. New neighbor moving in, maybe unpacking late at night. But when I asked Jim, our building's doorman, he told me no one lived up there. The apartment had been empty since October. I live on the 7th floor of the Morrison, an aging brick apartment building in downtown Seattle. My job at the tech startup keeps me up late most nights, coding until my eyes burn. I'm used to the city sounds, traffic, distant sirens, the hum of the heating system. But these footsteps are different. They're inside, above me, where no one should be. That first night, I barely noticed them. My headphones were on, music playing while I debugged a particularly nasty piece of code. Around 2 a.m., during a pause between songs, I heard it, the distinct sound of someone walking overhead. Step, step, pause, step, step, pause. A steady rhythm like someone pacing. I pulled off my headphones and listened. The steps continued for another minute, then stopped. I shrugged it off. Big building, sounds carry. Probably someone in another unit. The next night, same thing. This time I noticed the footsteps started at exactly 1:47 a.m. They followed the same pattern. Heavy steps crossing what I knew was the upstairs bedroom, pausing, then crossing back. After exactly 7 minutes, they stopped. That's when I asked Jim about the upstairs neighbor. He'd been the doorman at the Morrison for 12 years, knew everyone in the building. 8:07? He checked his tablet. Been empty since the Hendersons moved out in October. Owner's trying to sell it, but you know the market right now. I felt a chill run down my spine. You're sure? No one's moved in recently? Positive. I'd know. I'm here every day from 4 to midnight. Haven't seen anyone go up there except the realtor showing it maybe twice last month. I went back to my apartment and pulled up the building's floor plan on my phone. Unit 807 was directly above mine. Identical layout. I knew the bedroom was right above mine because I'd looked at that unit before renting 707. Same square footage, same view of the brick wall of the next building over. The footsteps came again that night. 1:47 a.m. exactly. I stood on my bed and pressed my ear to the ceiling. The steps were clearer now, definitely someone wearing shoes, probably men's dress shoes from the sound. Hard soles on hardwood floors. I recorded them on my phone, played it back the next morning, clear as day. Heavy footsteps, regular rhythm, 7 minutes long. That afternoon, I caught the realtor showing the unit. Sarah Chen, according to her business card. Professional smile, blazer, tablet full of property listings. Mind if I take a look? I asked. I'm in 707, been thinking about upgrading. She was happy to show me. The apartment was empty, dust sheets covering the few remaining pieces of furniture. Everything else had been cleared out when the Hendersons left. I walked the bedroom, testing the floors. They creaked under my feet. Old building, settling foundations. But the sound wasn't the same as what I heard at night. These were normal creaks, not the deliberate footsteps I recorded. Any interest from buyers? I asked casually. A few showings, but nothing serious yet. She pulled up the listing details. Been on the market 127 days. Might need to adjust the price again. I checked the closets, the bathroom, every corner. No signs of squatters or break-ins. The windows were sealed, alarm system active. The only way in was through the front door, and Jim would have seen anyone coming or going. That night, I waited. Laptop open, coffee brewing, eyes on the clock. 1:46 a.m. My heart rate picked up. 1:47 a.m. The footsteps began. I grabbed my phone and hit record. Step, step, pause. Step, step, pause. Exactly like before. I pressed my hand against the ceiling. No vibration, despite the clear sound of heavy steps above. My mouth went dry. The coffee turned sour in my stomach. I ran downstairs to the lobby. The night doorman, Mike, was doing his crossword puzzle. Anyone go up to 807 tonight? He checked the security log. Nope. No one's been up there all day. Why? I played him the recording. His face changed. That's coming from up there? Right now? We took the elevator to the 8th floor. The hallway was silent. Emergency lights casting a pale glow. Unit 807's door was locked. Security system armed. Mike used his master key. The apartment was empty. Dark. Silent. No footsteps. No movement. No sign anyone had been there. We checked every room, closet, corner. Nothing. But when we went back to my apartment, the footsteps were still going. clear as ever, crossing back and forth above my bedroom. I started keeping a log. Every night, 1:47 a.m. exactly. 7 minutes of footsteps, always the same pattern, always stopping at 1:54 a.m. I mapped the path, bedroom door to window, pause, back to door, pause, repeat. I installed a ceiling-mounted security camera. The footage showed nothing, just my empty bedroom. But the audio picked up the footsteps, clear as day. I talked to other residents on the 8th floor. Mrs. Rodriguez in 808 never heard anything. Mr. Patel in 806 said sometimes late at night he thought he heard something, but assumed it was from my apartment below. The lack of sleep started getting to me. Dark circles under my eyes, jumping at small noises. My code got sloppy. 3 failed commits in 1 week. My team lead noticed. "Everything okay, Dave? You seem a bit off lately." I couldn't tell him I was staying up until 2 a.m. every night recording ghost footsteps. He'd think I was losing it. Maybe I was. I researched the building's history. Built in 1927, converted to apartments in the 1980s. No reported deaths in Unit 807, no tragic accidents, no famous former residents. The Hendersons had lived there 5 years before moving to Chicago for work. Before them, a rotating cast of young professionals, none staying more than a year or two. I talked to Jim again, asked about the Hendersons. "Nice couple," he said. "Quiet, kept to themselves. He worked in finance. She was a teacher, I think. Never had any complaints about them." "Did they ever mention noise issues? Anything strange about the apartment?" Jim thought for a moment. "Don't think so. Though now that you mention it, Mrs. Henderson did ask me once about footsteps. Said she heard them coming from below. Thought it was someone exercising late at night. But that was before you moved in. Place was empty then." My hands started shaking. She heard footsteps too, from below? That's what she said. But like I told her, probably just building noises. These old places, they make all kinds of sounds. I started sleeping on my couch as far from the bedroom as possible, but I could still hear them, fainter, but there. Step, step, pause, step, step, pause. One night, I'd had enough. At 1:46 a.m., I stood in my bedroom, phone recording, staring at the ceiling. "Who's there?" I shouted. "What do you want?" The footsteps started right on schedule. I kept shouting, "I can hear you, show yourself." Step, step, pause. "This is my home, leave me alone." Step, step, pause. My voice cracked. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. "Please, just stop." Step, step, pause. 7 minutes, then silence. I called in sick the next day, spent hours going through building records at the city archives. Construction permits, renovation history, old photos. Nothing unusual, just a typical pre-war apartment building, slowly aging, changing hands, adapting to the times. But I did find something interesting: the original floor plans. Before the 1980s conversion, the 7th and 8th floors had been a single 2-story unit, a private penthouse suite. The bedroom above mine had been part of the same living space. I dug deeper. The penthouse's last occupant was Robert Morton, the building's original owner. He died in 1979, prompting the conversion to separate apartments. Heart attack, according to the obituary. He was known for working late into the night, pacing as he dictated letters to his secretary. The article mentioned his habit of walking the penthouse in his signature dress shoes, thinking through business decisions. Always at night, always following the same path. I took the obituary to Jim. "Yeah, that tracks," he said. "Old-timers who've been here forever talk about Morton. Guy was a workaholic, barely slept. Used to hear him pacing overhead at all hours." "What time did he usually walk?" Jim shrugged. "Don't know exactly. Late, though." "Why?" I showed him my log. Every night, 1:47 a.m. to 1:54 a.m. "Interesting coincidence," he said, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. That night, I waited again. 1:47 a.m. The footsteps began. I closed my eyes, listening to the rhythm. Step, step, pause. A businessman pacing, thinking through problems, wearing down the floors night after night, even after the penthouse was split, even after death, keeping to his schedule. I thought about moving, breaking my lease, finding a new place. But something kept me here. Not curiosity exactly. More like acceptance. The footsteps became part of my routine. Wake up, go to work, come home, code until late, wait for the footsteps, try to sleep. They were still unsettling, but in a familiar way, like living next to train tracks or a busy street. You never quite get used to it, but it becomes normal. I stopped recording them, stopped checking the security camera, stopped searching for explanations. Some nights, when I'm stuck on a difficult problem, I find myself pacing my bedroom. Step, step, pause. Following the same path as the footsteps above. Thinking through solutions, working things out in my head. At 1:47 a.m., I hear the footsteps start. My pacer, my upstairs neighbor who isn't there. We walk together, separated by time and space and a layer of ceiling, both lost in our own thoughts. 7 minutes later, he stops. I usually keep going for a while longer. I wonder sometimes if, years from now, someone will move into Unit 707 and hear two sets of footsteps from above. A man in dress shoes from the 1970s, and another in sock feet from the 2020s, both pacing through their problems in the night. But I try not to think about that too much. I just listen for the footsteps each night, right on schedule. Step, step, pause. Step, step, pause. Until 1:54 a.m., when the echo from upstairs fades back into the past, leaving me alone with my own thoughts and my own steps in the darkness. My hands still shake when I think about what happened last October. I've told the police everything, but they just take notes and give me that look. You know the one, like they're humoring a crazy person. But I know what I saw. I have to tell this story, even if no one believes me. I work at Sterling Insurance downtown. Every morning for the past 2 years, I'd park in the same spot, walk past the same hot dog cart, and watch the construction site next door grow floor by floor. They were building some fancy high-rise apartment complex, just another glass and steel monster eating up the skyline. October 12th started like any other Tuesday. I got my coffee from Jerry's cart, nodded to the security guard, and glanced at the construction site. That's when I first saw him. He stood out because he wasn't doing anything. All the other workers were moving, lifting, shouting orders. But this guy just stood there, staring right at me. He wore a yellow hard hat and an orange safety vest like all the others. But something about him seemed off. His clothes looked too clean, too new. No dust or dirt, no wear and tear. He raised his hand slowly and waved. Not a normal "hey there" wave. His movements were jerky, desperate, like someone trying to signal for help without being noticed. I stopped walking. He pressed his palm against his throat, then pointed up toward the 20th floor. His eyes never left mine. I felt the coffee cup slip from my hand, but I couldn't move to catch it. The hot liquid splashed across my shoes. When I looked back up, he was gone. I told myself I was being stupid. Construction sites are busy places. People come and go all the time. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That night, I barely slept. The image of his face kept appearing in my mind, pale, drawn, with dark circles under his eyes. The next morning, I got to work early. I waited by Jerry's cart watching the workers arrive. The site supervisor showed up at 6:30, a big guy named Mike who always bought 2 hot dogs for lunch. I'd chatted with him a few times. "Hey, Mike," I called out. "Quick question for you." He walked over, travel mug in hand. "What's up?" "That worker who was on site yesterday, yellow hat, orange vest, kind of pale, he was standing near the entrance around 8:30. Mike's forehead wrinkled. Lots of guys wear yellow hats and orange vests, that's standard gear. This one was different. He wasn't working, just standing there. Clean clothes, no dirt, waving kind of strange. "Clean clothes?" Mike laughed. "Not on my site. Place is nothing but dust and mud. Everyone's filthy by 9 a.m. Could he have been new? Nah, haven't hired anyone new in weeks. Got a full crew right now. He took a sip of coffee. You sure about the time? Site doesn't open until 7. No one would have been there at 8:30 just standing around. My stomach dropped. What do you mean? I see guys working there all the time when I come in. Early crew starts at 7, main crew at 8. By 8:30 everyone's busy as hell. No one has time to stand around waving. He checked his watch. Speaking of which, gotta run. Safety meeting in 10. I watched him walk away, my coffee getting cold in my hand. I knew what I'd seen. The man had been right there, less than 20 feet from me. And that wave, that wasn't someone being friendly. That was someone trying to send a message. During lunch, I walked around the perimeter of the construction site. The fence had signs everywhere. Authorized personnel only, and hard hat area, and violators will be prosecuted. I studied each worker I could see, but none of them matched the man from yesterday. That night, I stayed late at the office. Most people had gone home, leaving just the cleaning crew and a few other workaholics. Around 8 p.m., I stood at my window, looking down at the construction site. The floodlights cast harsh shadows across the skeletal structure. Movement caught my eye. 20 floors up, a figure stood at the edge of an unfinished floor. Yellow hard hat, orange vest. Even from this distance, I could tell the clothes were clean. He raised his hand in that same jerky wave. I pressed against the glass, heart pounding. The figure pointed to his throat again, then up toward the roof. He took a step closer to the edge. "Hey!" I shouted, knowing he couldn't hear me. "Don't!" He disappeared into the darkness. I ran to the elevator, jabbing the button repeatedly. When it finally arrived, I took it to the ground floor and sprinted outside. The night guard called after me, but I ignored him. I ran to the construction site entrance, expecting to see a crowd, ambulances, something. But there was nothing. Just empty streets and the quiet hum of the city. The gate was locked with a heavy chain. I rattled it anyway, earning a shout from the site's night watchman. "Hey, no trespassing." I explained what I'd seen, the worker, the wave, how he'd vanished. The guard just shook his head. "Nobody's up there, buddy. Place is empty after 6. Besides, we got cameras everywhere." They'd show if anyone was fooling around up high. "Check them," I insisted. "Please, just check the footage." He radioed his supervisor, probably to humor me. While we waited, I stared up at the building. The floodlights created strange patterns, making shadows move where there shouldn't be movement. The supervisor arrived 15 minutes later. They reviewed the cameras right there on a tablet. Nothing. No worker, no wave, no figure at the edge. "Cameras don't lie," the supervisor said. "Place is secure. No one's been up there." I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat at my computer, searching news archives for construction accidents at the site. Nothing recent. A few minor injuries over the past year, all properly reported and handled. No deaths, no disappearances. The next morning, I got to work early again. Mike was already there, talking to a group of workers. I waited until they dispersed. "Mike, I need to ask you something else about that worker." He sighed. "Look, man, I told you. Just listen, please. Has anyone ever died on this site? Any accidents that maybe didn't make the news?" His face hardened. "We run a clean operation here. Everything by the book. All accidents get reported, no matter how small." "What about before you started, when they were first breaking ground?" "That was before my time. But I would have heard if anything bad happened. Construction workers talk. We look out for each other." I pulled out my phone and showed him a quick sketch I'd made. A basic face, nothing fancy. "This is what he looked like. Does it ring any bells?" Mike studied the picture, then shook his head. "Never seen him. Look, you seem like a nice guy. But maybe you should talk to someone. You know, professionally. Construction sites can play tricks on your eyes. Shadows, movement, that sort of thing." I wanted to argue, but what could I say? I had no proof, no evidence. Just my word against security cameras and a whole crew who'd never seen the man. For the next week, I watched the site constantly. I changed my schedule, arriving at different times. I stayed late watching from my window. The pale man never appeared during the day, but 3 more times I saw him at night, always up high, always with that same desperate wave, always pointing to his throat, then up. I started researching the building's history. Before construction began, the lot had been empty for decades. Before that, it was a warehouse that burned down in the 70s. No deaths reported in the fire, nothing suspicious. The lack of information made me dig deeper. I requested old city records, building permits, anything I could find. Most of it was mundane stuff: zoning changes, environmental impact studies, architectural plans. Then I found something in a microfiche of a local newspaper from 1974. A small article, barely a paragraph. Construction halted after worker complaint. It mentioned someone raising concerns about unsafe conditions at the warehouse. The worker's name wasn't given. The only detail was that he'd complained about strange noises from the upper floor. He disappeared 3 days later. Police suspected he'd simply left town. The date of his disappearance: October 12th. Last night I saw the pale man again. This time he was on the roof. The building's almost finished now, just interior work left. He stood at the very edge, waving, but this time he pointed down instead of up. Down at a specific spot near the building's foundation. I've written all this down because I'm going to that spot tonight. I've got a shovel in my car. The night watchman changes shifts at 2 a.m. There's a 15-minute gap in coverage. That should be enough time to start digging. Maybe I'll find nothing. Maybe I'm crazy seeing things that aren't there. But I have to know. Because every time I close my eyes, I see that wave. That desperate, jerky wave of a man trying to tell someone, anyone, what happened to him. If I don't come back, show this to the police. Tell them to dig. Tell them to look for a yellow hard hat and an orange vest that's too clean, too new. Tell them to look for the man who tried to warn people about the warehouse, who disappeared on October 12, 1974. Tell them to look for the worker who's still trying to be found. I have to go now. It's almost 2 a.m. The shovel feels heavy in my hands, but not as heavy as the truth I might uncover. I've never told anyone this story before. Not my wife, not my therapist, not even my closest friends. But it's been eating at me for 15 years now, and I need to get it out. Maybe then I'll stop having the dreams. Maybe then I'll stop hearing that voice when I'm alone at night. I was 23 when it happened. My friends and I went camping at Lake Morrison State Park in northern Michigan. There were 4 of us: me, Dan, Mike, and Steve. We'd been going there since high school, always to the same remote campsite about 2 miles off the main trail. It was our thing, our annual escape from real life. That year we arrived on a Friday afternoon in late September. The air was crisp, leaves crunching under our boots as we hiked in. We set up our tents in the small clearing, got the fire going, and spent the evening drinking beer and telling the same old stories we always did. Normal stuff. Steve burned the hot dogs like he always did. Mike complained about his job. Dan fell asleep in his camp chair. Around midnight, everyone turned in. I stayed up to bank the fire and have one last beer. The woods were dead quiet except for the occasional pop from the dying embers. No wind, no crickets. Just silence. That's when I heard it. James. Just my name, whispered so softly I almost missed it. It came from the trees behind my tent, maybe 50 feet into the darkness. I froze, beer halfway to my mouth. My first thought was one of the guys was messing with me, but I could hear Dan snoring from his tent. Through the mesh windows of the other tents, I saw Mike's headlamp moving as he read his book, and Steve was clearly passed out, arm hanging out his tent door. James. There it was again. A woman's voice, soft, gentle, almost pleasant, if it hadn't been coming from pitch darkness in the middle of nowhere. My heart started hammering against my ribs. I clicked on my flashlight and swept the beam across the tree line. Nothing but black trunks and shadows. The light didn't penetrate more than 20 feet into the forest. James, Come here. My hand started shaking. The voice was closer now, maybe 30 feet away. I could hear leaves crunching like something was moving toward the clearing. But my flashlight beam showed nothing. I stood up, nearly knocking over my chair. The crunching stopped. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. I've been waiting for you, James. 20 feet away now. The voice was still soft, still gentle, but there was something wrong about it. Something that made my skin crawl. It sounded almost like someone trying to imitate a woman's voice but not quite getting it right. I backed toward Dan's tent. Dan, I whispered. Dan, wake up. He kept snoring. I reached for the tent zipper. Don't wake them, James. This is just for you. 10 feet away. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. For a split second, I thought I saw something. A pale shape, about human height, moving between two trees. But it was gone before I could focus on it. I dove into Dan's tent and shook him hard. Dan, wake up. He groaned and rolled over. What the hell, man? There's someone out there. You're drunk. Go to sleep. I'm serious. Listen. We sat in silence for what felt like hours but was probably only a minute. Nothing. No voice, no footsteps. Just the normal sounds of the forest at night. Dan shoved me toward the tent door. You're hearing things. Get some sleep. I crawled out of his tent, feeling stupid. Maybe I was drunk. Maybe it was just my imagination. I walked back to the fire pit, grabbed my beer, and headed for my own tent. That's when I saw it. In the dirt next to my tent were footprints. They looked almost human, but too long, too narrow. The toes were wrong, too spread out like fingers. They led from the forest to where I'd been sitting, then disappeared back into the trees. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my tent with my flashlight and my pocket knife listening. The voice didn't come back, but twice I heard something moving around the campsite. Heavy footsteps, deliberately slow, circling our tents. When the sun finally came up, I was a wreck. The others gave me shit about looking hungover, but I didn't tell them what happened. The footprints were gone, filled in with fresh dirt like they'd never been there. We packed up and hiked out that afternoon. I told them I wasn't feeling well, and nobody argued about cutting the trip short. As we walked back to the cars, I felt eyes on me the entire time. Every time I looked over my shoulder, the trail behind us was empty. I didn't go camping again for 5 years. The others kept up the tradition, but I always had an excuse. Work, family obligations, whatever it took to avoid those woods. Then Dan got married, and he wanted to do one last camping trip before the wedding. Just like old times, he said. I couldn't say no without explaining why, and I still couldn't bring myself to tell them what happened. They'd think I was crazy. So I went. Same campsite, same routine. But this time I made sure to bring sleeping pills. That night, after everyone went to bed, I took 2 pills and zipped myself into my tent. I was almost asleep when I heard it. I missed you, James. My body went cold. The voice was right outside my tent. 5 years is a long time to wait. Something pressed against the tent wall. A hand, but the fingers were too long. The joints bent wrong. The fabric dimpled inward, tracing the shape of those impossible fingers. I couldn't move. The sleeping pills had made my body heavy, my thoughts slow. All I could do was lie there and watch as those fingers moved across the tent wall, inches from my face. Next time, James. Next time you'll come with me. The hand withdrew. I heard footsteps moving away, then silence. In the morning there were 5 long tears in the tent wall, but only on the inside. The outer layer was untouched. Nobody else saw them. When I showed Mike, the tears were gone, the fabric perfect and unmarked. That was 10 years ago. I haven't been back to Lake Morrison since then, but I dream about it almost every week. In the dreams, I'm sitting by the fire and I hear the voice. But in the dreams, I always get up. I always follow it into the trees. I always want to see what happens next. But I wake up before I do. Last week, Dan called. He's planning a reunion camping trip. For old time's sake, he said. Same spot. You have to come. We're not taking no for an answer this time. I haven't given him an answer yet, but last night as I was falling asleep, I heard it. Just a whisper, so faint I almost convinced myself I imagined it. It's time, James. My name is on the camping permit for next weekend. The spot is reserved. My old tent is clean and patched. My sleeping bag is rolled up by the door. I still don't know if I'm going. But sometimes late at night I find myself wondering, what would happen if I went? What would happen if, this time, when I heard the voice, I answered? What would happen if I followed it into the trees? Part of me hopes I never find out, but a bigger part of me knows I will. Because after 15 years, I finally understand something. It wasn't trying to lure me into the forest that first night. It was inviting me home. I'm writing this down now because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening. If you're reading this, and I've gone missing up at Lake Morrison, don't bother looking for me. Don't bother with search parties or rescue dogs or any of that. Just listen for a voice in the trees. A man's voice now, not a woman's. And if you hear it calling your name, do what I should have done 15 years ago. Run. The cops didn't believe me when I told them about the woman in the window. They checked the house and found nothing but dust and empty rooms. I know what I saw. I know she waved at me. And I know why that house has been empty for 7 years. I work late shifts at Joe's Auto Body on Madison Street. Every night at 11:30, I walk home down Oak Avenue. It's a quiet neighborhood. Old houses, tall trees, not much traffic. The kind of place where nothing ever happens. Until it does. I first noticed the light 6 months ago. Third floor window of the old Victorian at 247 Oak. Yellow glow like from a desk lamp. Same time every night. At first I didn't think much of it. Just another porch light or maybe someone working late. Then I started seeing the shadow. A woman's figure always standing in the same spot. Perfectly still. Just watching the street. I figured it was probably someone with insomnia or a night owl who liked looking out at the quiet street. 2 weeks ago, everything changed. I was walking home like usual, hands in my pockets against the October chill. The light was on in the window, like always. The shadow was there too. But this time, something felt different. I stopped on the sidewalk and looked up. The shadow moved. Not the usual slight movements you might see from someone shifting their weight. This was deliberate. The figure raised its arm and waved. Slow. Purposeful. Like it had been waiting for me to notice. My stomach dropped. Sweat broke out on my forehead despite the cold. I stood there frozen, staring up at the window. The figure waved again. Then it pressed its hand against the glass. I ran the rest of the way home. Didn't sleep that night. Kept seeing that hand pressed against the window. The next morning I went back. The house looked different in daylight. Paint peeling off the Victorian trim. Overgrown yard, windows dirty and dark. No sign anyone had been there in years. I knocked on the neighbor's door. Mrs. Peterson answered, a tiny woman in her 70s who'd lived on the street for decades. That house, she said when I asked. Been empty since the Williams family moved out. 7 years now, must be. But I saw someone in the window last night, I said. A woman. Mrs. Peterson's face changed. You saw her too? She invited me in for coffee. Her living room was cluttered with family photos and ceramic cats. She sat me down on a worn floral couch and told me about Sarah Williams. Lovely family, the Williams. Tom was a lawyer. Sarah stayed home with their daughter Emma. Such a sweet girl. Used to sell Girl Scout cookies door to door. Mrs. Peterson's hand shook as she poured the coffee. What happened to them? Car accident. Tom and Emma were killed instantly. Sarah, she couldn't handle it. Spent all her time in Emma's room on the 3rd floor just staring out the window. Waiting for them to come home, I think. Mrs. Peterson paused. She killed herself up there, hanging. The realtor found her when he came to show the house. I felt sick. When was this? 7 years ago next month. House has been empty ever since. No one will buy it, knowing what happened. I called in sick to work that night. Couldn't face walking past that house in the dark. But the next night, I had to go back. Had to know. The light was on. The figure stood at the window. This time, I stopped directly across the street. My hands were shaking so bad I had to stuff them in my pockets. "Sarah?" I called out. My voice sounded thin in the empty street. The figure moved, both hands pressed against the glass now. I could almost make out features through the dirty window. Long hair, a pale face. Then the light went out. I crossed the street. The front door was locked, but the back door's lock was old and loose. One hard shove with my shoulder and it gave way. The house smelled of dust and decay. My flashlight beam showed cobwebs in the corners, dead leaves on the floor. No footprints in the dust except mine. I climbed the stairs. They creaked under my weight. Second floor, empty rooms with sheets covering the furniture. More dust, more cobwebs. No sign anyone had been here in years. Third floor, one door at the end of the hall. Pink letters spelled out Emma in peeling paint. My hand shook as I turned the knob. The door swung open with a long creak. A girl's bedroom, frozen in time. Stuffed animals on the bed. Posters of horses on the walls. A desk by the window with a lamp. The lamp was on. I stepped into the room. The light cast my shadow on the wall. A dark figure standing exactly where I'd seen the woman night after night. Movement caught my eye. A flutter of curtains by the window. But there was no breeze. The temperature dropped. My breath came out in white clouds. The lamp flickered. Something touched my shoulder. Cold fingers. I spun around. A woman stood there. Long dark hair, pale face. Sad eyes. She wore a flowered dress, but I could see the wall through her body. "You came," she said. Her voice was like wind through dead leaves. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. She reached for me with translucent hands. "I've been so lonely," she whispered. "No one stops anymore. No one looks up. But you did." "I'm sorry," I stammered. "About your family." Her face changed. The sadness turned to something else, something hungry. "They're waiting for me," she said. "Down there." She pointed to the street below. "I see them every night. Tom and Emma standing on the sidewalk waving for me to join them. But I can't leave this room. Not alone." She moved closer. The cold was unbearable now. Ice crystals formed on my eyelashes. "Help me," she said. "Help me join them." Her hands locked around my wrists, strong, real. She pulled me toward the window. "Just a step," she whispered. "That's all it takes. We can go together." I saw them then, through the glass. A man and a little girl standing on the sidewalk looking up, both pale, both transparent, both waving. Her grip tightened. The window swung open. I ripped free, stumbled backward, ran for the door. Her scream followed me down the stairs. A sound of rage and despair that shook the whole house. I didn't stop running until I reached home. Locked every door and window. Sat up all night with all the lights on. The next day, I quit my job at the auto shop. Found new work across town. Moved to a different neighborhood. But sometimes when I can't sleep, I think about that house on Oak Avenue. About the light that still burns in the window every night. About Sarah Williams, standing there, watching, waiting. And I wonder how many others have seen her wave. How many have stopped to look up? How many have gone inside? How many have helped her take that final step? I drive past the house sometimes during the day. It's still empty, still falling apart. But every night that light burns in the third floor window. And sometimes if you look carefully, you might see 3 figures on the sidewalk. A man, a woman, and a little girl. All pale, all transparent, all waving to passing strangers, waiting for someone else to stop and look up. I don't walk at night anymore. I keep my blinds closed after dark. And if I ever see a light in a window, a shadow that seems to wave, I keep walking. I don't look up. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Some lights should stay undisturbed, and some waves should go unanswered. The house at 247 Oak Avenue is still there. The light still burns. Sarah still waits, but she'll have to wait alone. I won't be going back. Not ever. Even though sometimes late at night I hear knocking at my window, see a pale face peering in, feel cold fingers on my shoulder. She followed me home that night, and now she won't leave. She's still waiting, still watching, still waving. And one of these nights, I might wave back. The buzzing of my phone jolted me awake at 3:17 a.m. The screen lit up my dark bedroom with a harsh blue glow. A missed call notification showed a number I didn't recognize, 5535-0193. I stared at it for a few seconds, my heart racing from the sudden wake-up. No voicemail, no text. Just a missed call in the middle of the night. I put the phone back on my nightstand and tried to go back to sleep. The red numbers on my alarm clock blinked steadily. Minutes passed. My mind kept circling back to that call. Who would call at this hour? Wrong number, probably, but something about it bothered me. I got up at 7 a.m. after a restless night. The missed call notification was still there when I checked my phone over breakfast, black coffee and cold toast. I couldn't shake the nagging feeling about it. The number looked familiar somehow, like I should know it. At 9:30 a.m., sitting at my desk at work, I still couldn't focus. The spreadsheet on my computer screen blurred as I kept glancing at my phone. Finally, I picked it up and hit redial. It rang 3 times, then a click. Hello? The voice hit me like a punch to the gut. Deep, gravelly, and unmistakably familiar, but I couldn't place it. Hi, I got a missed call from this number last night, I said. A long pause. Static crackled on the line. David. The voice said my name. Not a question, a statement. Why aren't you here yet? My mouth went dry. I never told him my name. Who is this? My voice cracked. You know who this is, we're waiting. You should have been here by now. I hung up. My hands shook as I set the phone down. Sweat beaded on my forehead. The office suddenly felt too warm, too cramped. My coworker Sarah looked over from her desk. You okay? You look pale. I nodded, not trusting my voice. The phone sat on my desk like a live wire. After 5 minutes of staring at it, I picked it up again, hit redial, had to know. We're sorry, but the number you are trying to reach is not in service. Please check the number and try again. I pulled up the call history. The number was there, both the missed call from last night and my call from minutes ago. I tried again. We're sorry, but the number you are trying to reach is not in service. I called the phone company during my lunch break. Spent 40 minutes getting transferred between departments. I'm looking into a number that called me, 555-0193. I told the 5th customer service rep. One moment while I check that. Sir, that number isn't currently assigned to any customer in our system. Are you sure you have it right? Yes, I have the calls right here in my history. One at 3:17 a.m. and another at 9:36 a.m. today. I understand, sir, but that number doesn't exist in our records. It's not a valid number in our system. I thanked her and hung up. Sat at my desk the rest of the day, unable to focus. The voice kept echoing in my head. You know who this is. We're waiting. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time my phone buzzed with a text or notification, I jumped. At 3:17 a.m. I was still awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting. The phone stayed silent. The next day at work I tried the number again. Same recording about it not being in service. I wrote the number down on a sticky note and stuck it to my monitor. Something about those digits nagged at my memory. I spent my lunch break Googling the number. Nothing came up. I tried reverse lookup services. No results. The number didn't exist according to every database I could find. That night I dug through old papers in my home office. Phone bills, contacts lists, anything that might jog my memory about why the number seemed familiar. Nothing. At 11 p.m., my landline rang. I never use it. Kept it mainly for emergencies. The caller ID showed unknown number. My hand hovered over the receiver. On the fourth ring, I picked up. Hello? David. That same deep voice. Time's running out. Who are you? What do you want? You know where to go, room 193, like always. The line went dead. Room 193. The number struck me like lightning. Memories flooded back, memories I'd buried years ago. July 1993. I was 16. My father had been sick for months. Cancer. That last night at the hospital, the nurse had called from room 193. You should come now, she'd said. He doesn't have much time. But I didn't go, couldn't face it. Stayed home instead, told myself I'd visit in the morning. He died at 3:17 a.m. The next day at work, I pulled up the hospital's website, found their directory. Room 193 was still there, still part of the oncology ward. That night, I drove to the hospital. Parked in the familiar visitor's lot. The building loomed against the dark sky, most windows dark except for a scattered few. One light burned on the first floor, room 193. My key card from all those years ago still hung on my keychain. I'd never been able to throw it out. The card reader beeped green when I swiped it. The oncology ward was quiet at this hour. My footsteps echoed on the linoleum. Room 193's door stood halfway open, warm light spilling into the hallway. I stopped in the doorway. The room looked exactly the same. Same mint green walls, same window overlooking the parking lot, same chair where I used to sit during visits. The bed was empty, sheets pulled tight and smooth. Hello? My voice shook. No answer. I stepped inside. The monitoring equipment was dark and silent, no signs of recent use. The whiteboard still had Patient Robert Wilson written in faded dry erase marker. My father's name. My phone buzzed in my pocket. The screen showed that number again, 555-0193. I answered. I'm here, I said. Finally. The voice was clearer now, closer. Turn around, son. I did. The room was empty. My phone showed call ended. When I tried to redial, the number was gone from my call history, like it never existed. I sank into the chair by the empty bed, sat there until sunrise, waiting for a call that never came. The next night at 3:17 a.m., my phone stayed silent, and every night after. But sometimes when I drive past the hospital, I look up at room 193's window. Some nights it's dark, some nights there's a light on, and some nights, if I look closely, I swear I see a figure standing there, holding what looks like a phone to its ear. I keep my old hospital key card, keep that sticky note with the number written on it, keep thinking maybe someday the phone will ring again. Maybe this time I'll be ready. Maybe this time I'll know what to say. But deep down I know the truth. That call came 25 years too late. Some missed calls you can never return. Some waiting rooms stay empty forever. Some conversations remain unfinished. Every year on the anniversary of that night, I sit by my phone at 3:17 a.m., just in case. The number never appears again. The voice never calls. But I remember what it said. Time's running out. It was right. Time ran out long ago in a hospital room I was too afraid to enter. Now all I have is a number that doesn't exist, a voice I'll never hear again, and the endless quiet of a phone that doesn't ring. Sometimes late at night I find myself punching in those numbers, 5555-0193. Always get the same recording. We're sorry, but the number you're trying to reach is not in service. I've memorized every word of that automated message. It's become a kind of ritual. Dial, listen, hang up, repeat. Each time hoping for something different. Each time knowing it won't change. The hospital renovated the oncology ward last year. Room 193 doesn't exist anymore. They renumbered everything, put in new floors, painted over those mint green walls. But in my mind, it's still there, still waiting. Just like that voice on the phone said, we're waiting. I keep thinking about that first missed call. If I'd answered at 3:17 a.m. instead of letting it go to voicemail. If I'd been braver that night at 16. If I'd gone to room 193 when the nurse called. If. But you can't return a call to the past. Can't reach through time and change what's already happened. All you can do is listen to the dial tone, hear the familiar recording, and wonder about the conversations that might have been. The phone company still insists the number never existed. My call history shows otherwise. Reality and memory blur like static on a bad connection. In the end, maybe it doesn't matter if the number was real. The voice was real enough. The room was real. The waiting was real. Some nights I dream about that hospital corridor, about walking toward room 193, phone in hand. In the dreams, I always answer when it rings. But I always wake up before I hear what the voice has to say. The sticky note with the number is still on my monitor at work. The ink has faded, but I know those digits by heart now. 55550193. A number that doesn't exist. A call that never came. A conversation forever unfinished. Time's running out. Always has been. Always will be. But still I wait. Still I listen. Still I remember that voice asking, "Why aren't you here yet?" And I have no answer. Never did. Never will. The rain started at 10 p.m. I wasn't supposed to work tonight. Johnson called in sick at the last minute, so here I am, stuck on the graveyard shift at Riverside Parking. 3 underground levels of concrete and fluorescent lights. I've done this job for 6 years. Nothing ever happens here. Tonight was different. The security office sits above ground level. 6 monitors show feeds from the cameras mounted throughout the garage. The night shift is easy. Watch the screens, do hourly walkthroughs, fill out the log. Most nights I read or play games on my phone between rounds. The rain drums against the windows. Water trickles down from somewhere in the ceiling, dripping into a bucket in the corner. Plunk, plunk, plunk. The sound gets on my nerves after a while. I check my watch. 1:15 a.m. Time for another walkthrough. I glance at the monitors before heading down. Level 1 is half full, mostly monthly permit holders who leave their cars overnight. Level 2 is nearly empty. Level 3 has just 3 cars scattered across the far end. Standard for a Tuesday night. Something moves on monitor 3. I lean closer to the screen. A dark shape slides between 2 cars on level 2. My hand freezes on the desk. The shape is gone as quickly as it appeared. Could be a glitch in the feed. These cameras are old. I rewind the footage. There, at 1:16:42. The shape passes from left to right, staying low to the ground. Too fast to make out any details. Too dark to be a person. Too solid to be a shadow cast by headlights. My throat feels tight. I grab my flashlight and radio. The weight of them in my hands is reassuring. Standard procedure is to investigate any unusual activity. I've done this hundreds of times. Usually just teenagers trying to sneak in or homeless people looking for shelter. This feels different. The stairwell door clangs shut behind me. My footsteps echo off concrete walls. The emergency lights cast a sickly green glow. Level 1 is quiet. A few puddles have formed where water seeps through the ceiling. The air smells like wet asphalt and exhaust. Level 2 is darker. Half the fluorescent tubes are burnt out. Shadows pool in the corners. I sweep my flashlight beam across empty parking spaces. Nothing moves. The ventilation system hums. Water drips somewhere in the distance. My radio crackles. Static. I adjust the volume. More static than silence. Probably interference from the concrete walls. This happens sometimes during storms. I check between each car, marking off sections in my head. Row A clear, row B clear. My palms are sweaty on the flashlight grip. Row C clear. The beam catches something at the end of row D. A puddle of water reflects the light back at me. Nothing else. The temperature seems to drop with each step deeper into the garage. My breath fogs in front of my face. That's not normal for August, even underground. Goosebumps rise on my arms. A sound behind me, like something sliding across concrete. I spin around. The flashlight beam cuts through empty air. My heart pounds against my ribs. Sweat runs down my back despite the cold. "Security," I call out. "Anyone here?" My voice sounds thin and weak. The garage swallows it up. Another sound, closer now. A soft scraping, like rubber soles on pavement. Or something else dragging itself along the floor. I turn again, slower this time. Nothing but shadows between the support columns. My radio erupts in a burst of static. I nearly drop it. Through the white noise, I hear something that might be words, might be breathing, might be neither. To hell with this. I'm going back upstairs to call for backup. I walk quickly toward the stairwell, forcing myself not to run. The flashlight beam bounces with each step. Shadows leap and dance on the walls. The stairwell door seems farther away than before. My footsteps sound wrong, like there's an echo just slightly out of sync, like something following just a few steps behind. Don't look back. Don't run. Almost there. I reach for the door handle. The metal is ice cold against my palm. Behind me, the scraping sound gets louder. Closer. My fingers fumble with the handle. The door opens with a metallic shriek. I take the stairs 2 at a time. The echo of footsteps continues behind me. Not quite matching my pace, not quite human. I burst through the door into the security office, slam it shut, lock it. For a long moment, I just stand there breathing hard. Sweat soaks through my uniform shirt. My hands shake as I set down the flashlight and radio. The monitors show empty parking spaces. No movement, no shadows. Just concrete and cars and flickering fluorescent lights. I drop into my chair, legs weak with relief. Movement on monitor 4 catches my eye. The same dark shape from before. It's in the stairwell now. Closer to the camera, closer to me. The image isn't clear, but I can make out more details. It's roughly human-sized, but the proportions are wrong. Too tall, too thin. The edges blur and shift like smoke. But the center is solid darkness. Darker than any shadow should be. It moves in a way that hurts my eyes to watch. Like each frame of motion skips and jerks. The shape reaches the top of the stairs. Stops. Turns toward the camera. The screen fills with static for a second. When it clears, the shape is gone. My phone is in my hand before I consciously reach for it. No signal. The screen shows only a spinning circle where the bars should be. I try the landline on the desk. Dead silence. Not even a dial tone. The rain pounds harder against the windows. Water runs down the glass in sheets, distorting the view of the empty parking lot outside. The bucket in the corner overflows. The dripping sounds different now. Heavier, more deliberate. Plunk. 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 I don't want to turn around. My body moves anyway, rotating the chair slowly toward the corner. The bucket is full of something too dark to be water, too thick. It drips from the ceiling in fat black drops. The fluorescent lights flicker once, twice, then go out. Emergency lights kick on, bathing the room in that sickly green glow. The monitors stay dark. In the reflection of the black screens, I see it. The shape stands in the corner where the bucket was. Taller now. The edges still smoke and blur, but I can see what might be a face. What might be eyes. What might be a mouth opening wider than any mouth should. My body won't move. Can't move. The air feels thick, like trying to breathe underwater. The shape slides forward. No footsteps. No sound except the rain and my heartbeat and that wet dripping. Plunk. 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 It reaches for me with something that might be a hand. Fingers too long, too many joints. The emergency lights flicker. In that stuttering green glow, I see what it really looks like. What it really is. I scream. The sound tears out of my throat, raw and animal. The shape lunges forward. The lights go out completely. They found me the next morning when the day shift arrived. I was curled under the desk, clothes soaked with sweat, voice gone from screaming. The security footage showed nothing, just empty halls and static. The bucket in the corner was bone dry. I quit that day. Found a new job working days at a warehouse across town. I don't do night shifts anymore. Can't handle being alone in the dark. Sometimes when it rains, I think I hear that dripping sound. Plunk, plunk, plunk. I don't look in the corners of rooms anymore. Don't check reflections in dark windows or screens. Don't want to see what might be looking back, but I know it's still out there. Still hunting. Still hungry. And sometimes late at night when the rain drums against my windows, I wonder if it followed me home. I never should have taken that security job at the old Riverside Medical Center. The pay was good, $20 an hour for night shifts watching an empty building. But money isn't worth what happened to me in there. What's still happening to me. The first night seemed normal enough. I walked the dark halls with my flashlight, checking doors and windows. The place had been closed for 2 years after the new hospital opened across town. Most of the equipment was gone, leaving behind empty rooms with bare walls and scattered debris. Paint peeled in long strips from the ceiling. The linoleum floors were dusty and cracked. I settled into the routine quickly. Start at the ground floor at 11 p.m., work my way up through all 4 levels, then back down again. Repeat until 7 a.m. The building creaked and groaned, but that's normal for old structures. I didn't mind the quiet. After working retail for 5 years, quiet was a nice change. Things changed on my 4th night. I was doing my 3 a.m. round when I heard it, a whisper coming from room 237 on the 2nd floor. The sound was faint, like rustling leaves. I stopped and listened. The whisper came again, clearer this time. It sounded like multiple voices speaking in unison, too quiet to make out the words. I shined my flashlight through the doorway. The beam cut through empty darkness. Just another vacant patient room, stripped bed frame, bare walls, closed bathroom door. I stepped inside, sweeping the light across every corner. Nothing moved. The whispers stopped. My heart was pounding as I checked the bathroom. Empty. I even looked under the bed frame, feeling stupid as I did it. The room was completely empty. I chalked it up to pipes or ventilation and finished my rounds. The next night, I heard the whispers again. Same room, same time. They were louder now, still unintelligible but definitely human voices. Multiple voices speaking together in hushed tones. I stood in the doorway, frozen. The sound seemed to be coming from the center of the room, but there was nothing there. "Hello?" I called out. "This is security. Anyone in here?" The whispers stopped instantly. I did a thorough search of the room again. Nothing. This continued for several nights. Each time I passed room 237, the whispers would start. Each night they got a little louder, a little clearer. I started dreading that part of my rounds. My palms would get sweaty as I approached the 2nd floor. Sometimes I'd skip that section entirely, taking the stairs to the 3rd floor instead. Then came the night when I heard my name. I was walking past 237, keeping my eyes straight ahead, when the whisper started up. But this time, mixed in with the indistinct murmuring, I clearly heard, "David." I stopped cold. The whispers continued, growing louder. Now I could make out more words. "David, come in. David, we're waiting." My hands shook as I pointed the flashlight beam into the room. The voices seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Multiple whispers overlapping, all saying my name, all calling me to enter. I backed away and practically ran to the stairs. I called my supervisor and made up an excuse about feeling sick. I went home early that night. I almost quit right then, but I needed the money and I felt stupid being scared of what was probably just my imagination. I went back the next night, telling myself I'd just avoid the 2nd floor entirely. That didn't work. The whispers started reaching me even from the floor below. I'd be walking the 1st floor hallway and hear them drifting down from above. Dozens of voices calling my name, begging me to come upstairs. I started wearing earbuds and playing music during my shifts. That helped for a few nights. Then the whispers somehow cut through the music, becoming clearer and more insistent. The voices started following me throughout the building. They knew things about me. My full name, where I lived, my mother's name. Things from my childhood that no one else could know. David Michael Reynolds. Remember when you broke your arm at age 8? Remember the day your dog died? Remember the girl in high school? Come to us, David. Join us, David. I couldn't quit. I had bills to pay and rent due. I started taking anxiety medication before shifts. I drank energy drinks to stay alert. I only slept a few hours a day, plagued by nightmares of whispering voices. Last night, everything changed. I was doing my 3 a.m. round, music blaring in my earbuds when the power went out. The emergency lights didn't kick in. I was plunged into total darkness except for my flashlight beam. The whispers started immediately, louder than ever before, coming from every direction. Hundreds of voices calling my name, telling me to come to room 237. My flashlight beam started flickering. I ran for the stairs but got turned around in the darkness. Somehow I ended up in front of room 237. The whispers were deafening now. My flashlight died completely. In the pitch blackness, I felt cold hands grab my arms. Dozens of ice-cold fingers gripped me, pulling me forward. I screamed and fought, but there were too many. They dragged me into the room. The door slammed shut behind me. In the darkness, I felt bodies pressing in around me. Cold, silent forms pushing closer and closer. The whispers filled my head, drowning out my own thoughts. You're home now, David. You're one of us now, David. Stay with us, David. I don't remember what happened next. I woke up on the floor of room 237 when my replacement arrived for the morning shift. He found me curled up in the corner, shivering and mumbling to myself. I quit that morning, but it doesn't matter. The whispers followed me home. They're with me all the time now, getting louder each day. They whisper to me when I'm alone. They whisper in my dreams. They tell me I belong to them now. They say I'll be back soon. And they're right. I can feel it. The pull getting stronger. Every day it gets harder to resist returning to room 237. My body aches to go back. The whispers promise the pain will stop if I just come home to them. I'm writing this as a warning. If you're offered a job at Riverside Medical Center, don't take it. No matter how good the money is, the whispers are waiting there. They're always waiting, always watching, always hungry for new voices to join their chorus. I have to go now. The whispers are getting louder. They're calling me back to room 237. And this time, I don't think I can resist them anymore. They're right. I do belong with them. We all do eventually. Listen closely. Can you hear them? They're calling your name too. A warm bus seat shouldn't scare anyone. That's what I kept telling myself on my way home that night. But I couldn't shake what happened. I still can't. The doctors say writing it down might help. So here it is. Everything that happened at the garage that night. Just the facts. I've worked the night shift at City Transit for 6 years. My job is simple. I check the buses when they come back, make sure they're empty, log any lost items, and get them ready for the morning crew. Nothing exciting ever happens. Until 3 weeks ago. It was Tuesday, October 12th. The digital clock on the garage wall showed 11:42 p.m. when bus 247 pulled in. Jerry, the driver, waved goodbye like always. He never checks the bus himself. That's my job. I waited for the engine noise to die down. The cooling metal made those usual ticking sounds. The garage lights buzzed overhead. Everything normal. I grabbed my flashlight and clipboard, walked to the front door, and climbed aboard. Standard procedure, walk to the back, checking every row. Look for sleeping passengers, abandoned bags, anything out of place. I'd done this thousands of times. The rubber floor squeaked under my work boots. The emergency lights cast their dim glow. Halfway down the aisle, I heard it. A soft sound like fabric moving against fabric. It came from the back. I stopped, shined my light toward the rear seats. That's when I saw the figure. Someone sat in the last row. right side. Just a dark shape against the window. My flashlight beam caught what looked like the back of a head, dark hair, maybe a coat collar. "Bus is closed," I called out. No response. I took a step closer. "Sir, ma'am, you need to exit the vehicle." Nothing, not even a twitch. My heart started beating faster. Sweat formed on my palms, making the flashlight slippery. I thought about calling security, but they'd just tell me to handle it. That's the job. 5 rows away now. "This is your last warning. I'm approaching and you need to leave." 4 rows. 3. The figure remained perfectly still. No breathing movement, no shifting. Just that dark shape against the window. 2 rows away, my flashlight caught something strange. The edges of the figure looked wrong. Fuzzy, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. 1 row left. My hands shook. The beam of light danced across the back seat. Empty. I blinked hard, looked again. The seat was completely empty, but something else wasn't right. I reached out, touched the vinyl seat cover. Warm. Not just warm. Hot. Like someone had been sitting there for hours. My fingers jerked back. The warmth wasn't natural. Bus seats cool down fast. We were in October, nights got cold. This felt like body heat, but stronger. Wrong. I stumbled backward, nearly fell. My flashlight beam swept across the windows, the ceiling, the other seats. All empty. The bus felt different now. Heavier. The air seemed thick. I ran, didn't even try to hide it. Just turned and sprinted down the aisle, my boots hammered against the floor. The front door seemed miles away. I burst out into the garage, gasping. Other buses sat in their lanes, dark and quiet. The fluorescent lights hummed. Everything looked normal, but I couldn't go back in, not alone. I called Mike, the night security guard. My voice shook when I explained. He didn't laugh. "Mike's worked here 20 years. He's seen things too." We went back together. Mike had his hand on his pepper spray. Stupid against whatever this was, but it made us feel better. The bus looked ordinary now. We checked every seat. The back row had cooled to normal temperature. No sign anyone or anything had been there. I filed my report. Bus 247 cleared, no incidents. What else could I write? Nobody believes ghost stories, but it wasn't over. The next night, Bus 247 came in at the same time. I almost called in sick, but I needed the job. Everything seemed normal at first. Same procedure, same squeaky floor, same emergency lights. Halfway down the aisle, my flashlight caught movement in the back. My throat closed up. The figure sat in the exact same spot. Dark shape, no features, edges blurring like a mirage. This time I didn't say anything, didn't move closer, just watched. It disappeared between one blink and the next. Gone. The seat glowed with that unnatural heat again. This happened 5 more times that week. Always bus 247. Always the last row, right side. Always the same figure that vanished when I got close, leaving that haunting warmth behind. I started documenting everything. Times, temperatures, weather conditions. The seat always measured 98. 7 degrees Fahrenheit right after the figure disappeared. Exactly human body temperature. The heat lingered for exactly 7 minutes and 13 seconds each time before cooling to normal. I searched through old records. Bus 247's history showed nothing unusual. No accidents, no deaths, no missing persons last seen boarding it. But something else caught my attention. The driver, Jerry? He'd been assigned to this route for exactly 3 weeks, right when it all started. I waited for him the next night. "Hey, Jerry. Any weird experiences on your route lately?" He stiffened. Wouldn't meet my eyes. "Like what? Like someone sitting in the back who disappears?" His face went pale. "You've seen it too?" We talked for hours. Jerry had noticed it first. 3 weeks ago, a passenger got on at the Miller Street stop, paid the fare, walked to the back. Jerry didn't get a good look at their face. End of the line. The passenger hadn't gotten off. Jerry called back to them, got no response. When he turned around in his seat to look, the figure vanished. But the seat stayed warm. Every night since then, same thing. Same stop, same seat, same disappearance. We decided to investigate. The next night, I rode along on Jerry's route. We hit Miller Street at 10:47 p.m. The stop was empty, no one waiting. But the bus doors opened on their own. Footsteps sounded on the stairs, heavy ones. The fare box chimed, registering payment, but no one was there. We watched in the rearview mirror as the back seat cushion compressed, like someone sitting down, but nothing visible. 7 minutes later, the impression vanished. The seat radiated that familiar heat. We repeated this experiment for a week. Same results every time. We took videos, but nothing showed up on camera. Just an empty seat that got hot for no reason. I couldn't sleep anymore. Spent my days researching similar cases. Found nothing exact, but lots of stories about ghost passengers on public transport. Most people treated them like urban legends. Then Jerry didn't show up for his shift. Called in sick. The replacement driver reported no incidents. Next day, same thing. Third day, we got the news. Jerry had died in his sleep. Heart attack, they said. He was only 42. That night, bus 247 pulled in with its replacement driver. I almost didn't check it, but I had to know. The figure sat in the back, same as always. But something had changed. Now I could see a face in the darkness. Jerry's face. He smiled at me. A sad smile, then faded away. The seat felt warm when I touched it. One last time. Bus 247 never showed another ghost passenger after that. The replacement driver never reported anything strange. Life went back to normal, or what passes for normal when you know what I know. I still work the night shift. Still check every bus, every seat. But now I pay special attention to the warm ones. Sometimes a seat being warm just means someone sat there recently. Natural body heat that fades quickly. Normal. But sometimes that heat lingers longer than it should. And on those nights, I remember Jerry, and the figure that rode his bus, and all the things we don't understand about this world. I've never told this story before now. Didn't want to sound crazy, but it happened. Every word is true. I have the temperature readings to prove it, for whatever that's worth. The doctors say writing it down will help me process everything. Maybe they're right, but that's not why I'm sharing it. I'm sharing it because last night, on bus 186, I felt that familiar warmth again. Different bus, different seat, but the same impossible heat. I didn't look for a figure this time. Didn't need to. Just filed my report. Bus cleared. No incidents. But I'm watching the driver of bus 186 now, making sure they stay healthy, making sure they stay alive. Because whatever rides our buses after midnight, whatever leaves those warm seats behind, I don't think it's finished. And I don't think Jerry was its first passenger, or its last. I first saw him on October 12th. The date sticks because it was my birthday, and I was walking home late from drinks with coworkers. The old Victorian house stood like it always did on Cedar Street, dark windows covered with weathered boards. But something was different that night. Movement caught my eye. A shape in the upstairs window, barely visible through a gap in the planks. I stopped walking. A man stood there, completely still, staring down at me. Just watching. The streetlight didn't reach up that high, but I could make out his outline. Tall, thin, motionless. My skin prickled. He didn't move or try to hide when I spotted him. He just kept staring. I hurried past, my footsteps echoing on the empty sidewalk. That house had been abandoned for years. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that. The bank foreclosed on it back in 2019, and it had been empty ever since. Teenagers sometimes broke in to drink or spray paint the walls, but the police always chased them out. The next morning, I told myself I'd imagined it. Too many birthday beers. But as I walked to work, I looked up at that window again. He was there. Same position, same stillness. Just watching the street below. My heart started pounding. I crossed to the other side of the street and picked up my pace. The whole time I felt his eyes following me. That night after work, I drove by instead of walking. The man was still at the window. I slowed down to get a better look. His shape was clearer in the early evening light. Dark clothes, pale face, completely motionless, like a statue. I rolled past at 5 mph, craning my neck. He didn't react at all, just kept staring straight ahead like he was waiting for something. The next day, I called the police non-emergency line. "There's someone squatting in the old Marshall house on Cedar," I said. "I've seen him watching from the upstairs window multiple times now." "We'll send a car to check it out," the dispatcher said. I watched from my parked car as 2 officers approached the house an hour later. They shined flashlights through the boards on the first floor windows. One of them tried the front door, then walked around back. After about 10 minutes, they left. The dispatcher called me back. Officers found no signs of entry or disturbance. All doors and windows are still securely boarded up. No one inside. "But I saw him," I insisted. "He's there right now, in the front window on the second floor." "Sir, they checked thoroughly. The house is empty and sealed. Would you like to file a formal report?" I hung up. The man continued his silent vigil in the window. Days passed. Every morning and evening, he was there. I started taking photos with my phone, but they just showed a dark shape behind the boards. Not clear enough to prove anything. I asked my neighbor Ted about it. He'd lived on the street for 30 years. "That place has been empty since the Marshalls lost it," he said. "Bank can't sell it because of all the structural issues. Foundations shot, roofs caving in. Nobody's been in there for years except some kids now and then. But there's someone up there now," I said. "I see him every day." Ted squinted at the house. "Don't see anyone. You sure your eyes aren't playing tricks?" I showed him the photos on my phone. He shrugged. "Just shadows, looks like. Place is all sealed up tight. Nobody could get in there without breaking boards off, and those are all intact." But I knew what I was seeing. The man never moved from his post, never shifted position, never reacted when I stared back at him, just watched. I started having trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that dark figure waiting at the window. What did he want? Why didn't he ever leave? After 2 weeks, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was going on in there. I waited until 2 a.m. on a moonless night. The street was deserted. I parked a block away and walked to the house carrying a crowbar and flashlight. The man was still at his post, a darker shadow among shadows. The back door had 3 boards nailed across it. I pried them off as quietly as possible, wincing at every creak and snap. The door itself was locked, but the wood around the handle was rotted. One good shove with my shoulder and it gave way. Stale air hit me as I stepped inside. My flashlight beam showed peeling wallpaper, water stains, fallen ceiling tiles. The kitchen floor was littered with dead leaves and empty beer cans. The stairs creaked under my feet as I climbed to the second floor. My heart hammered so hard I could barely breathe. Dust swirled in the flashlight beam. I reached the landing. The door to the front room stood half open. I could see the boarded-up window where the man always stood. But the room was empty. I swept my light around. Bare floors, crumbling plaster walls, cobwebs in the corners. No furniture, no signs anyone had been there recently. I approached the window. The boards were firmly in place, undisturbed. No gaps big enough for anyone to look through. A thick layer of dust covered the windowsill. Something caught my eye, a darker patch on the floor below the window. I knelt down for a closer look. Footprints in the dust. 2 parallel tracks, like someone had stood in the same spot for a very long time. The floorboards creaked behind me. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through darkness. For a split second I saw him. Tall, thin, pale face, dark clothes. Standing perfectly still in the doorway. Then the flashlight flickered and died. I lunged for the door, but hit solid wall instead. Disoriented, I stumbled backwards. My hands found the window boards. I pulled desperately, but they wouldn't budge. A cold breeze brushed past my face. The air temperature plummeted. I fumbled for my phone, fingers trembling as I turned on its light. The room was empty again. But now I stood exactly where I'd seen the footprints, directly in front of the window. An urge came over me, impossible to resist. I turned to face the glass. Through gaps in the boards, I could see the street below. A perfect view of the sidewalk where I walked every day. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. My body felt frozen in place, arms at my sides, head fixed forward. A man hurried past on the sidewalk below, glancing nervously up at the window. I recognized him. It was me from 2 weeks ago, the night I first saw the figure in the window. I tried to call out, to wave, to warn myself, but I couldn't make a sound, couldn't move a muscle. I could only watch. Days passed, weeks. I lost count. People walked by below. Joggers, dog walkers, parents with strollers. Sometimes they looked up. Most didn't. I saw myself pass every morning and evening. Watched as I took photos with my phone. Saw myself park across the street to stake out the house. I knew what was coming next. Knew I would break in tonight, climb the stairs, enter this room. Any minute now, I would arrive. And then I would take my place at the window, watching, waiting, just as the one before me had waited for me. Just as I now waited for the next. Through the gaps in the boards, I saw headlights cut through darkness. A car parking a block away. A figure with a crowbar moving through shadows toward the back door. I stood perfectly still, watching, waiting. Footsteps creaked on the stairs below. I don't sleep well anymore. Not since that night 3 weeks ago. I keep the lights on now. All of them. The power bill will be insane. But I don't care. The alternative is worse. Much worse. I've moved my bed to the center of the room, away from any walls or corners where something could hide. Where it could hide. It started during my annual spring cleaning. My mom had been nagging me for months to clear out my old stuff from her basement. "David, you're 32. I'm not running a storage facility," she'd said. She was right. So I drove over one Saturday morning and started going through the dusty cardboard boxes of my childhood. The work was straightforward. Most stuff went straight into garbage bags. Old school papers, broken action figures, tangled headphones. Some things I set aside to keep. My baseball card collection, a few yearbooks, my dad's old watch. Then I found the car. It was at the bottom of a box labeled David, ages 8-10. A red 1967 Mustang die-cast model about 6 inches long. The paint was chipped in places, showing the metal underneath. One of the doors didn't close properly anymore, but seeing it hit me with a wave of memories. This had been my constant companion for nearly 2 years of my childhood. I'd take it everywhere, to school, to the park, even to bed sometimes. My grandfather had given it to me for my 8th birthday, just a few months before he died. "This is special," he'd said, his liver-spotted hands pressing it into my palm. "Take good care of it." I remember being slightly disappointed. I'd wanted the new Nintendo game everyone at school was talking about, but something about the way he'd looked at me made me treasure it. The car had worked on batteries back then, with little headlights that would glow and an engine that made a soft purring sound, but those features had died years ago. Now it was just a silent piece of metal and plastic. I placed it on my desk when I got home, planning to clean it up sometime. 3 nights later, I jolted awake at 3:17 a.m. The red numbers on my alarm clock burned in the darkness. Something had woken me, but I wasn't sure what. Then I heard it. A soft scraping sound like metal on wood. It came from the direction of my desk. I lay perfectly still, holding my breath. The sound came again. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. My mind raced through possibilities. A mouse? The house settling? The heating system? But I knew those sounds. This was different. The scraping stopped. Now there was a new sound. Tiny clicks, like miniature footsteps on my hardwood floor. They were moving, getting closer to my bed. My hand inched toward the lamp on my nightstand. The clicks stopped. The silence felt heavy, pressing against my ears. My fingers found the switch. Click. Light flooded the room. And there it was. The Mustang, sitting perfectly still at the foot of my bed. Its front end was pointed directly at my face, like it was staring at me. But that was impossible. I'd left it on my desk, a good 15 feet away. I remember specifically placing it next to my laptop before going to bed. I hadn't touched it since. I sat up slowly, my heart pounding against my ribs. The car didn't move. It just sat there, its chrome bumper reflecting the lamplight. I reached for my phone, took a picture. I needed proof I wasn't imagining this. Minutes passed. I didn't blink. Neither did the car. Finally, I swung my legs out of bed, keeping my eyes locked on the toy. With shaking hands, I picked it up. It felt cold, much colder than it should have been in my warm room. I walked to my desk and set it down exactly where it had been before. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. When morning came, I convinced myself I'd been dreaming. Had to have been dreaming. I went to work, spent the day staring at spreadsheets trying to forget about it. That night I made sure the car was secure on my desk before going to bed. I even took a picture with my phone to document its position. Sleep came slowly, but eventually I drifted off. The sound of metal grinding against metal ripped me from sleep. My eyes snapped open to darkness. The grinding continued, accompanied by a high-pitched whine that made my teeth hurt. It was coming from right beside my head. I turned slowly to my right. 2 tiny pinpricks of light glowed in the darkness, the car's headlights. They weren't the warm yellow I remembered from childhood. They were a sickly green, casting a pale glow on my pillow. The engine sound grew louder. The car was running, but there were no batteries. There couldn't be batteries. I'd checked. I screamed and jerked away, falling out of bed onto the floor. I scrambled for the light switch, my fingers slipping on the wall in panic. Light flooded the room. The car sat on my pillow, its front end cocked slightly to one side like a dog's head. The headlights were dark now, but I'd seen them. I knew I'd seen them. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I took more pictures. I needed evidence, needed to prove to myself this was real. The car looked innocent in the photos, just a toy sitting on a pillow. But I knew better. I grabbed it, it was ice cold again, and locked it in my desk drawer. Then I pushed my heavy office chair against the drawer for good measure. Sleep was out of the question. The next day I called in sick to work. I spent hours researching haunted objects online. Most of it was obviously fake, but some stories had a ring of truth that made my skin crawl. I found a forum dedicated to cursed items, posted my story. Most responses were jokes or skepticism, but one person messaged me privately. "Your grandfather," they wrote. "Where did he get the car?" I realized I didn't know. I called my mom. "Mom, do you remember that toy car Grandpa gave me? The red Mustang?" "Oh yes," she said. "He was so insistent about giving it to you. Wouldn't let anyone else touch it. Why? Do you know where he got it?" A pause. "No, but there was something strange about that. He showed up with it the day after your grandmother died. Said he'd found it in an antique shop. But your father swore he'd seen that exact car in your grandfather's house when he was a boy, 30 years earlier. They had a big fight about it." My mouth went dry. "What kind of fight?" "Your father said the car was evil, that it moved on its own at night. Your grandfather got very angry, said your father was trying to ruin your birthday. They barely spoke after that, right up until your grandfather passed. I hung up soon after. My head was spinning. When night fell, I couldn't stand to be in the same house as the car. I packed a bag and checked into a motel, but I couldn't stop thinking about it, sitting there in my desk drawer, waiting. After 3 nights at the motel, I knew I had to go back, had to deal with this. I returned home just before midnight. The house felt different, charged somehow like the air before a storm. The office chair was still pressed against my desk drawer. I moved it aside slowly. The drawer was empty. A soft purring sound came from behind me. I turned. The car sat in the center of my bed, engine running, headlights blazing that sickly green. As I watched, it rolled forward an inch. Then another. My grandfather's last words to me came flooding back. "This is special. Take good care of it." There had been something in his eyes when he said it. Desperation? Relief? The car rolled forward again. I understood now. He hadn't given me a gift. He'd passed on a burden. That was 3 weeks ago. The car follows me now. Every night, no matter where I hide it, it appears somewhere near me by morning. I've tried destroying it. Hammers bounce off it. Saws can't scratch it. Even fire doesn't leave a mark. Last night, I got an email from that person on the forum. They'd done some research. Apparently, there are records of a red Mustang die-cast toy going back to the 1940s. Always the same description. Always passed down through families. Always moving at night. They found something else, too. In every family that's owned it, the person who passes the car on dies within a month of giving it away. Every time. Grandpa died 3 weeks after my birthday. I've started looking for antique shops. Maybe I can find someone to pass it on to. But every time I think about doing that, I remember the look in my grandfather's eyes. The desperation. The guilt. For now, the car sits on my nightstand, its chrome bumper gleaming in the lamplight. Watching. Waiting. Sometimes, in the quietest hours of the night, I hear its engine start to purr. I don't sleep much anymore, but at least I'm still alive. I can't sleep anymore, not since that night on Route 50 in Nevada. I keep seeing her in my mind, that woman standing perfectly still by the roadside, staring into the darkness. I should have stopped, should have checked if she needed help, but something felt wrong, really wrong. Let me tell you exactly what happened. I drive that stretch of Route 50 twice a week for work, hauling industrial supplies between Ely and Carson City. They call it the loneliest road in America for a reason. Nothing but sagebrush, dirt, and mountains for hundreds of miles. Most nights I don't see another car for hours. It was Thursday, October 12th. Clear night, quarter moon. The dashboard clock showed 11:47 p.m. when I first saw her. My headlights caught something pale by the shoulder about 50 yards ahead. As I got closer, I saw it was a woman in a white dress. She stood completely motionless, facing the empty desert, back turned to the road. I slowed down to about 40, checking my mirrors out of habit. No other cars in sight, just endless dark highway behind me. The woman didn't move or try to flag me down, didn't even turn her head as my truck rumbled past. Just kept staring into the blackness like she was watching something out there. My hands tightened on the wheel. The route had its share of weird stuff. Abandoned cars, random hitchhikers, even the occasional cult gathering out in the desert. But something about this felt different. The woman's stillness bothered me. People in trouble move around, wave their arms, try to get attention. They don't just stand there like statues. I grabbed my phone to call highway patrol, but no signal. Typical for that section. I considered stopping, but my delivery schedule was tight. And honestly, the whole scene gave me the creeps. I figured she probably had a car nearby, maybe waiting for someone. I'd check on my return trip in a few hours. The rest of the drive to Carson City was normal. Made my delivery on time. Grabbed coffee and a sandwich at the 24-hour diner I always stop at. Headed back east around 3 a.m. My truck's headlights cut through the darkness as I approached the same stretch of road. The night had gotten colder. The temperature gauge showed 42 degrees. I slowed down as I neared the spot where I'd seen her, expecting it to be empty. She was still there. Exactly the same position. Same white dress. Same rigid posture. Same fixed stare into the desert, like she hadn't moved a muscle in 3 hours. My stomach clenched. The air in the cab felt suddenly thick. This wasn't right. Nobody stands motionless for hours in the cold desert night. I pulled over about 100 yards past her, gravel crunching under my tires. I sat there, engine idling, watching in my side mirror. She didn't react to my truck, didn't turn, didn't move at all. "This is stupid," I muttered, reaching for the door handle. I needed to check if she was okay, but my hand was shaking. I opened the door. The desert night hit me with a blast of cold air. My boots crunched on the gravel shoulder as I walked toward her. The only sounds were my footsteps and the low rumble of my truck's engine. 50 feet away now, still no movement from her. Her dress was simple, knee-length, no patterns. Long dark hair hung straight down her back. Her arms hung at her sides. 30 feet. My throat felt dry. Something about her stance seemed wrong. Too perfect. Too still. 20 feet. My flashlight beam played across her back. The dress was dirty, stained with something dark around the edges. 10 feet. I could hear my own breathing, too loud in the silence. "Ma'am?" My voice came out hoarse. "You okay? Need any help?" Nothing. Not even a twitch. 5 feet away. My hand reached out toward her shoulder. A coyote howled somewhere in the distance. I jumped, heart pounding. When I looked back, she was facing me. I didn't see her turn. Didn't hear any movement. 1 second she was facing the desert. The next, she was staring right at me. But wrong. All wrong. Her face was gray. Not pale, but the color of concrete. Her eyes were black holes, no whites visible. Her mouth hung open at an impossible angle, jaw distended like a snake's. The dress wasn't white anymore. It was covered in dark stains that looked black in my flashlight beam. I ran, faster than I've ever run in my life. Scrambled into my truck cab, slammed the door, threw it in drive. The tires spun on gravel before catching. I floored it. The mirror showed empty road behind me. Just darkness where she had been. My hands shook so bad I could barely keep the wheel straight. Cold sweat soaked my shirt. I drove 90 miles an hour until I hit the next town. I called Highway Patrol once I had phone service. Gave them the mile marker, described what I saw. The dispatcher took the information politely, but I could tell she didn't believe me. Probably thought I was drunk or high. They sent a car out to check. Found nothing. No footprints in the gravel. No signs anyone had been there. I've made that run 12 times since then. Always in daylight now. I keep thinking about those black eyes. That wrong, twisted face. But mostly I think about those 3 hours she stood there perfectly still, staring into nothing. What was she watching out there in the desert? What was she waiting for? Sometimes when I drive that stretch, I think I see something white by the roadside up ahead. Just for a second. Then it's gone. But I never slow down anymore. Never stop. I finally told my wife last week, after another sleepless night. She suggested trauma counseling. Maybe she's right. But I know what I saw. Yesterday I requested a transfer to the Reno-Salt Lake City route. It's a longer drive, worse pay. But it doesn't pass through that empty stretch of Route 50. I can't face that road at night again. Can't risk seeing her there, standing motionless in her bloody dress, waiting to turn around. Sometimes I wonder if I should have stopped the first time. If I could have helped her, or prevented something. But deep down, I know better. Whatever I saw by that roadside wasn't human. Wasn't alive, and it wasn't waiting for help. I check the news sometimes looking for missing persons reports from that area. Strange deaths. Unexplained disappearances. So far, nothing. But I keep checking. The desert holds on to its secrets, and some things are better left alone on dark highways. I learned that lesson on Route 50. I just hope I'm the only one who has to see her out there, standing perfectly still, staring into the endless night. I try not to think about the other drivers on that road, the ones who might be brave enough or foolish enough to stop. To walk up to that white figure by the roadside, to wait for it to turn around. But sometimes, in the darkest part of night when sleep won't come, I imagine headlights approaching on that empty highway, slowing down, stopping, boots on gravel, a voice calling out, and something turning around to answer. The clock on my dashboard read 11:47 p.m. when I pulled into the rest stop. My bladder was about to burst, and I hadn't seen another car for the last 40 miles on that stretch of highway. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead in the empty parking lot. Only one other vehicle sat there, a blue pickup truck parked near the entrance. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the harsh lighting. The rest stop building was a plain concrete structure with vending machines visible through dirty windows. A single security light cast yellow circles on the cracked sidewalk. My boots crunched on loose gravel as I walked to the entrance. The door creaked when I pushed it open. The linoleum floor showed years of wear, and the whole place smelled like industrial cleaner mixed with stale coffee. A guy in a leather jacket stood at the vending machine, his back to me. He didn't turn around when I walked in. The men's room door was propped open with a rubber stopper. Inside, 3 urinals lined one wall and 2 stalls took up the other side. The fluorescent light above the mirror flickered every few seconds. Water dripped steadily from one of the faucets. I went to the middle urinal and unzipped. The bathroom door squeaked behind me. Probably the guy from the vending machine coming in. I kept my eyes forward, following the unwritten rules of men's room etiquette. The dripping faucet echoed off the tile walls. My neck tingled. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't place it. The air felt heavier, colder. "James." The voice came from right beside my ear. Deep, raspy, like sandpaper on concrete. I jerked my head to the side. Nobody was there. My heart slammed against my ribs. I zipped up fast, almost catching myself in the zipper. "James." The voice again, this time from the other side. Close enough that I should have felt breath on my neck, but when I spun around, the bathroom was empty. I backed toward the door, scanning every corner. The stall doors were open, no one hiding there, no windows or other entrances. Just tile walls, porcelain fixtures, and that damn dripping faucet. My hands shook as I reached for the door handle. The metal felt ice cold under my palm. "James." Behind me now, right behind me. I yanked the door open and stumbled into the main area. The vending machine guy was gone. His truck still sat in the lot, visible through the windows, but he'd vanished. The buzzing fluorescents seemed louder now. They cast harsh shadows that made every corner look deeper, darker. I walked to the entrance, moving faster with each step. The sound of my boots on the floor echoed too loudly in the empty space. The exit door wouldn't budge when I pushed it. I tried again, harder. It felt like something was holding it from the other side. My breath came in short gasps. "James." The voice filled the whole room now, bouncing off every surface. "Stay." "Fuck this," I said out loud. My voice sounded thin and weak compared to the other one. I slammed my shoulder into the door. It flew open and I stumbled into the parking lot. The blue pickup truck was gone. I hadn't heard it start up or drive away. The parking lot was completely empty except for my car. I ran to my vehicle, fumbling with my keys. The fluorescent lights above started going out one by one, plunging sections of the lot into darkness. I dropped the keys, snatched them up, and finally got the door open. The engine roared to life. I threw it in reverse and stomped the gas. Gravel sprayed as I spun the car around and accelerated toward the highway. In my rearview mirror, the rest stop disappeared into darkness. The last light went out just before I lost sight of it completely. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I kept checking the mirror, expecting to see headlights behind me, but the road stayed empty and dark. After 10 miles, I spotted another rest stop ahead. My bladder screamed for relief. I still hadn't actually used the bathroom, but I pressed the gas harder and drove past it. I didn't stop again until I reached the next town, 20 miles further. The 24-hour gas station had bright lights and 3 other customers inside. The teenage clerk looked up from his phone when I walked in. Normal. Safe. In the bathroom, I checked every stall before using the urinal. No voice called my name, just the hum of the overhead lights and distant pop music from the store's speakers. Back in my car, I pulled up Google Maps. I needed to find a route home that avoided that stretch of highway. The map showed the road I'd been on, but where the rest stop should have been, there was nothing marked, just empty land between exits. I zoomed in closer. Still nothing. According to the map, no rest stop existed at that location. My phone rang, making me jump. Unknown number. I declined the call. It rang again immediately. Same unknown number. I declined it again. A text message popped up. Answer the phone, James. The phone rang a third time. My hands trembled as I stared at the screen. The call ended, and another text appeared. See you next time. I turned the phone off and threw it in the back seat. The gas station's lights suddenly felt dim and insufficient. I started the car and headed for the interstate, taking the long way home. That was 3 weeks ago. I've mapped out new routes to avoid that highway completely. I don't stop at rest areas anymore, no matter how badly I need to, and I never drive alone at night. But sometimes my phone rings, always from an unknown number. I never answer. And sometimes when I'm alone in my bathroom at home, I think I hear water dripping from the faucet, even though I know it's turned off tight. Last night, I woke up at exactly 11:47 p.m. My phone was ringing. Unknown number. Before I could decline it, a text came through. Miss you, James. The bathroom misses you too. I've packed my bags. I'm leaving town tomorrow, heading west. I don't know where I'm going, but I know what I'm leaving behind. I just hope that's enough. Because last night, after that text, I got up to use the bathroom. When I flipped on the light, water was dripping from the faucet. And in the mirror, just for a second, I saw something standing behind me. It was wearing a leather jacket. I sleep in my car now. I need to write this down while it's fresh. Maybe someone can make sense of what happened to me last night at the Parkview Hotel. I've checked my phone records, talked to the staff, even called the police. None of it adds up. I arrived at the Parkview around 6 p.m. yesterday. Business trip to Cincinnati, nothing special. The hotel stood on a corner downtown, one of those old brick buildings from the 1920s. Brass fixtures, dark wood paneling, high ceilings. The lobby smelled like furniture polish and old carpet. The front desk clerk, Sarah, according to her name tag, handed me the key to room 412. "Fourth floor, end of the hall," she said. Her fingers were ice cold when they brushed mine. The elevator creaked all the way up. When I stepped out, the hallway stretched ahead, empty and silent. Dark red carpet, wallpaper with a faded pattern. The kind of place that was probably fancy 50 years ago. Something felt off the moment I opened the door to 412. The room was clean, normal looking. Queen bed with a brown bedspread, TV on the dresser, desk by the window, but the proportions seemed wrong somehow. Like the walls weren't quite at right angles, or the ceiling was slightly too high. I blinked hard, told myself I was being stupid. I set my laptop on the desk and started unpacking. The clothes went into the dresser drawers, which stuck slightly when I pulled them out. My phone buzzed. Email from a client. I sat down to respond. The room felt colder than it should. I checked the thermostat. 72 degrees. But the air had a clammy feel that made the hair on my arms stand up. When I walked to the bathroom, my footsteps sounded hollow on the carpet like there was empty space underneath. The bathroom mirror showed dark spots in the corners, where the silver backing had started to peel. My reflection looked normal, but something about the angle seemed wrong, like I was looking at myself from slightly to the side even though I stood directly in front. I splashed some water on my face. At 7:15, the room phone rang, the old-fashioned kind with an actual bell. I picked it up. "Mr. Davidson, this is the front desk. Just calling with your requested 6 a.m. wake-up call confirmation." "I didn't request a wake-up call," I said. A pause. "We have it here in the system. Room 412, 6 a.m. wake-up. There must be a mistake. I don't need one. I'll remove it, sir. Sorry for the confusion." The line clicked dead. I went back to my email but couldn't focus. The room felt bigger somehow, the corners further away than they should be. The wall clock ticked too loudly. Around 8:30, I heard voices in the hallway. Normal hotel noise, people heading to dinner or whatever. But they sounded distorted, like they were coming through water. When I opened my door to check, the hall was empty. I needed food. The restaurant downstairs was closed, so I walked a few blocks to a diner. Burger and fries, coffee, normal stuff. But the whole time, I felt off balance, like the ground wasn't quite level. Back at the hotel by 10. The lobby was empty except for a different desk clerk, an older guy with gray hair. He nodded as I walked past. The elevator seemed to take longer going up than it had coming down. When the doors opened, the hallway lights flickered. Just for a second, but enough to make my stomach clench. I took a shower, trying to shake off the weird feeling. The water pressure kept changing, surging, then dropping to a trickle. The pipes made grinding noises behind the walls. 11:45 p.m. I was in bed half watching a rerun of The Office on TV. That's when I heard it. A loud bang from the room next door. 4:14. Like someone had slammed into the wall. Then another bang. And another. A frantic rhythm like someone pounding with both fists. The whole wall shook. I sat up, heart hammering. The banging got louder, faster. Now it sounded like multiple people hitting the wall. The noise was deafening. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the front desk. But before I could, the banging stopped. Complete silence. My hands shook as I dialed. Front desk. This is room 412. There's some kind of disturbance next door. Really loud banging. Next door? Room 414? Yes. Sir, that room has been vacant for several days. No one has checked in there. My mouth went dry. I heard banging. Lots of it. Just now. I'll send security to check. He hung up. I pulled on pants and a t-shirt, opened my door just as a security guard came down the hall. Tall guy, black uniform. You reported noise from 414? He asked. I nodded. He used his master key to open the door. The room was dark, perfectly empty. Beds made, no luggage, nothing out of place. The guard checked the bathroom, closet, everywhere someone could hide. Nothing. Room's been empty since Monday, he said. Sometimes the old pipes make noise. Probably what you heard. But those weren't pipe noises. I knew what I'd heard. Back in my room, I couldn't sleep. The wall clock showed 12:30. No, 12:15. I could have sworn it said 12:30 a moment ago. The TV turned itself on. Static. I hit the power button. Nothing. Unplugged it. The static continued for 3 more seconds before cutting out. The room felt huge now, the walls impossibly far apart. The ceiling had to be 20 feet high. But when I looked directly at any spot, the dimensions snapped back to normal. 1 a.m. The phone rang again. Your wake-up call is confirmed for 6 a.m., Mr. Davidson. I didn't request a wake-up call, I told you that earlier. Our records show the request was made at check-in. No. I've said twice now, I don't want a wake-up call. Very well, sir, I'll remove it again. Click. My phone showed no service now. The Wi-Fi was gone too. The room felt like a void, disconnected from the rest of the world. The banging started again next door, slower this time, deliberate, like something testing the wall between us. I grabbed my keys and wallet. I didn't care about my luggage. I had to get out. The hallway light flickered as I stepped out. The elevator didn't respond when I pushed the button. I took the stairs, 4 flights down. But the stairwell kept going. 5 flights, 6, 7. The numbers on the doors stopped making sense. 427P. I ran faster. My footsteps echoed wrong, like I was running up instead of down. The air got thicker, harder to breathe. Finally, the lobby. Empty. No desk clerk. The front doors were locked. I heard footsteps behind me. Turned to see Sarah, the clerk from check-in. Checking out early, Mr. Davidson? Let me out. My voice shook. But you just checked in. She smiled. Her teeth looked wrong. Too many at odd angles. The room. Something's wrong with it. Room 412 has always been perfectly normal. She stepped closer. Her movements were jerky like a bad video frame rate. though some guests do find it adjusting. I backed away. Her face flickered. Young, old, rotting, fresh, 1,000 variations in seconds. Your wake-up call is still scheduled for 6 a.m. Her voice came from everywhere at once. I ran. Through the service entrance, into the kitchen, found a door marked exit, burst out into the alley. Cold night air, normal city sounds. I ran 6 blocks before stopping. My phone worked again. 3:47 a.m. I called a Uber, went to another hotel across town. This morning I went back for my stuff. Different clerk at the desk, a young guy who looked completely normal. Said they had no record of my stay. No Sarah on staff. Room 4 and 12 was being renovated. Had been for weeks. I saw my reflection in the lobby mirror as I left. For a split second, it moved wrong. Like it was a fraction of a second behind me. I'm heading home now. But I keep checking the time, worried about 6 a.m. And sometimes when it's quiet, I hear something banging, very faintly, like it's coming from very far away, or getting closer. The next time I looked in the bathroom mirror, I noticed dark spots spreading in the corners, just like in room 412. I'm not sure my reflection is lining up properly anymore, and my phone keeps showing wake-up call scheduled 6 a.m., no matter how many times I delete it. I think room 412 followed me home. I should have known better than to buy used furniture. The price tag of $50 for a solid oak dresser seemed too good to be true. It was. The first weird thing happened the night I brought it home. I was unpacking some clothes to put in the dresser when all the lights in my apartment flickered. Just once. Quick, like someone flipping a switch. I checked the breaker box. Everything looked normal. I went back to unpacking. The dresser had 6 drawers, all lined with this old yellowed paper that smelled like mothballs and cigarettes. I started pulling out the paper. That's when I found the photograph stuck to the bottom of the top drawer. Black and white, probably from the 1950s. A woman standing next to this same dresser. She wasn't smiling. I tossed the photo in the trash. Should have kept it. That first night I woke up at exactly 3 a.m., not 2:59, not 3:01. The red numbers on my alarm clock said 3 banger. My room felt cold. Really cold. I could see my breath. The maintenance guy had told me the heating system was old, so I grabbed another blanket and went back to sleep. The next morning, I got ready for work like normal. Opened the top drawer to get some socks. Stopped. Stared. The yellowed paper lining I had thrown away was back in the drawer. All of it. Even the photo. I checked the trash can. Empty. The cleaning service wouldn't come until Friday, and I lived alone. I ran late to work that day because I spent 20 minutes searching my apartment for the old paper and photo I knew I had thrown away. Never found them. The next few nights followed the same pattern. Wake up at 3 a.m. Room cold enough to see my breath. But now I was hearing things too. The sound of drawer runners sliding on wood. I'd check the dresser every time. All drawers closed. 5 nights after buying the dresser, I woke up at 3 a.m. again. This time was different. All 6 drawers were open, not just a little. Fully extended. The kind of thing that takes deliberate effort. I sat up in bed. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The streetlight outside my window cast enough light to see into the drawers. Empty. I had emptied them the day before, moved all my clothes to the closet. The drawers slammed shut, all at once. The bang made me jump. My hands shook as I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. Nothing looked out of place. The dresser stood there like any normal piece of furniture. I walked over and checked each drawer. Closed tight. That old paper lining still inside. And the photo. I picked up the photo again. Looked closer this time. The woman wore a dress with a floral pattern. Her hair was pulled back tight. Her face had this hard look. Behind her, the dresser sat in what looked like a bedroom. A mirror hung above it. In the mirror's reflection, a dark figure stood in the doorway. I dropped the photo. It fluttered under the dresser. When I got down on my hands and knees to retrieve it, the photo was gone. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Sat in my living room with all the lights on, watching YouTube videos on my phone to stay awake. When the sun came up, I called in sick to work. I spent the morning researching the thrift store where I'd bought the dresser. Found their phone number and called. Hey, yeah, I bought a dresser from you guys last week. Oak, 6 drawers. I was wondering if you knew where it came from. The woman who answered sounded bored. We get donations all the time. Don't really keep track. This one came in last Tuesday. Big dresser, probably from the 50s. Papers shuffled on her end. Oh yeah, estate sale stuff. Whole house full of furniture. Owner died, no family. That's all I know. I asked for the address where the estate sale happened. She wasn't supposed to give it out, but I mentioned the weird things happening and she took pity on me. The house was across town. Small place, brick, overgrown yard. For sale sign in the front window. I knocked on the neighbor's door. An old man answered. Took some convincing, but he told me about the previous owner, Martha Kendrick. Lived alone for 40 years after her husband disappeared. Died in her sleep 2 months ago. Disappeared? I asked. The old man nodded. Back in '53. Police investigated, but never found anything. Martha always said he left her, but nobody believed that. She changed after he vanished. Became mean. Kept to herself. I showed him the photo on my phone. I'd taken a picture of it before it vanished under the dresser. His eyes widened. That's Martha. Where'd you get this? The dresser in the photo. I bought it from the thrift store. He stared at the photo. Something wrong with that dresser? Martha used to talk to it sometimes, late at night. We could hear her through the walls, arguing with someone who wasn't there. I went home and pulled up newspaper archives on my laptop. Found an article from September 1953. Local man missing, police suspect foul play. The article mentioned Harold Kendrick, Martha's husband, last seen at home. No signs of forced entry, no body ever found. That night I didn't even try to sleep. Sat in my bedroom watching the dresser. At 2:59 a.m. the temperature dropped. I could see my breath again. 3:00 a.m. The drawers opened slowly, one at a time, from top to bottom. The sound of wood sliding on wood filled the room. A voice whispered from the direction of the dresser. Female. Angry. You shouldn't have bought it. My whole body shook. I wanted to run but couldn't move. The drawers slammed shut, one by one, top to bottom. Bang, 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 bang. Then they started opening again. Faster this time. The voice got louder. This is mine. He's mine. Another voice joined in. Male, muffled, like speaking through a wall. Help me. The drawers slammed faster. Open, shut, open, shut. The voices argued, overlapped. The female voice screamed. The male voice begged. I ran, grabbed my keys and phone. Spent the night in my car in the Walmart parking lot. When I returned in the morning, the dresser stood quietly against the wall. Drawers closed. I opened each one slowly. The lining paper was gone. The photo sat in the top drawer. I picked it up with trembling fingers. Really looked at it. At the figure in the mirror. A man in a suit. His face turned away from the camera. I flipped the photo over. Faded handwriting on the back. Harold and Martha Kendrick, September 15th, 1953. The day before he disappeared. The photo slipped from my fingers. Floated down to land face up on the floor. The figure in the mirror had turned. Now faced the camera. Harold Kendrick's face was twisted in terror. I sold my nice TV and bought a better one. Sold my leather couch and got a new one. But that dresser? I couldn't give it away. Couldn't sell it. Couldn't let someone else buy it not knowing what came with it. I rented a storage unit instead. Moved the dresser there. Changed the lock 3 times because it kept breaking. Every month I get a bill for the storage unit. Every month I pay it. Sometimes I drive by late at night. The light in my unit is always on, even though I never installed one. Sometimes I hear voices arguing when I drive past. A woman's angry shouts. A man's muffled pleas. I keep paying the bill. It's cheaper than therapy. Cheaper than the guilt I'd feel if I let someone else buy that dresser. The local paper ran a story last week about Martha Kendrick's old house. New owners renovating. Found something in the walls. Human bones. Male. Dated to the 1950s. They identified them through dental records. Harold Kendrick. The dresser's still in that storage unit, still locked up. But sometimes, late at night, I wake up at exactly 3 a.m. My apartment feels cold. I see my breath in the air. And I wonder if some things can't be locked away. If some kinds of evil seep through walls and doors and locks. I wonder if Martha Kendrick is still arguing with her husband, still keeping him close, even after death. I wonder if she knows they found him. I wonder if she cares. The storage facility called yesterday. Something about a broken lock. Again. I haven't gone to check it yet. I'm not sure I want to know if the dresser is still there. My hands shake as I write this. I need to get it down before I forget the details. Before I start doubting myself again. The police won't listen. My wife thinks I need help. Maybe I do. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. And I need someone to understand why I can't take the 8:45 train home anymore. It started 3 months ago. I'd just switched to the late shift at the accounting firm. The overtime paid better, and Janet needed the extra money for her mom's medical bills. The commute wasn't bad. Fewer people. Quieter. You gotta know the regulars. He got on at Canal Street. Every night, same time, 10:32. Worn brown suit, probably 10 years old. Scuffed shoes, a felt hat with a small tear in the brim. He'd shuffle to the same seat, third row from the back, window side. Eyes closed before he even sat down. Never moved. Never spoke. The first week I barely noticed him. Just another tired commuter heading home. But then I started seeing the way he watched me. It was subtle at first. I'd get off at my stop in Queens, and just as I stepped onto the platform, I'd feel something. A prickling on the back of my neck. When I turned to look at the train, there he was, eyes wide open, staring directly at me through the window. Not just looking, staring, like he knew me, like he was trying to tell me something. I started paying more attention. His suit never changed. The same brown fabric worn shiny at the elbows, the same loose thread hanging from his right cuff, the same yellowed shirt collar. His hat stayed on, even when he appeared to sleep. One night, I decided to count the minutes his eyes stayed closed. 2 hours and 13 minutes. Nobody sleeps that perfectly still. No head bobbing, no shifting, no response to the screeching brakes or announcement chimes. After 3 weeks, I changed seats to get a better look at him. I noticed his hands. They never moved from his lap. Pale fingers interlaced. No wedding ring. No watch. No briefcase or bag. Nothing to mark him as someone heading home from work. The staring got worse. More intense. His eyes would lock onto mine through the window, following me as the train pulled away. One night I swear I saw him smile. Just a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, but it made my stomach turn. I started taking photos with my phone. Subtle shots, pretending to check messages. But when I looked at them later, his face was always blurred. Just that brown suit and hat, clear as day. But where his face should be, nothing but a smear of pixels. Janet found the photos. "You're obsessing," she said. "It's just some old man on your train. Maybe he recognizes you from somewhere." But I knew that wasn't it. The way he looked at me, it wasn't recognition. It was anticipation. I tried changing cars. He always appeared in mine. I tried taking earlier trains, later trains. He was always there, getting on at Canal Street at 10:32. I started losing sleep. At work, I'd catch myself staring at spreadsheets, seeing his face in the columns of numbers. My boss noticed. Called me in for a talk about focus and performance. Last week I finally broke. I had to know. When he got on at Canal Street, I watched him take his usual seat, waited 10 minutes. Then I got up and walked over. "Excuse me," I said. No response. "Sir, I see you every night. Do I know you from somewhere?" His eyes stayed closed, not a flicker of movement. I reached out to touch his shoulder. My hand passed through the fabric of his suit like it was smoke. Cold air hit my fingers and I jerked back. He opened his eyes. They were my eyes, my face, but older, much older, worn and lined and tired. The suit was mine too, the one I'm wearing now, aged by decades of use. I stumbled backward, fell into someone's lap. When I looked up again, his seat was empty. I ran off at the next stop, took a taxi home, called in sick the next day and the next. Yesterday, I forced myself to go back to work. Had to. Can't afford to lose this job. Took a different route home. Doubled my commute time, but I couldn't face that train again. As I waited for my connection at Jamaica Station, I saw him. Not on a train this time. Standing on the platform across from me. Same suit, same hat, same face. My face. He raised his hand in greeting. The station security footage shows nothing. Just me, staring across at an empty platform. I'm writing this at my kitchen table. It's 10:15 p.m. Janet's asleep upstairs. In 17 minutes, he'll be getting on a train at Canal Street. I know because I can feel it, like a tugging behind my ribs. The suit I'm wearing now, I've had it 3 years. The thread on the right cuff is starting to come loose. There's a small wear spot forming on the left elbow. Tomorrow I'm burning it, but I know that won't be enough, because I finally understand what he's trying to tell me. Every night on that train, for who knows how many years, he's been waiting, watching, warning. I see the pattern now. The overtime hours, the extra money we need, the long commutes getting longer, the slow wearing down of fabric and flesh. I know why he looks at me that way when I leave the train, why his stare follows me onto the platform. He's watching another version of himself walk away, again and again and again. Time isn't a straight line. Sometimes it loops back on itself, like train tracks circling the city. Sometimes we get caught in those loops, wearing the same paths until we forget how to walk any other way. I called my boss an hour ago, told him I'm quitting. Taking that job offer in Boston Janet's been pushing me to consider. The pay is less, but we'll manage. Because I know what happens if I don't. I've seen it worn and tired and riding the 1032 from Canal Street. Night after night after night, my hands have stopped shaking. The tugging behind my ribs is gone. I think, just maybe, I've broken the loop. But sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still feel wool fabric wearing thin beneath my fingers. Still smell the metal and electricity of the subway tunnels. Still see my own eyes staring back at me through a train window, filled with a sadness I'm only now beginning to understand. And I wonder, how many other versions of me are out there, riding through the dark, trying to warn themselves before it's too late? I won't be one of them, not anymore. Tomorrow we start packing for Boston, and I'm taking the bus to work. I first saw them 3 weeks ago, standing there, watching. They shouldn't have been there at all. The building was empty at that hour. But in the glass doors at the end of the corridor, their reflections were as clear as day. I work late at Morgan & Smith Accounting, usually until 9 or 10 p.m. The overtime pay is good and I prefer the quiet. The office takes up the entire 14th floor of the Greystone building downtown. It's mostly cubicles with glass-walled conference rooms along the sides and a long central hallway running the length of the floor. Both ends of the hallway have heavy glass double doors, one set leading to the elevators, the other to the emergency stairs. That first night I was heading to the break room for coffee. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. My footsteps echoed on the laminate flooring. I glanced up and saw them in the reflection of the emergency exit doors about 30 feet away. Three dark figures standing perfectly still at the far end of the corridor behind me, just watching. I spun around. The hallway was empty. When I looked back at the glass doors, the figures were still there in the reflection. They wore dark suits or coats. I couldn't make out the details clearly. Their faces were pale smudges in the glass. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just stood there staring in my direction. My heart pounded. Sweat broke out on my forehead. I blinked hard and looked again. The reflection showed an empty hallway. I convinced myself I was tired. Seeing things. Working too many late nights. I went home early that evening and tried to forget about it. But 2 nights later, it happened again. This time I was walking past the elevator doors around 8:30 p.m. Movement caught my eye, a flicker in the glass. When I focused on the reflection, I saw them. 5 figures now, spread across the width of the hallway about 20 feet behind me. Standing motionless, watching. I didn't turn around this time. I kept my eyes locked on their reflections. My hands trembled. The figures were slightly clearer than before. Their suits were black and seemed to absorb the fluorescent light. Their faces were white ovals, featureless except for dark hollows where eyes should be. I walked backward slowly, keeping the reflection in view. The figures didn't move, but they seemed to grow larger in the glass as I got closer to their position. When I was about 5 feet from where they should have been standing, I gathered my courage and spun around. Empty hallway, of course. But in the glass of the conference room beside me, I could still see them. Now they were only a few feet away. Close enough that I should have felt their presence behind me. Close enough that I should have heard their breathing. I ran. I grabbed my coat and laptop and got out of there. I took the next day off work. But I had to go back eventually. Bills don't pay themselves. I started leaving earlier, trying to be out by 7 p.m. when other people were still around. That worked for about a week. Then last Tuesday I had to stay late to finish month-end reports. Around 9 p.m. I headed to the bathroom. In the glass door reflection I saw a figure standing directly behind me, maybe 2 feet away, tall and thin in a black suit that seemed to swallow all light. That pale oval face bent down near my shoulder. I felt nothing behind me. No breath. No presence. But in every glass surface, the door, the windows, the framed photos on the walls, I could see it standing there, following my movements exactly. I walked quickly back to my desk, my shoes squeaking on the floor. In my monitor's dark reflection, the figure loomed over me as I gathered my things. I took the stairs down 14 flights rather than face the elevator's mirrored walls. The next day I requested a transfer to our downtown branch. My manager asked why. I made up something about an easier commute. He said he'd look into it, but it could take a few weeks. Yesterday, I saw 8 of them. They lined both sides of the hallway in the reflections, forming a gauntlet I had to walk through. Their faceless heads turned to follow me as I passed. In the glass, they reached out toward me with pale, elongated fingers. I felt nothing in the real hallway, but I swear the air grew colder. Now I'm sitting at my desk, writing this. It's 10:24 p.m. Everyone else left hours ago. I've been putting off going home because I know what's waiting in the hallway, but my phone battery is almost dead and I can't stay here forever. In my black monitor screen, I can see them. They're in my cubicle now, standing in a circle around my chair, looking down at me as I type. In the reflection, their bodies twitch and jerk in ways that shouldn't be possible. Their heads rotate too far. Their limbs bend backward. I've been thinking about what they want. Why they appear only in reflections, why they keep getting closer. Maybe they're trying to cross over somehow. Maybe they need me for that. I have to leave soon. The cleaning crew comes through at 11 p.m. and I don't want to be here when the janitor buffs the floors. All those smooth, reflective surfaces. The figures in my monitor are reaching for me now. Their fingers are inches from my neck in the reflection. I'm going to pack up and make a run for it. Down the hall through the gauntlet of watching faces. I'll take the stairs again. 14 flights isn't so bad. I just hope I don't glance at any windows on the way down. I don't want to see what's following me. I made it home last night. Barely. I I kept my eyes straight ahead and ignored the flickers of movement in every reflective surface I passed. The figures lined the stairwell and the windows' reflections, more of them on each floor. Waiting. This morning I called in sick. I can't go back there. But as I write this, sitting at my kitchen table, I'm looking at my phone's black screen. For a split second, I thought I saw something in the reflection. A pale face, dark hollows for eyes. Maybe they followed me home. My apartment has a lot of windows, a big mirror in the bathroom, glass picture frames on the walls. At night, they'll all become transparent to that other place, that dark reflection world where they exist. I'm writing this as a record in case something happens to me, in case I disappear. Look for me in the reflections. I'll be there, standing among the silent watchers. Another dark figure in a black suit. Another pale face staring out from the glass. They're getting closer now. In every reflective surface, I see them reaching, testing the barrier between their world and ours. Soon they'll find a way through. Don't work late at the office. Don't walk alone down empty hallways. And whatever you do, don't look too long at your own reflection. You might see them standing behind you. Wait. The screen of my laptop just went black as it went to sleep. I can see them now, crowded around me. Their faces are clearer than ever. One of them is reaching out, its long white fingers extending from the reflection toward my throat. I can almost feel them now, a cold pressure on my skin. The barrier is getting thinner. I have to go. They're almost here. They're almost... File recovered from laptop found abandoned in empty apartment. Tenant missing. Case remains open. Three weeks ago, I wouldn't have believed in haunted rooms. Now I'm writing this from my sister's couch because I can't step foot in my bedroom anymore. I need to get this down while it's fresh. People should know what happened in that place. The apartment seemed perfect when I first saw it. Unit 412, 4th floor, west-facing windows. Cheap rent for downtown. The realtor said the previous tenant left suddenly for a job overseas. I didn't ask questions. I should have. The first night felt normal. I unpacked my boxes, arranged my furniture, hung my clothes in the closet. The bedroom wasn't huge, but it had space for my queen bed and dresser. The closet took up most of the north wall. Standard sliding doors, white paint, wood floors. Nothing special. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. The red numbers on my alarm clock caught my eye because they flickered, then went dark. I grabbed my phone to check the time, but the screen wouldn't turn on. Dead battery, I thought. I rolled over to plug it in. That's when I saw it. A darker patch of shadow near the closet door, just at the edge of my vision. When I turned my head, it vanished. Trick of the light, I told myself. My eyes playing games in the dark. I got up to use the bathroom. The hall light worked fine. My phone turned on the second I left the room. 100% battery. Back in bed, it died again. The alarm clock still showed nothing. I pulled the blanket up and tried to sleep. The shadow appeared again, this time in the corner by the window. My heart rate picked up. Sweat formed on my neck. I squeezed my eyes shut and counted to 10. When I opened them, the shadow was gone. But I felt something, a weight in the air, like the heaviness before a storm. Morning came. Everything worked normally. I went to work, came home, ordered takeout. Normal day. But as soon as I walked into the bedroom that night, my phone died. The alarm clock wouldn't stay on. I told myself it was bad wiring, electrical problems in an old building. The shadow showed up earlier this time. 10:45 p.m. I saw it slide along the baseboard, always just out of direct sight. I turned on every light in the room. It didn't help. The shadow just moved between the bright spots, like ink in water. I noticed the first moved object the next morning. My keys. I always put them on the dresser, right corner. They sat in the center, arranged in a perfect line. I hadn't touched them. That night the shadow grew bolder. It pooled in the corner by the closet, a patch of darkness deeper than the normal shadows. My skin prickled. The air felt thick, hard to breathe. I watched it pulse slightly, like something breathing. More things moved overnight. My shoes lined up perfectly straight under the bed. The clothes in my closet arranged by color. Books on the shelf organized by height. Small changes, precise changes. Like something, had spent hours making tiny adjustments while I slept. I started sleeping on the couch. The shadow followed. I'd see it creep down the hall, testing the boundaries. But it stayed weaker out there, less solid. The living room electronics worked fine. Only the bedroom devices died. A week in, I tried to document it. Set up my phone camera before bed. The battery drained in seconds. Brought in a digital camera. Dead. Borrowed an old film camera. The film came out blank, pure black. The shadow grew. Now it filled the whole corner by the closet, a void that hurt my eyes to look at. The air pressure increased. My ears popped whenever I entered the room. The temperature dropped 10 degrees compared to the rest of the apartment. I talked to my neighbors, asked if they'd experienced anything strange. Most avoided eye contact, hurried inside. Mrs. Chen in 414 pulled me close, whispered. Previous tenant went crazy, screamed about shadows for weeks, then disappeared, left everything behind. That night, I heard it move, a soft sliding sound like silk on hardwood. The shadow detached from the corner, stretched toward the bed. I ran, slept in my car. The super wouldn't let me break my lease. No proof of anything wrong. All the electronics worked fine when he tested them. The temperature read normal on his thermometer. He didn't see any shadows. I tried staying with friends. The thing didn't like that. I'd come back to find every object in the bedroom rearranged, not scattered or broken, organized, obsessively organized. Shoes paired perfectly, shirts buttoned to the top, books alphabetized, papers squared to the millimeter. The shadow started leaving marks. Small ones at first. A dark smudge on the wall that wouldn't wipe off. A perfect circle of deepened wood stain on the floor. Spots where the paint looked older, faded. Last night broke me. I'd forced myself to sleep in the bedroom, determined to face it. The shadow gathered in its corner, darker than ever. My phone died. The alarm clock went dark. The air turned arctic. I heard the sliding sound again. Closer. A weight pressed down on the bed. The shadow stretched overhead, a hole in reality. The pressure built until my head throbbed. My ears rang. The shadow reached for me. I saw inside it. Just for a second. A space that wasn't space. Angles that couldn't exist. Movement that hurt to process. And eyes. So many eyes. I ran. Grabbed my wallet and keys. Drove to my sister's place at 3 a.m. She didn't ask questions, just set up the couch. The building manager called this morning. The neighbors reported noises from my unit, scraping sounds. When he checked, he found every object in the bedroom arranged in perfect geometric patterns. Clothes folded with inhuman precision. Books standing on end, forming concentric circles. My bed stripped and remade with hospital corners. The shadow mark had spread across the ceiling. A perfect spiral of deepened shadow, centered on the spot above the bed. I'm not going back. Let them keep my deposit. Let them keep everything in that room. It's not mine anymore. Maybe it never was. The room has its own ideas about order, its own plans. I see dark spots in my peripheral vision now, even here. Brief flickers of something moving just out of sight. My phone battery drains faster than it should. The air feels heavy sometimes, like something's gathering. I don't think it's done with me. The room made its mark, and now it's watching, waiting, arranging things just so, one piece at a time, including me. My sister's out tonight. The shadows in the corner of her living room look deeper than they should. I keep checking my phone. The battery's at 47%, 42%, 36%. I hear a sliding sound from down the hall, like silk on hardwood. I don't want to look, but I will. I have to know if it followed me. If it's here, gathering in the darkness, reaching out with its precise geometries and wrong angles, making things orderly, making things right. The battery's at 12% now. The shadows are moving, and I swear I can feel eyes on me. So many eyes, watching from a point of darkness that shouldn't exist. I need to go. Need to run. But where do you run when the dark corners of every room might hold something watching? How do you escape when the shadows themselves reach for you? My phone's at 5%. The sliding sound is closer. The air feels heavy. I think it's time to see what the darkness wants to show me. End of recording. The first time I noticed something wrong was when I found my keys. I had stormed out after fighting with Sarah about the divorce papers. 2 hours later, I came back to find them lined up perfectly straight on the welcome mat. 3 brass keys and 1 silver, arranged by size. I live alone now. The house was locked. Nobody else has a key. That was 6 weeks ago. Now I sit in my car outside my own house, gripping the steering wheel. The porch light just turned on by itself. Again. I know I didn't leave it on. I never do. My hands are shaking. I need to go inside. I need to face whatever is in there. Let me back up. I should explain how this started. Sarah moved out in March. Typical story, growing apart, different priorities, all that crap. I kept the house because I could afford the payments. She took most of the furniture. Fine by me. I wanted a fresh start anyway. The argument happened on a Tuesday in September. She came by to get the last of her stuff and dropped the divorce papers on the kitchen counter. Something about seeing them there, so final and official, made me snap. I said things I shouldn't have. Called her names, brought up old fights. She gave as good as she got. I stormed out without my keys, wallet, or phone. Just walked for hours in the cool fall air until my anger burned out. When I finally came back, planning to knock until Sarah let me in, the house was dark. Her car was gone, and there were my keys, arranged in that weird, precise line on the mat. I figured Sarah must have found them and laid them out, even though it didn't seem like something she'd do, especially not after our fight. But who else could it have been? The next few days were normal. I went to work at the accounting firm, came home, watched TV, ordered takeout, normal stuff. Then small things started happening. The TV would be on when I got home, playing some random channel. I figured I must have forgotten to turn it off in the morning. The bathroom door would slowly swing shut while I was washing dishes, even though there wasn't any draft. I'd find coffee cups in the sink that I was sure I'd left on the table. I started keeping track in my phone. October 3rd, kitchen faucet running when I woke up. October 7th, bedroom lights on after work. October 12th, front door locked even though I remember leaving it unlocked while bringing in groceries. Little things. Things I could explain away. Then it got worse. I was in the shower when I heard footsteps in the hallway. Clear, deliberate steps on the hardwood floor. I froze, water running down my face, straining to listen. The steps came closer, stopped right outside the bathroom door. I could see a shadow under the door like someone was standing there. I called out, "Hello?" My voice echoed off the tile walls. No answer. The shadow didn't move. I turned off the water. The house was completely silent except for water dripping from my body. I grabbed a towel, wrapped it around my waist, and yanked open the door. The hallway was empty. The wood floor was dry. No wet footprints besides my own. I searched every room, dripping water everywhere. Nothing was disturbed. No signs of break-in. All doors and windows locked. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every little creak and settling noise made me sit up in bed. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps, this time in the kitchen below my bedroom. The distinct sound of someone walking slowly across the linoleum. The refrigerator door opening and closing, cupboards opening. I grabbed the baseball bat I'd started keeping by my bed and crept downstairs. The kitchen was dark and still, but when I opened the fridge, a glass of water sat in the center of the top shelf. a glass I knew hadn't been there when I went to bed. I called the police the next morning. They did a walkthrough, checked all the locks, looked for signs of forced entry, found nothing, suggested I install security cameras, said to call back if anything was stolen. I bought cameras that day, set them up in every room. The system connected to an app on my phone so I could check the feeds anytime. For 2 days, nothing happened. Then, on the third night, the kitchen camera went dark for exactly 47 seconds. When it came back on, all the chairs at my dining table had been turned to face the window. I checked the footage over and over. At 2:17 a.m., the camera just cuts to black. No static, no interference, just black. Then at 2:18 a.m., it comes back on, and the chairs are moved. The other cameras showed nothing. No one entered or left the kitchen. I started sleeping at a hotel. Came back during the day to check on things. Every time I walked in, something would be different. Books rearranged on shelves, pictures slightly crooked. Once I found all my coffee mugs stacked in a perfect pyramid on the counter. The hotel got expensive. My boss noticed I was distracted at work, dark circles under my eyes, jumping at small noises. I had to go back home eventually. The first night back, I lay in bed listening to the house. Every sound sent a jolt of adrenaline through my body. Around midnight, my phone buzzed, motion alert from the living room camera. I opened the app with shaking fingers. The feed showed my living room lit only by moonlight through the windows. As I watched, the TV clicked on by itself. Channels started changing rapidly, flickering light filling the room. The remote lay untouched on the coffee table. I heard the TV downstairs changing channels just like in the video feed. This was happening right now, right below me. My chest felt tight. Sweat soaked through my t-shirt. The channels stopped changing. Settled on some old black and white movie. The volume turned up just slightly. I heard a creak on the stairs. Footsteps, coming up. Slow and deliberate. The second stair that always squeaks. The fourth. The seventh. Getting closer. I couldn't move. My whole body was rigid with fear. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, started down the hallway toward my room. The floor creaked right outside my door. The doorknob slowly began to turn. I threw myself out of bed, grabbed my bat, and backed into the corner. The door swung open on silent hinges. Nothing was there, just the dark hallway. The TV sound from downstairs had stopped. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the bat. Sweat ran down my face. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. Then I felt it, a cold spot in the air, right in front of me. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. The cold spot moved closer. I swung the bat wildly, hitting nothing but air that felt like ice. Something grabbed my wrist. I couldn't see anything touching me, but I felt fingers, cold, strong fingers wrapping around my arm. The bat clattered to the floor. I ran, sprinted down the hallway, taking the stairs 3 at a time. Behind me, footsteps followed at a walking pace. Unhurried, like whatever it was knew I couldn't get away. I made it to the front door, grabbed the handle. It was locked. I yanked and twisted frantically, but it wouldn't budge. Behind me, the footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. The temperature dropped again. My breath came out in white clouds. The footsteps came closer. Then, suddenly, the lock clicked. The door swung open on its own. Cold night air rushed in. I ran to my car, fumbled the keys 3 times before getting them in the ignition. As I backed out of the driveway, I looked up at my bedroom window. A shape stood there, darker than the darkness around it. Just for a second. Then it was gone. That was an hour ago. Now I sit in my car, watching my house. The porch light flickers. Through the windows, I see lights turning on and off in different rooms, moving like someone walking through the house. My phone buzzes, motion alert from the kitchen camera. I open the app. The feed shows my kitchen table. As I watch, a piece of paper slides across the surface like someone is pushing it. A pen rises into the air, hangs suspended for a moment, then begins to write. The writing is neat and precise. I recognize it immediately. It's Sarah's handwriting. Coming home was the right choice. I've been waiting for you to come back. The pen drops. The paper stops moving. My hands shake as I start the car again. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what's happening in my house. But I know one thing. Whatever is in there isn't Sarah. Sarah is alive, living across town with her sister. So what's been waiting for me to come home? I put the car in drive. Behind me, the porch light turns off, then on, then off again, like something saying goodbye, or telling me it knows I'll be back. Because this is my house. And whatever is in there, whatever has been watching me, moving things, writing messages, it knows I can't stay away forever. I drive into the night, but I already know I'll return. The house is calling me back, it always does. Next time I'll be ready. Next time I'll figure out what's really living in my home. But for now, I drive. The GPS says Sarah's sister's house is 22 minutes away. I need answers. And Sarah is the only person who might know what's happening. Though part of me wonders, when I get there, will the door unlock itself to let me in? Will I find my keys laid out in a perfect line? Or will I find something else entirely? The streetlights flicker as I drive past. In my rearview mirror, my house disappears into the darkness. But I can still feel it watching me, waiting for me to come home. I found the mirror 2 weeks after Grandma Helen died. My hands were covered in dust from sorting through decades of accumulated stuff in her attic. The thick fabric wrapped around it felt heavy, like a burial shroud. I pulled it off. The mirror stood taller than me, its wooden frame dark with age. Something felt wrong the moment I touched it. The air got colder. My fingertips tingled, but I couldn't look away from my reflection in that clouded glass. That was the beginning. I didn't know it then. Now I'm writing everything down before I forget more. My hands are shaking. The pen keeps slipping. But I need to record what's happening while I still can. It started small. The day after finding the mirror, I couldn't remember what I had for breakfast. No big deal. Who remembers every meal? But then I forgot a whole conversation with my wife Sarah about weekend plans. She got angry. "We just talked about this last night," she said. I stood in our kitchen staring at her, drawing a complete blank. The gaps kept appearing, but only after I spent time in the attic. I'd go up there to sort through more of Grandma's things, telling myself I needed to finish the job. The mirror drew me in every time. I'd stand there sometimes for hours just staring at my reflection. It looked different somehow, darker, deeper, like I could step right through it if I tried. Last week I forgot my computer password at work. I'd used it every day for 3 years. My fingers hovered over the keyboard while my mind stayed blank. It had to reset it. My boss noticed me zoning out in meetings. "Everything okay, Jack?" he asked. I nodded and smiled, but inside my stomach clenched. Something was very wrong. The forgotten moments piled up. What I ate, what I said, where I parked my car. Small things disappeared from my mind like water down a drain. But only after attic visits. I started taking notes on my phone, documenting everything. The pattern was clear. Time alone with the mirror meant memories vanished. I tried staying away. 3 days passed. The forgetting stopped. But the pull got stronger. My skin itched. My head hurt. I couldn't sleep. The mirror called to me like an addiction. Yesterday I cracked. I went up to the attic at midnight while Sarah slept. The moon shone through the dusty window, casting weird shadows. The mirror seemed to glow. My reflection looked wrong. Older maybe, or younger, I couldn't tell. The face staring back at me didn't move quite right. Its eyes stayed fixed on mine while I shifted position. I lost 4 hours standing there. When I finally stumbled downstairs, my legs weak and mind fuzzy, more memories had vanished. My wedding day was full of holes now. I remembered the church, Sarah's dress, but not our vows or first dance. Those moments were just gone, replaced by static like an old TV. Today I woke up and couldn't remember my mother's face. I know she died when I was 12. Cancer. But her features have disappeared. I called my sister in a panic. "What color were Mom's eyes?" I asked. "Blue, like yours," she said. "Jack, what's going on? You sound weird." I hung up without answering. My hands shook so bad I dropped the phone. The mirror was stealing my past, piece by piece. But I still felt its pull, stronger than ever. I'm in the attic now. The mirror stands in front of me while I write this. My reflection watches, its eyes too dark, its smile too wide. I need to destroy it. I brought up a hammer. It's sitting next to me. But every time I reach for it, my body freezes. The mirror won't let me. The strangest part? I'm not scared anymore. The fear has drained away along with my memories. In its place is a kind of peaceful acceptance. Maybe this is what Grandma felt at the end, when her mind started going. The doctors called it dementia. Now I wonder if she spent time up here too, losing pieces of herself to this thing. My reflection raises its hand. I raise mine to match. But its fingers are longer, the nails sharp. Its skin has a gray tinge. When did that start? I can't remember. There's so much I can't remember now. The pen feels heavy. My thoughts keep slipping away mid-sentence. But I have to finish this. Have to warn someone. Sarah? Is that her name? The woman who lives downstairs, who looks at me with worried eyes. She matters. I think she matters a lot. But I can't quite remember why. The mirror is clearer now. My reflection beckons. I want to touch the glass, press my palm against it. Maybe then I'll understand. Maybe then the hunger in my head will finally stop. Just a little closer. The reflection's smile stretches wider. Too wide for a human face. Its teeth are sharp. Were mine always sharp like that? I can't remember. My memories float like soap bubbles, fragile and iridescent. The mirror drinks them in one by one. Pop, pop, pop. Such pretty colors as they burst. Who was I writing this for? The words blur on the page. The pen slips from my fingers. Ink spreads like blood across the paper. The mirror calls. I stand up, walk forward, press my hand against the cold glass. My reflection reaches back. Its fingers push through. I feel its touch, dry and cold like autumn leaves. It pulls me closer. The glass ripples like water. Behind me someone screams. A woman's voice. I know that voice, don't I? The name slips away before I can grasp it. The glass parts like curtains. My reflection opens its arms. Finally, I understand. This is where I belong. This is what I've been waiting for. I step through. The mirror swallows me whole. Behind me, the attic grows dark and empty. The mirror stands silent, its surface clouded once more. My note lies abandoned on the floor, the last words trailing off mid-sentence. If you find this, run. Don't look in the mirror. Don't let it... Sarah found the note 3 days later, crumpled and stained with ink. She called the police, but they didn't believe her story. How could they? People don't vanish into mirrors. Her husband must have left her, they said. These things happen. The mirror still stands in the attic. Sometimes, if you look closely, you might see movement in its depths. A face pressed against the glass, hands reaching out, but only for a moment, before the surface clouds over again. And if you listen very carefully in the silence, you might hear whispers, the sound of memories being devoured one small moment at a time. But Sarah knows better than to look. She locked the attic door and threw away the key. The mirror can keep its secrets and its hunger and whatever remains of the man she loved. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some reflections are better left unseen. In the darkness of the attic, the mirror waits, patient, hungry, ready for the next person who can't resist its call. The next person who needs to understand no matter the cost. The next person who wants to see what lies beyond the glass. It can wait forever if it has to. Time means nothing to the thing in the mirror. It has all the memories it needs to keep it company. For now. I bought the house in October. Got it for a steal because it needed work and sat empty for 2 years. The previous owner died and his kids wanted nothing to do with the place. Fine by me. I needed somewhere quiet after the divorce, somewhere I could work from home without distractions. The house sat on 5 acres, mostly woods, about 40 minutes outside Portland. No neighbors in sight. First thing I did was install motion sensor lights. 4 of them, 1 at each corner of the house. Basic security measure. The driveway curved through dense trees for about a quarter mile before opening into the clearing where the house stood. At night it was pitch black out there, the kind of dark that makes you realize how much ambient light you're used to in the city. The lights worked fine for the first week. They'd catch deer sometimes, maybe a raccoon. Normal stuff. I'd look out the window, see the animal, and go back to whatever I was doing. But then something changed. It started on a Tuesday night. I remember because I had a client meeting the next morning and I was up late prepping my presentation. The side light clicked on at 11:47 p.m. I noticed the time because I glanced at my laptop screen when the brightness caught my eye. I went to the window. Nothing there. Just the lit-up section of yard. Dead leaves scattered across patchy grass. The light stayed on for exactly 30 seconds, then clicked off. Standard operation. No movement. No light. 3 minutes later, it clicked on again. Off after 30 seconds. On again. Off again. Like clockwork. I grabbed my phone and filmed it through the window. The pattern was precise. 3 minutes off. 30 seconds on. No wind that night. No animals that I could see. Just the light, cycling like a metronome. I went outside. The motion sensor light immediately caught me, of course. The yard looked normal. Leaves crunched under my feet. The air felt cold and still. I walked the perimeter of the illuminated area. Nothing moved except me. Back inside, I watched from the window. The pattern resumed. 3 minutes off, 30 seconds on. Like something walking back and forth, triggering the sensor at regular intervals. But there was nothing there. I stayed up until 3 a.m. watching it. The pattern continued until exactly 2:13 a.m., then stopped. I checked the sensor the next morning. Working normally. No loose wires, no signs of tampering. The next night, same thing. Started at 11:47 p.m., ended at 2:13 a.m. Exact same pattern. I set up my phone on a tripod and recorded the whole thing. Played it back frame by frame the next day. Nothing visible triggered the sensor. I called the installation company. They sent someone out to check the system. Everything tested fine. The tech suggested it might be insects, though he couldn't explain the precise timing. I didn't mention that insects don't usually keep perfect time for 2.5 hours straight. A week passed. Every night, same schedule. I started taking notes. 11:47 p.m., first trigger, 3-minute intervals, 30-second illumination each time, 2:13 a.m., final trigger. No visible cause, no sound, no temperature changes, no EMF readings. I bought a meter. No wildlife activity during episodes. I'm not a superstitious person. I work in software development. I deal in logic, in code that either works or doesn't. This didn't work in any way I could understand. I installed a security camera facing the area. High-end model, night vision, motion tracking. The footage showed nothing, just the light clicking on and off. The camera's motion detection never triggered. Only the light sensor reacted to whatever it was. 2 weeks in, I noticed something new. The illuminated area felt different when the cycle was happening. Not colder, exactly. More like the air had thickened slightly. Like the split second before a static shock, but constant. I could feel it on my skin when I stood in the yard during an episode. I started sleeping in the living room, watching through the window. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor and I needed to see this directly. I kept detailed logs. Night 17, 11:47 p.m. Start standard pattern continues 1:15 a.m. Air pressure change noticeable from inside, 1:45 a.m. Static sensation through window glass, 2:13 a.m. End. No visual anomalies. Night 18, 11:47 p.m. Start 12:30 a.m. First audio anomaly. Slight humming during illuminated periods. Like electrical interference but not from house systems, 1:20 a.m. Humming intensity increases 2:13 a.m. End sound stops instantly with final light off. The humming became a regular feature. I recorded it. Analyzed the audio. The frequency matched nothing in my research. Not power lines, not known EMF patterns, not any local wildlife. I tried blocking the sensor, covered it with tape, with cloth, with metal. The pattern continued regardless. I disconnected the power to that circuit entirely. The light still activated, still kept its schedule. Night 25 brought the first direct interaction. I stood in the yard during a cycle, notepad in hand. The light clicked on. The humming started. Then I felt it, pressure against my back, like someone standing too close in an elevator. I spun around. Nothing there. But the pressure remained, constant, directional. I backed away. The pressure followed. Not aggressive, not pushing, just present, like being watched from inches away. I reached out. My hand met resistance in the air, like pushing against dense foam. The resistance had shape, roughly human-sized but unstable, shifting. I ran inside, locked the door, watched through the window as the cycle continued unaffected by what had just happened. The next day, I researched the property's history. The previous owner, Martin Chen, died in the house. Heart attack, according to records. But something else caught my attention. His time of death was listed as 2:13 a.m. I dug deeper, found his daughter's email through social media. She responded quickly. Dad was obsessive about his routine. Every night he'd pace that exact path from 11:47 p.m. to 2:13 a.m. Said he did his best thinking then. When we found him, he was there in that spot. The paramedics called it at 2:13 a.m. I asked about the specific times. Her response: Dad was an engineer. Precision mattered to him. He calculated that exact duration for optimal thinking. Something about mental rhythms and sleep cycles. We thought he was just getting eccentric in his old age. That night, I set up 2 chairs in the yard, placed them facing each other in the illumination zone, sat down at 11:40 p.m. and waited. The cycle began on schedule. The humming started. The pressure returned, but this time I stayed still. After a moment, the other chair creaked. The seat cushion compressed slightly, like someone sitting down. I cleared my throat. Mr. Chen? The humming changed pitch. The air thickened further. I bought your house, I said. It's well built. I'm taking good care of it. The pressure shifted, moved closer. The temperature dropped several degrees. Your daughter said you used to walk here, to think. I'm a problem solver too. Software, not engineering, but similar mindset. The humming modulated, almost like speech, but not quite. The other chair shifted again. Would you like to continue using this space? I can leave it open for you. Same schedule. The pressure pulled back slightly. The humming settled into a steady tone. Almost peaceful. We sat there for the full cycle. Me in my chair, the invisible presence across from me. When 2:13 a.m. came, the pressure dissipated. The light clicked off. The humming stopped. That was 3 months ago. The pattern continues every night. I've learned to work with it. I keep the yard clear. Sometimes I sit out there with a laptop, coding. The presence paces its usual route, occasionally pausing near my chair. The humming has become almost companionable. Last week I hit a bug in my code, couldn't solve it. At 1 a.m. sitting in the yard, I explained the problem out loud. The humming changed. The pressure moved to look at my screen. Then, in the dirt next to my chair, a finger traced out a series of numbers. It was an elegant solution. Worked perfectly. Now we have a routine. I code. He paces. Sometimes I talk through problems. Sometimes he offers suggestions. The light marks our schedule, regular as a heartbeat. I haven't told anyone else, they wouldn't understand. How do you explain that your motion sensor light led you to an unconventional coding partnership with an expired engineer? This morning, I installed a second chair permanently. Seemed only fair. After all, everyone needs a dedicated space to think. The light will come on at 11:47 p.m. tonight, same as always. I'll be there with my laptop. Mr. Chen will arrive on schedule, I'm sure. We have bugs to fix, problems to solve. Sometimes the best debugging partner is one you can't actually see. I check my watch. 11:45 p.m., almost time for another session. The yard waits in darkness. My laptop's charged. The chairs are ready. The light will be on soon. And somewhere in that illuminated space, an engineer's mind still walks its measured path, thinking through problems, finding solutions in the precise rhythm he established long ago. I've learned to trust that rhythm, to work within it, to understand that sometimes the most logical explanation is simply to accept what works, even if you can't fully explain why. The light clicks on, right on schedule, time to code. The footsteps started at 2:47 a.m. I checked my phone when I first heard them. Light, steady steps moving back and forth above my bed. The problem was, there shouldn't have been any floor above my bed. I was on the top floor of the Seaview Inn, an old 3-story Victorian house turned bed and breakfast in the quiet coastal town of Port Haven. I'd arrived earlier that day for what should have been a routine business trip. My company wanted to buy some local properties, and I needed to survey the area and meet with real estate agents. The Seaview Inn wasn't my first choice, but every other hotel in town was booked for some fishing tournament. The building sat on a cliff overlooking the ocean. White paint peeled from its wooden sides. Salt air had worn away at everything. The porch steps creaked. The windows were grimy. But the price was right, and I only needed to stay 3 nights. The owner, Tom Harris, met me at check-in. He was in his 60s, thin, with white hair and dark circles under his eyes. His hands shook when he handed me the key to room 312. "Last room on the top floor," he said. "Best view in the house." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The room was small. A double bed took up most of the space. The furniture was old, a wooden dresser with a cloudy mirror, a desk with a wobbly leg, and a chair with worn upholstery. But the window faced the ocean and the waves crashed against the rocks below. I unpacked, had dinner at a diner down the street, and went to bed early. That's when the footsteps started. At first I thought I was imagining things. The inn was old. Old buildings make noise. But these weren't random creaks or settling sounds. They were deliberate. Step, 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 back and forth, right above my head. I sat up in bed. The footsteps continued. Light, almost hesitant. Like someone pacing, thinking. I got out of bed and turned on the light. The steps didn't stop. I checked my phone again. 2:51 a.m. The footsteps had been going for 4 minutes. I opened my door and looked into the hallway. Empty. The worn carpet runner stretched in both directions. All the other doors were closed. The emergency exit sign at the end cast a red glow. The steps were louder in the hallway, definitely coming from above. I walked to the end of the hall where a door marked "Storage Staff Only" stood locked. Next to it was a window. I looked out. The roof sloped down from there. No attic space. No room for anyone to walk. Back in my room, the footsteps continued. I put on my shoes and went downstairs. The lobby was dark except for a small lamp at the front desk. Tom Harris sat there reading a paperback book. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "Everything all right, Mr. Mitchell?" he asked, marking his page. "There's someone walking around above my room." He smiled, that same empty smile from check-in. "That's impossible. There's nothing above the 3rd floor except the roof." "I know what I'm hearing. Footsteps, going back and forth." He closed his book. "The wind plays tricks up there sometimes. The old roof beams creak." "These aren't creaks. They're footsteps." He shrugged. "I've owned this place for 30 years. Never heard any footsteps." But his hands were shaking again. and he wouldn't meet my eyes. I went back to my room. The footsteps stopped at exactly 3:17 a.m. I wrote down the times in my phone notes. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I had meetings with real estate agents. We drove around looking at properties, old warehouses by the harbor, empty lots, a shuttered cannery. I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about those footsteps. During lunch, I went to the local library. The librarian was a woman in her 70s named Margaret. When I asked about the history of the Seaview Inn, her face changed. "Such a shame what happened there," she said. She pulled out a stack of old newspapers. In 1987, a guest named Sarah Cooper disappeared from room 312. She was staying there while finalizing her divorce. The police investigated but found nothing. No body, no evidence of foul play. She'd just vanished. The articles mentioned that Sarah had complained about noises above her room. The police checked, but there was nothing there, just the roof. I read every article twice. Sarah Cooper was 34, a teacher from Seattle. She'd been at the inn for 3 days before she disappeared. The last person to see her was Tom Harris. That night I waited. The footsteps started at 2:47 a.m. again. Exact same time. I recorded them on my phone. Clear, distinct steps. A woman's footsteps, light and measured. I went to the front desk again. Different night clerk, a teenage girl who barely looked up from her phone. She hadn't heard about Sarah Cooper, said she just worked weekends. The footsteps stopped at 3:17 a.m. Exact same time as the night before. I didn't go to my meetings the next day. Instead, I went to the police station. The officer at the desk was young, probably wasn't even born when Sarah Cooper disappeared. He pulled up the file on his computer. "Cold case," he said. "No leads, no evidence, no body. We get a lot of missing persons cases in coastal towns. People walk into the ocean sometimes." "What about Tom Harris? Was he a suspect?" The officer scrolled through the file. "Interviewed multiple times, had an alibi, was at a bar with friends the night she disappeared. Several witnesses confirmed it. Did anyone check above room 312? According to this, they did a thorough search of the entire building. Nothing suspicious found." I went back to the library. Margaret helped me find more articles. The Seaview Inn had been built in 1898 by a sea captain named James Morrison. Original blueprints showed 4 floors, but the top floor burned in a fire in 1923. It was never rebuilt. I asked Margaret if she remembered Sarah Cooper's disappearance. "I knew her," she said. "She came to the library every day she was here. Sweet woman, scared about the divorce. Her ex-husband was abusive. She said she felt safe at the inn except what? She mentioned hearing footsteps above her room. Said they kept her awake at night. I told her that was impossible. There's no 4th floor anymore. The day before she disappeared, she came in very upset. Said she'd asked Tom Harris about the footsteps, and he'd gotten angry. Told her to mind her own business." I went back to the inn and studied the building from outside. The roof looked normal. No hidden rooms visible. But something caught my eye. A window, high up, almost hidden by the eaves. You could only see it from certain angles. In my room, I waited. The footsteps started at 2:47 a.m. I turned on my phone's voice recorder. "I know you're there," I said. "I know about Sarah Cooper." The footsteps stopped. Then they got louder, harder, like someone stamping. I went into the hallway. The storage room door was still locked. I put my ear against it. The footsteps were coming from behind it. I ran downstairs. Tom Harris was at the desk again. "We need to talk about Sarah Cooper," I said. His face went white. "I don't know what you're talking about." "The footsteps. They're the same ones she heard. What happened to her?" "Get out of my inn." His voice shook. "Did you kill her?" He stood up. "I'm calling the police." "Good. Let's call them. Let's get them to check that storage room. Let's see what's behind it." He grabbed my arm, strong for an old man. "Leave, now, or you'll regret it." I pulled away. The original building had 4 floors. There's still space up there, isn't there? Hidden space. Is that where you put her? He swung at me. I stepped back. He fell forward, hitting his head on the desk. Blood trickled from his forehead. You don't understand, he said. It wasn't me. It was the room. The room wanted her. What room? He started crying. The 4th floor. It's still there, behind that door. One room left from before the fire. I sealed it up when I bought the place. But it wants people. It takes them. You're crazy. I tried to warn her, told her to leave, but she wouldn't listen. She went up there. The door was unlocked. I don't know how. It's always locked. I heard her scream. When I got there, she was gone. Just gone. I ran upstairs. The storage room door was open. Narrow stairs led up into darkness. I turned on my phone's flashlight. The stairs were old, rotting, but there were fresh footprints in the dust. At the top was a single room. Small, empty, except for a chair facing the window. The window I'd seen from outside. The walls were charred from the old fire, and there were footprints all over the floor, back and forth, back and forth. A woman stood by the window. She turned. Sarah Cooper. Her face was wrong, stretched, distorted. She smiled. Her teeth were black. Join me, she said. The room wants company. I ran, down the stairs, through the hallway, out of the inn. I didn't stop until I reached my car. The police found Tom Harris dead at his desk. Heart attack, they said. They searched the inn, including the storage room. But they said they only found stairs leading to the roof. No hidden room. No Sarah Cooper. I checked out of the Seaview Inn that morning, found another hotel, finished my business in Port Haven as quickly as possible. But sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps above my bed. Light, steady steps. Back and forth. Back and forth. Even though I live in a single-story house. And sometimes when I look out my window at night, I see a face, stretched and distorted, teeth black as coal. Sarah Cooper, still pacing, still waiting for company. The Seaview Inn is still open. New owners now. They renovated it last year. But they kept room 312. The reviews all mention the same thing. Footsteps in the night, coming from above. Even though there's nothing up there. Nothing except an empty room with a chair facing the window, waiting for someone to join Sarah Cooper on her endless walk. Back and forth, forever. The scratching started 3 months after I moved in. Just light scrapes at first, barely audible through the basement door. I thought it was mice. It wasn't mice. I bought the house in October. Small place, 2 bedrooms, needed work, but the price was right. The previous owner had died, and his son just wanted to get rid of it. I should have asked more questions. The basement door caught my eye during the walkthrough. Heavy oak, solid brass handle, deadbolt lock. Seemed excessive for a storage closet, but the realtor said all the paperwork showed it as just a standard utility space. When I asked for the key, she said the owner's son hadn't found it. No big deal, I figured. I'd call a locksmith eventually. I spent the first couple months fixing up the main floor. New paint, some basic plumbing work, patching holes, normal house stuff. The basement door stayed locked. Sometimes I'd jiggle the handle when I walked past, but it never budged. Then in January I heard it. A soft scratching sound like fingernails on wood. It was faint enough that I thought I was imagining things. But it kept happening, usually at night when the house was quiet. I called Mr. Chen, my landlord, about getting the door opened. He showed up the next day looking uncomfortable. What door? He asked, staring at the heavy oak panel. This one, the basement storage. He shook his head. No storage here, just wall. I pressed my hand against the door. Solid wood, cool to the touch. This is clearly a door. Look at the handle, the hinges. No door on blueprint, must be mistake. He wouldn't look directly at it. Previous owner, maybe add wall, cover storage, not important. The scratching got louder that night, more insistent. I pressed my ear to the wood and heard something else. A wet, sliding sound, like a tongue moving over teeth. I called 3 locksmiths. The first 2 said they were too busy. The third agreed to come out but called back an hour later to cancel. Said he had an emergency job. His voice shook when he apologized. The sounds changed over the next few weeks. The scratching turned to tapping, then scraping like claws or maybe fingernails dragging slow and deliberate across the wood. Sometimes I'd hear a soft thump, like something pressing against the other side. I started avoiding the basement hallway. Took the long way around to do laundry, but at night lying in bed I could still hear it. The sounds carried through the heating vents, up through the floorboards. Scratch, tap, scrape. I researched the house's history. County records showed it was built in 1922. Changed hands every few years until 1975, when Martin Crane bought it. He lived here alone until his death last year. No family except his son Thomas, who sold it to me. I tracked down Thomas Crane's number. Called him on a Sunday afternoon. "The basement door," I said after introducing myself. "I need to know what's behind it." Silence on the line, just static and breathing. "Mr. Crane, the locked door in the basement. Your father must have had a key." "Don't open it." His voice was barely a whisper. "Please, whatever you hear, whatever it says, don't open that door." "Says? What do you mean, whatever it says?" He hung up. Wouldn't answer when I called back. That night I heard something new. A voice, muffled but distinct, coming through the door. Soft, almost childlike. "Please," it said. "Please let me out. I'm so hungry." I ran upstairs, turned on every light in the house, and played music until dawn. But I could still hear it underneath the noise, pleading, begging. The next day I bought an electric drill. I was going to put a hole through the door, just big enough for a camera. See what the hell was in there. The drill bit snapped as soon as it touched the wood. Didn't even leave a mark. I tried 3 more bits. Same result. I took a sledgehammer to it next. The metal head bounced off like rubber, nearly breaking my wrists. The door didn't even dent. The voice got stronger. Started using my name. "James," it would whisper. "James, please. It's so dark in here. So cold. Just open the door. Just for a minute." I stopped sleeping more than an hour at a time. Started keeping a baseball bat by my bed. The voice was constant now, day and night. Sometimes crying, sometimes singing little nursery rhymes, sometimes screaming until I had to leave the house. I hired a contractor to build a false wall in front of the door. The crew showed up, took one look, and walked out. Wouldn't even take their deposit back. Mr. Chen stopped answering my calls. The real estate agent's number was disconnected. Thomas Crane had moved with no forwarding address. The scratching spread. I started finding long, deep gouges in other doors, in the walls, in the hardwood floors, like something was trying to claw its way through from underneath. The voice changed too, deeper, angrier. "I can smell you, James. Your blood, your fear. Let me out. Let me out." I'm writing this from a hotel room. Haven't been home in 3 days, but I can still hear it, even here, in the pipes, in the walls, behind every closed door. Yesterday I got a letter from Thomas Crane. No return address, just 3 lines. "I'm sorry. It was supposed to stay sealed for another generation. The hunger is strongest when it first wakes up. I have to go back. Have to face it. Maybe if I open the door. Maybe if I give it what it wants." The scratching is getting louder, even through these hotel walls. It followed me. It's almost here. End of journal found in room 237 of the Parkview Hotel. James Marshall has been missing for 16 days. The basement door at 1421 Elm Street remains locked. The scratching continues. I used to work on the 47th floor of the Hancock Building in Chicago. Used to. Now I work from home. Some people think I'm crazy when I tell them why. They haven't seen what I've seen. They haven't felt what I've felt. but I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. Just the facts, just what I saw with my own eyes. It started 3 months ago. I was pulling another late night at Marshall and Reed Consulting. The office was empty. Everyone else had gone home hours ago. The cleaning crew had already finished their rounds. My computer screen showed 11:47 p.m. I packed up my laptop and walked to the elevator bank. My footsteps echoed on the marble floor. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. I pressed the down button and waited. The elevator arrived with a ding. The doors opened. I stepped inside and hit the lobby button. As the doors closed, I checked my phone. That's when I first noticed it in the reflection of the elevator's polished metal walls. A dark shape stood behind me, just off-center like someone trying to stay out of the main overhead light. I spun around. Nothing there, just empty elevator space. I turned back to the reflection. The shape was still there, not quite human-shaped, more like a smudge of deeper darkness. It moved when I moved, but always stayed a few inches to my left. My heart started pounding. Sweat broke out on my forehead. I jabbed the next floor button. The elevator stopped. Doors opened. I practically ran out, then took the next car down. I told myself I was tired, seeing things, working too hard. But the next night, I stayed late again. Different elevator, same thing. That shape behind me, always slightly off-center, always gone when I turned around. This went on for 2 weeks. Every night I worked late, that shadow followed me. I started leaving earlier, with other people. But sometimes client calls ran long. Sometimes deadlines couldn't wait. And every time I took that elevator alone after dark, it was there. I switched to taking the stairs. 47 floors is a long way down, but I didn't care. My legs burned. My dress shoes weren't made for this. But at least I didn't have to see that thing anymore. For 3 days it worked. Then I started noticing movements in the stairwell. Quick flickers of darkness at the edge of my vision, a deeper shade of black in the corners. The emergency lights cast multiple shadows from the railings, and one of them didn't match up right. I'd freeze on the landing, heart hammering against my ribs. The shadow would be there, stretched across the wall. Not my shadow. Something else's shadow. But when I looked around, I was alone. The security guards started giving me weird looks. I was spending more and more time in the stairwell, staring at walls. One of them, Mike, finally stopped me. "Everything okay, Mr. Peterson?" he asked. "You've been taking the stairs a lot lately." "Exercise," I said. Sweat dripped down my back. "Doctor's orders." He nodded, but I saw the look in his eyes. The same look my coworkers were giving me. I was losing weight. Dark circles formed under my eyes. I jumped at sudden movements. One night I had to work until 2 a.m. to finish a project. I couldn't face the stairs. Too tired. The elevator seemed safer than stumbling down all those flights. The doors opened. I stepped in. My reflection showed a man I barely recognized. Pale, unshaven, suit wrinkled, and behind me, that familiar darkness. It looked darker this time, more solid. The edges were sharper, more defined. It had a shape now, like a person wearing a black cloak, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin. I watched it in the reflection. It moved, just a slight shift, but definitely movement. Independent of my own motion, my chest tightened. I couldn't breathe. The elevator stopped, not at the lobby. Floor 23. The doors opened onto darkness. The floor was under renovation, completely empty. No lights, no people. I didn't push that button. The shadow in the reflection moved again. It stretched, growing taller. A hand reached out from it. Long fingers. Too many fingers. I slammed the lobby button. Nothing happened. Hit it again. And again. The door stayed open, framed dark against the darker floor beyond. The shadow touched my shoulder. I felt it. Cold. Like plunging into ice water. My whole arm went numb. I screamed. Threw myself out of the elevator onto the dark floor. Scrambled away on hands and knees. The elevator doors closed behind me. My phone's flashlight showed bare concrete, plastic sheets hanging from the ceiling, construction equipment scattered around. I ran for the stairwell, down 23 flights. My legs shook, lungs burned. I didn't stop. At the lobby, I burst out past a startled security guard and ran to my car. I called in sick the next day, and the next. On the third day, my boss showed up at my apartment. "We're worried about you, James," she said. "What's going on?" I told her everything. The shadow, the elevator, the cold touch. She listened without interrupting. "I think you need to talk to someone," she said finally. "We have good mental health coverage. Take some time off, get help." I quit instead, found a remote job, moved to a single-story house in the suburbs. I don't take elevators anymore, don't use the stairs in any building more than 2 floors high. But sometimes, when I'm working late at my home office, I see movement in my computer screen's reflection, a darkness that doesn't match the room behind me, and I wonder if it followed me home. Sometimes I wake up at night and the shadows in the corners of my bedroom look wrong. They move when nothing's moving. They're deeper than they should be. I keep all the lights on now, sleep with them blazing. My electric bill is crazy, but I don't care, because I know what I saw, I know what I felt. That cold touch on my shoulder left a mark, a patch of skin that never quite warmed up. The doctors can't explain it. They've run tests, taken samples. Nothing shows up on their instruments. But when I look at it in the mirror, I see something. Just at the edge of vision. A darkness that moves when I move. Always slightly off-center. Always just out of reach. I'm telling you this as a warning. If you're working late, if you're alone in an elevator and see something in the reflection that shouldn't be there, don't ignore it. Don't tell yourself you're tired or seeing things. Get out. Take the stairs. But check the shadows first, because once it notices you, it doesn't stop. It doesn't go away. It just gets closer. And closer. And someday, maybe tonight, maybe next week, it won't stay in the reflection anymore. I've lived next to Blackwood Forest for 8 years. Never had a problem until 3 weeks ago. I walk my dog Rex there every night at 9 p.m. It's our routine. Was our routine. Now I sit here with my hands shaking as I try to make sense of what happened. Maybe writing it down will help. I need to get it out of my head. It started on October 12th, a Monday. The temperature had dropped to 45 degrees that night. I remember because I put on my heavy jacket for the first time this season. Rex pulled on his leash as usual, eager to get to the trail. The moon was full. The branches were mostly bare. We took our normal route along the eastern trail. Rex stopped to pee on his favorite oak tree about quarter-mile in. That's when I first saw it. A dark shape between the trees, maybe 50 yards off the trail. Tall, very tall. At first I thought it was just shadows playing tricks. The moonlight can do that, make tree trunks look like figures sometimes. I squinted, trying to get a better look. The shape didn't move. Rex saw it too. His ears went up, his tail went stiff. Then he started barking. Not his normal excited bark when he sees a squirrel or another dog. This was different, lower, more aggressive. The hair on his back stood straight up. "Easy, boy," I said, tugging his leash. But he wouldn't stop. He kept barking at that spot between the trees. I looked again. The shape was still there, completely motionless. A chill ran down my spine. Something felt wrong. The shape seemed too dark, like it was absorbing the moonlight instead of being lit by it. And it was too tall to be a person, maybe 8 or 9 feet. I pulled Rex away and we walked back home quickly. I kept looking over my shoulder, but I didn't see it again that night. I told myself it was nothing. Just my imagination. The mind plays tricks in the dark. The next night, I almost skipped our walk. But Rex was whining at the door like he always does at 9 p.m. I didn't want to break our routine over what was probably nothing. So we went. Everything seemed normal at first. The same cool air, the same crunching leaves under our feet. But when we got to that spot by the oak tree, Rex froze. His growl started low in his throat. I looked toward the trees. It was there again, the same dark figure, but this time it was closer to the trail, maybe 30 yards away now. Still completely still. Still impossibly tall. My heart started pounding. I could hear blood rushing in my ears. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded thin and weak in the quiet forest. No response. Rex's growl turned into that same deep bark, over and over, threatening, scared. I turned and ran. Rex bolted with me, charging ahead on his leash. We didn't stop until we got home. I locked all the doors and windows that night, checked them 3 times before going to bed. The third night, I drove to a different trail 5 miles away. Rex and I walked there instead, but it didn't feel right. Rex kept looking around nervously, not enjoying himself like usual. We went home early. The fourth night, my girlfriend Amy came over. She said I was being ridiculous about the forest thing, said we should go walk Rex together, that I'd feel better with company. I tried to argue, but she insisted. "See? Nothing scary out here," she said as we walked. Rex seemed more relaxed with her there. His tail was wagging again. Then we reached the oak tree. Rex's bark exploded into the quiet night. Amy jumped. "Jesus, Rex! What's wrong with him?" I pointed. The figure was there, 20 yards from the trail now, close enough to see details, except there were no details to see. It was like a hole in the world, a person-shaped piece of absolute darkness. My legs felt weak. Amy's hand tightened on my arm. What is that?" she whispered. "We need to go. Now." We backed away slowly, then turned and speed-walked to my house. Amy's face was pale. She didn't tease me about being ridiculous anymore. The next 3 nights I kept Rex inside. He paced by the door at 9 p.m. whining. I felt bad, but I couldn't make myself go back out there. I sat on my couch instead, staring out the window toward the forest. I couldn't see the trail from my house, but I kept imagining that figure, waiting in the dark. On the 8th night, Rex wouldn't stop barking at the back door. He'd never acted like this before, barking and scratching frantically at the wood. I tried to calm him down, but nothing worked. Finally, I walked to the door. My hand shook as I pulled back the curtain to look outside. The figure was at the edge of my yard, right where my lawn meets the forest, 10 yards from my house. It was so tall it blocked out the stars behind it. Rex's barking reached a fever pitch. I stumbled back from the door, grabbed my phone to call 911, but what would I say? There's a shadow in my yard? They'd think I was crazy. I ran upstairs and locked myself in my bedroom. Rex followed, still barking. I pulled the blankets over my head like a kid. Eventually, I fell asleep from pure exhaustion. The next morning, I went outside to check. The grass where the figure had stood was dead. A perfect rectangular patch of brown, withered grass. I put my house up for sale that day, stayed with Amy until I found a new place. People asked why I was selling so suddenly. I made up something about a job opportunity in another city. That was 2 weeks ago. My house still hasn't sold. The realtor says people keep commenting that something feels off about the place. She's having trouble getting second showings. I drive by sometimes, late at night. I can't help myself. The figure is always there now, standing at the edge of my old yard, waiting. Sometimes I think I see it turn its head to watch my car as I pass. Rex still barks every night at 9 p.m., even though we're 15 miles away now. Even though we're in an apartment with no forest in sight. He stares at the wall and barks, like he knows something's still out there. I check the local news websites every day, looking for missing person reports. Strange incidents near the forest. So far, nothing. But sometimes I wonder, how many other houses along that forest edge are up for sale now? How many other people have seen what I saw? I won't walk in any forest now, day or night. The shape of trees makes me nauseous. And every time I catch a glimpse of something tall and dark out of the corner of my eye, my heart stops for a second. Because I know what I saw. It wasn't shadows or tricks of light. It wasn't my imagination. Something impossible was watching me from those trees. Something that didn't belong in our world. And somewhere out there in Blackwood Forest, it's still watching, still waiting, still moving closer, night by night, to the edge of the trees. The police found 2 hikers dead last week, right by that oak tree. The news said it was a bear attack, but I saw the photos that leaked online. Those bodies weren't torn up like a bear attack. They were just empty. Like everything inside had been drained out through their eyes and mouth. Their faces were frozen in expressions of absolute terror. I know I should tell someone what I know, should warn people about what's in those woods. But who would believe me? A story about a shadow that kills people? They'd lock me up. So I write this instead. Maybe someone will find it someday and understand. Maybe it will help them make sense of what's happening in their forest, on their nightly walks. If you see a tall, dark figure watching you from the trees, don't tell yourself it's just shadows. Don't go back the next night to prove yourself wrong. Run, sell your house, move far away. Because once it notices you, it won't stop watching, won't stop moving closer, won't stop waiting for its chance. I check the real estate listings every day now. 3 more houses along Blackwood Forest went up for sale this week. The prices keep dropping. Soon no one will want to live there at all, but that's not going to stop it. Those dead hikers proved that. It's not confined to the forest edge anymore. It's learning, hunting. I've started seeing more shadows lately. Just glimpses. A dark shape in my periphery when I'm walking to my car. A too tall figure reflected in my windows at night. The dead patch in my grass has spread. Even my indoor plants are starting to wither. Rex barely eats anymore. He's losing weight. The vet can't figure out why. His bark is weaker every night at 9 p.m., but he keeps doing it. Faithful guard dog to the end. I know it's following me. I know it's only a matter of time. I write this as a warning, but also as evidence, a record of what happened. What's still happening? If you're reading this and you see a tall, dark figure in the woods, run. Run as far and as fast as you can. Don't look back. Don't try to understand. Just run. Because it's not confined to Blackwood Forest anymore. It could be in any forest, any dark place. Watching, waiting, moving closer. I hear Rex barking now. It's 9 p.m. But this bark is different, weaker, more desperate. I'm afraid to look out my window. The shadows in my room seem darker tonight, deeper. When I turn my head, they move in ways shadows shouldn't move. I have to stop writing now. Something tall is standing in my doorway. Something dark. I shouldn't have tried to warn you. I should have just kept quiet. Run. Run before it notices you too. Run before... My hands are shaking as I write this. I need to get it all down while I still can. While I still remember everything clearly. While I'm still sure of what's real and what isn't. It started 3 weeks ago. A simple home renovation project. That's all it was supposed to be. The basement needed work. The walls were cracking and water was seeping in during heavy rains. My wife Sarah had been after me about it for months. Fix it before winter, she kept saying. We'll get mold. She was right, of course, so I took a week off work to tackle it. The first 2 days went fine. I scraped off old paint, patched cracks, and cleaned decades of grime. The previous owners had left piles of junk down there. Old magazines, broken tools, cardboard boxes falling apart from moisture. I was hauling it all to the dumpster when I found the radio. It sat on a shelf in the darkest corner, covered in dust so thick I couldn't see its surface. When I picked it up, it felt solid. Heavy. One of those old tube radios from the 1940s or 50s. The kind my grandfather used to have. The power cord looked intact, surprisingly. No fraying or cracks in the insulation. I don't know why I plugged it in. Curiosity, I guess. Old electronics can be dangerous, but something made me want to see if it still worked. The outlet nearest that corner still had power. I'd checked it earlier while planning the renovation. The radio's dial lit up immediately, a warm yellow glow. No static or humming, just silence at first. Then music started playing. Clear as day, like it was being broadcast from next door. I didn't recognize the song. Something old, really old. A woman singing in a low, smoky voice. No accompaniment except a piano. The melody was strange. It didn't follow any pattern I could identify. The words weren't in English, maybe French or Italian, but with something off about the pronunciation. The music made my skin crawl. I can't explain why. Nothing overtly scary about it, but something in the singer's voice and the way the piano notes seemed to hang in the air too long felt wrong. I pulled the plug. The music stopped instantly. I checked the radio over. No manufacturer's name I could find. No serial number. Just smooth brown bakelite with Art Deco styling. I set it on my workbench, meaning to look it up online later. Maybe it was worth something to collectors. I went back to work. An hour later, I heard music coming from the corner again. The same song, that same voice. But I hadn't plugged the radio back in. I walked over slowly. The dial was glowing. The cord was still unplugged, dangling free. I grabbed the plug. It was cold. No electricity flowing through it, but the radio was playing clear as ever. I yanked the cord completely out of the radio. The music continued. I turned it over, looking for a battery compartment. There wasn't one. No visible way it could be powered. But still that woman sang. Still that piano played those wrong-sounding notes. My hands were sweating. I put the radio back on the shelf and went upstairs. I needed a break. Needed to clear my head. When I came back down 20 minutes later, the music had stopped. I worked late that day trying to make up for lost time. Around sunset, the temperature in the basement dropped suddenly. My breath came out in clouds. The radio clicked on again. Same song. But this time in the pauses between verses, I heard something else. Whispering. I couldn't make out words. Just a susurration, like dead leaves scraping across concrete. Multiple voices talking over each other, getting louder in the gaps between music, then fading when the singing resumed. I went closer, straining to understand. The whispers grew clearer. Still couldn't catch individual words, but the tone was urgent. Pleading. Warning, maybe. My head started pounding. The voices built to a crescendo and then silence. The radio went dead again. That night I dreamed of the song. Woke up humming it. Sarah asked what tune it was. She didn't recognize it. I couldn't explain where I'd heard it. Didn't tell her about the radio. It seemed crazy in the morning light. But when I went back down to work, there it was again, playing that song. This time I recorded it on my phone. Tried to Google the lyrics later. No matches. Ran it through music recognition apps. Nothing. The recording was crystal clear, but no database could identify the song. The whispers got stronger each day, clearer. I started catching words here and there. Most weren't English. The few I could understand made no sense. Numbers, names, random phrases. Red door. Seventh sister. Count the days. I thought about destroying the radio, taking a hammer to it. But something stopped me every time I tried. Fear, partially, but also curiosity. I needed to understand what was happening. A week into the renovation, I noticed changes in the basement. Small things at first. Tools not where I left them. Dust patterns on the floor changed overnight. Then bigger things. New cracks in walls I'd just patched. The temperature dropping lower each day even though it was still summer upstairs. The song began playing at random times, not just when I was in the basement. I'd hear it faintly through the floors. When I'd check, the radio would be on, but it would click off as soon as I reached the bottom step, playing games with me. Sarah never heard it. Neither did our kids. Just me. I started carrying a notebook, writing down the whispered words I could catch, trying to find patterns. Most were still gibberish, but occasionally a clear sentence would cut through. They're getting closer. The door's opening. You shouldn't have found it. I lost track of the renovation work. Spent hours just sitting in the basement listening. The whispers grew more frequent, more urgent. The song itself began to change. Notes held longer. The singer's voice distorting slightly. the piano sounding more like metal scraping on metal. 2 weeks in, I noticed the walls were wet. Not from outside moisture, it hadn't rained in days. This was something black and viscous, seeping through the concrete. It smelled like copper and rot. When I touched it, my fingers went numb. The radio's case began to change too. The brown bakelite darkened, developed a sheen like wet skin. Sometimes I swore I could see it pulsing, like something inside was breathing. The dial light grew brighter, shifting from yellow to deep red. The whispers started following me upstairs. I'd hear them at work, in the car, in bed at night, always just at the edge of comprehension. Sarah said I was distracted, irritable. The kids started avoiding me. I barely noticed. I was too focused on decoding the messages. Yesterday, something new happened. The song stopped mid-verse. Complete silence from the radio. Then a single voice spoke, clear, unwhispered, using my name. "We've been waiting for you, David. It's almost time. Bring it through." The voice was the singer's, but wrong, like her vocal cords were made of grinding glass. I stumbled backward, fell against my workbench. Tools clattered to the floor. When I looked up, there was something behind the radio's speaker grill. Movement. A darkness deeper than shadow, flowing like oil. For a split second, I saw eyes. Dozens of them blinking in sequence. Then they were gone. The radio went silent again, but the dial kept glowing. Pulses of red light like a heartbeat. The black liquid on the walls began moving, flowing downward, gathering in pools on the floor. The pools started forming patterns. Letters, numbers, a date, tomorrow. I've spent today gathering supplies, salt, sage, holy water, every protection I can think of. I've transcribed my notebook entries into this document, loaded the audio recordings to the cloud. Sarah's taking the kids to her mother's. She thinks I'm sick, having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I am, but the whispers are constant now. The song plays in my head even when the radio's off. My vision blurs at the edges, like something's trying to push through from behind my eyes. The radio's changing faster. The case has gone completely black. The speaker grill looks like a mouth. The dial light throbs faster every hour. The puddles on the basement floor are spreading, forming a perfect circle around where the radio sits. I have to go back down there. Have to know what's coming, have to understand why it chose me, what it wants me to bring through. If you're reading this and I don't come back, don't go in my basement. Don't touch the radio if you find it, and whatever you do, don't listen to the song, but if you hear whispers, if you catch yourself humming a tune you don't recognize, run. Run far. Run fast. They know you're there. They're always listening. And the door is almost open. I found the photo 2 weeks ago. It was face down in my home office drawer, wedged between old receipts and paper clips. A regular 4x6 print, nothing special. But now it won't leave me alone. I keep putting it away, and it keeps coming back. I'm not crazy. I know what I'm seeing. The photo follows me around my house like a stray dog looking for food. That first day, I almost threw it away. The drawer was a mess. Hadn't cleaned it in years. My wife Sarah had been asking me to organize the office since she died 3 years ago. Cancer. I finally got around to it that Sunday morning. I picked up the photo, flipped it over. My hands shook. There was Sarah, maybe 20 years younger, standing in our old backyard. She wore that green sundress I always liked. Her hair was longer then, down past her shoulders. She was looking at something off camera, laughing. I didn't remember taking this picture. My throat felt tight. I put the photo back in the drawer, shut it hard, went to get coffee, tried not to think about it. Next morning I found it on my nightstand, just sitting there, propped against my alarm clock. I live alone. Nobody else has a key. I picked it up. Same photo, definitely the same one. The small coffee stain in the bottom right corner matched. I'm not the kind of guy who keeps doubles of photos. I put it back in the office drawer. Locked it this time. Tuesday morning it was in my bathroom, stuck in the mirror frame. I yanked it out, checked the back. That coffee stain again. Same photo. Wednesday, kitchen counter next to my car keys. Thursday, on top of the TV remote. Friday, tucked into my jacket pocket. Each time I put it back in that drawer, each time it escaped, I started taking photos of where I found it. Used my phone, documented everything. I'm not crazy. I know how this sounds, but I'm not crazy. Last night I tried to destroy it. Took it out to the backyard, lit it with my lighter. The flame wouldn't catch. The photo wouldn't burn. I tried scissors next. The blades wouldn't cut through. Not even a mark. I drove to the park, tore it into tiny pieces, scattered them in different trash cans. Went home, tried to sleep. This morning, there it was. On my pillow. Completely intact. I've spent hours staring at it now, looking for clues. Sarah's laughing at something, but what? The angle of her head, she's looking up at something tall. There's a shadow at the edge of the frame I didn't notice before. Tall and thin, stretching across our old lawn. The shadow doesn't match anything in the yard I remember. No trees were that tall. No buildings nearby could cast a shadow that shape. My hands are shaking as I write this. The photo's sitting next to my laptop. I keep looking at it. That shadow. It's different now. I swear it's different. It's longer, stretches further across the grass, and Sarah, her expression has changed. She's not laughing anymore. Her mouth is open, but not in a smile. The phone's ringing. Unknown number. 4th time today. I should answer it, but I can't move. Because the shadow in the photo, it's moving. Not much. Just a slight shift every time I blink. Getting closer to Sarah in the frame. The phone keeps ringing. Sarah's face is different again. Eyes wider. That's not a laugh at all. The shadow's almost reached her now. The phone stops ringing. The house is too quiet. There's a shadow falling across my desk. Tall. Thin. I don't want to turn around, but I have to. I have to see what's casting it. The police found this document open on my laptop. They found the photo too, face down on the floor. They'll flip it over soon. They'll see Sarah. They'll see the shadow. They'll see me in the background now, mouth open in a scream that nobody heard. They'll put the photo away in an evidence bag. But it won't stay there. It never stays where you put it. I know that now. Too late. But I know. Detective Maria Rodriguez rubbed her eyes. 3 weeks on this case and it still gave her headaches. The empty house. The abandoned laptop. The strange document. And that photo. The photo that kept disappearing from the evidence locker. She'd logged it herself. Standard procedure. Sealed bag. Proper labels. Everything by the book. But every morning the bag was empty. And every morning someone would find the photo somewhere else in the station. Coffee room, bathroom, her desk, always face down. She hadn't looked at it yet, hadn't flipped it over. But today, she would. Had to. Protocol required documentation of all evidence. The photo sat on her desk now. Face down. Coffee stain in the corner. Her hand reached for it. The office lights flickered. Officer Jenkins found Detective Rodriguez's desk empty that morning. Her laptop was open. A new document was open, cursor blinking at the end of a sentence. The photo was there too, face down. Jenkins should have logged it back into evidence. Should have. But instead he reached for it. The lights flickered. The precinct got a new filing system after that. Digital everything. No paper files. No physical photos. But sometimes late at night when the cleaning crew comes through, they find it. A 4R6 print. Face down. Coffee stain in the corner. They don't pick it up anymore. They've learned. But it doesn't matter. It finds new hands. New eyes. It wants to be seen. It needs to be seen. And sooner or later, someone always looks. The report remained open on the server. Case status. Unsolved. Missing persons. 3. James Harrison, 52. Detective Maria Rodriguez. 41. Officer Thomas Jenkins. 35. Evidence logged, none photos, none notes. Case files corrupted, data unrecoverable. Final update. Case closed due to lack of evidence. But in an empty house, in a drawer that won't stay locked, something waits. Face down. Coffee stain in the corner. Waiting for the next person who needs to clean out their office. Waiting for the next person who thinks it's just a photo. Waiting. Always waiting. And somewhere in the dark, a shadow grows taller, thinner, hungrier. I don't sleep anymore. Not really. Every night for the past 3 months, I've laid in my bed with my eyes fixed on the ceiling, listening. Just listening. The doctors prescribed sleeping pills. They sit untouched in my bathroom cabinet. I can't risk being drugged, not with that thing outside my window. It started in October. The nights were getting longer, and the temperature was dropping. I live alone in a 2-story house in suburban Massachusetts. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor with a large window that faces the backyard. There's an old oak tree about 15 feet from the house. Its branches stretch toward my window like fingers. The first night, I thought it was just the wind. I had just turned off my bedside lamp when I heard it, a soft scraping sound against the glass. My body went rigid under the covers. The sound lasted maybe 5 seconds, then stopped. I told myself it was a branch hitting the window. But deep down, I knew the tree wasn't close enough to reach. The second night, the scraping came again. 3 distinct scratches, like fingernails on glass. I kept my eyes locked on the ceiling, my heart hammering in my chest. The sound moved from left to right across the window. Slow, deliberate, testing. By the 3rd night, I had installed a motion-activated floodlight in the backyard. It didn't help. The light would snap on randomly throughout the night, but whenever I gathered the courage to look outside, there was nothing there. Just the empty yard, the oak tree, and darkness beyond the light's reach. Week 2 brought the tapping. Light at first. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone trying to politely get my attention. I started sleeping with music playing through my earbuds to drown it out. But the tapping got louder, more insistent. Even over the music, I could hear it. Tap, tap, tap. I called the police twice that week. They found nothing. No footprints in the soil beneath my window, no marks on the glass, no signs of anyone trying to break in. The young officer who came the 2nd time gave me a pamphlet about home security systems. I installed one the next day. Motion sensors on every window, cameras covering the yard. The system hasn't triggered once, but I know it's there. Every single night. The cameras show nothing, but I can sense it. A presence. A weight in the air when darkness falls. Sometimes I catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow passing across the window. But when I turn my head, it's gone. My therapist says it's anxiety manifesting as paranoid delusions. She recommended antipsychotics. I didn't fill the prescription. Last week, things escalated. I was lying in bed, earbuds in, eyes closed, trying to convince myself to sleep. The tapping started, louder than ever. Then the scraping. Then both together, creating a rhythm that made my teeth ache. I pulled out my earbuds and sat up in bed, keeping my eyes away from the window. The sound stopped immediately. Complete silence filled the room. Then I heard it. A voice, barely above a whisper, muffled by the glass, but clear enough to make my blood run cold. Let me in. I ran out of the bedroom so fast I tripped on the rug and slammed into the hallway wall. I spent the rest of the night huddled on my living room couch with every light in the house blazing. When dawn finally came, I checked the security camera footage. Nothing. The audio picked up the tapping and scraping, but there was no voice. Just static. I tried sleeping in different rooms. The guest bedroom, the basement, even the living room couch. But no matter where I went, the presence followed. Each night the sounds would start. Tap, scratch, tap, scratch. Always from the nearest window. I covered all the windows with thick blackout curtains. I nailed boards over the one in my bedroom. The sounds got louder, more aggressive. The tapping became pounding. The scratching turned into a horrible screeching noise, like nails on a chalkboard amplified through a megaphone. The voice came more frequently too. Always the same 3 words. Let me in. Sometimes whispered, sometimes spoken normally, as casual as a neighbor asking to borrow sugar. Once it screamed the words so loudly I wet myself like a child. I started documenting everything. I bought a voice recorder and left it running by the window each night. Most mornings the recording would be blank, just hours of silence. But sometimes, buried in the static, I could make out sounds that shouldn't be possible. Things that sounded like breathing, but not quite right. Too wet. Too rhythmic. Too hungry. Last night was the worst so far. I was in my bedroom, sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at the boards over my window. The pounding started right at midnight. Then the screeching. Then the voice, but different this time. It wasn't asking anymore. I'm coming in. The boards began to vibrate. The nails squealed as they pulled free from the wood. I watched, paralyzed, as the boards bent outward, splinters cracking like gunshots in the quiet room. Behind them, through the gap that was forming, I caught a glimpse of something, just for a second. A face, but not a face. Eyes, but not eyes. A mouth that contained too many impossible angles. I ran. I got in my car and drove until sunrise. Now I'm sitting in a Denny's parking lot, typing this on my phone. I've been here for hours, watching the sun climb higher in the sky. My coffee is cold. My hands won't stop shaking. I can't go back to that house. But I know it doesn't matter. Because last night as I was peeling out of my driveway, I looked in my rearview mirror. For just a moment I saw something in my back seat. A shadow darker than darkness. A presence that made the air thick and heavy. And I realized the truth that I've been trying to deny for months. It was never about the window. The window was just its way of playing with me, testing me, wearing me down. Now it's done playing. Now it's with me. And as I sit here in my car watching the morning crowd shuffle into Denny's, I can feel it, right behind me, waiting. I know what will happen when the sun sets. I know what that thing will do when darkness gives it strength again. But I can't run anymore. I'm too tired, too broken. So I'll sit here drinking cold coffee, watching normal people live their normal lives and wait for night to fall. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe someone will find this and understand. Maybe they'll figure out how to stop it before it moves on to its next victim. But I doubt it. Because even now, in the bright morning sun, I can hear its voice. Not outside my window anymore, but inside my head. 3 words, over and over, growing louder with each repetition. I'm already in. I close my eyes and wait for darkness. The first whisper came on a Tuesday night in October. I was brushing my teeth when I heard it. A soft sound like someone exhaling behind me. I turned around. Empty bathroom. Empty house. Just me. Like it had been for the past 3 years since the divorce. I spit into the sink and listened. Nothing. The bathroom was quiet except for the steady drip of the faucet. I needed to fix that washer. I'd been putting it off for weeks. That was how it started. Small sounds that could be explained away. The pipes, the wind, the house settling. Normal stuff that happens in any building, especially one built in the 1980s like mine. But it didn't stop there. The whispers got louder, clearer, more frequent. Now, 3 months later, I sit in my living room at 3 a.m. unable to sleep. Because I know what's waiting for me down the hall. I should start from the beginning. My name is Michael Chen. I'm 42, work in IT, and live alone in a small ranch house in suburban Connecticut. Nothing special about me or my life. I've always been practical, rational, the kind of guy who checks the facts, reads the manual, and doesn't jump to conclusions. The second time I heard it was a week after the first. I was in the shower, hot water running down my back, eyes closed, half asleep before work. Then I heard it clearly, a whispered shh sound, like someone trying to get my attention. My eyes snapped open. Water ran into them, making me blink. I turned around, heart pounding. The shower curtain was closed. Through the clear plastic, I could see the empty bathroom. Steam rose from the hot water, fogging the mirror over the sink. I pulled back the curtain and looked around. Nothing moved. Nothing was out of place. The bathroom door was still closed, just like I'd left it. The small window above the toilet was shut and locked. I got out, dried off, and checked behind the door. Under the sink, behind the toilet, everywhere in the small 8x10 bathroom. Nothing. That night I checked all the pipes. Got down on my hands and knees with a flashlight and looked at every connection under the sink. Examined the shower head. Ran the water at different pressures. Everything worked normally. The next few weeks were quiet. I started to relax. Then one night, while washing my face before bed, I heard it again. This time it wasn't just a sound, it was a word. Michael. My name whispered so softly I almost missed it. I froze, water dripping down my face. The voice had come from behind me near the shower. I spun around. Empty bathroom. I yanked back the shower curtain. Nothing. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I walked out of the bathroom, shut the door, and stood in the hallway. My wet face felt cold. "This is stupid," I said out loud. My voice sounded too loud in the quiet house. "It's just pipes. Old pipes make weird sounds." I went back in, checked everything again. Still nothing wrong. That night, I lay in bed and made a list on my phone. Check air vents, call plumber, install carbon monoxide detector. Get hearing checked. Check crawl space under house. The next day, I did everything on the list. The plumber found nothing wrong. The vents were clear. The carbon monoxide detector showed normal readings. My hearing test came back perfect. The crawl space was empty except for some old insulation. I spent hundreds of dollars on inspections and tests. Everything came back normal. But the whispers continued. They started happening more often. Not just at night anymore. Sometimes in the morning while I was getting ready for work. Sometimes in the afternoon when I came home to use the bathroom. Always my name. Always when I was alone. Always stopping the moment I turned around. I started using the bathroom quickly. No more long showers, no lingering at the sink. Get in, do what needed to be done, get out. I bought a small digital recorder and left it running in the bathroom all day. When I checked it that night, there was nothing but static and the normal sounds of the house. I installed a motion-activated camera. It captured me walking in and out. Nothing else. One morning in December, I was shaving when it happened again. Michael. Right behind me. So close I could almost feel the breath on my neck. I cut myself. Blood ran down my chin. In the mirror, I saw my wide eyes. The shaving cream half scraped off my face. The thin line of red dripping onto my chest. I didn't turn around this time. I kept staring at the mirror. "Who's there?" Silence. "What do you want?" "Nothing." I finished shaving with shaking hands, used toilet paper to stop the bleeding, got dressed for work. That night I slept at a hotel. Spent the whole next day at the library, researching the history of my house. Found nothing unusual. No deaths, no crimes, no strange incidents reported by previous owners. I started using the bathroom at work whenever possible, showered at the gym, but I couldn't avoid my home bathroom entirely. The whispers got louder, clearer, sometimes multiple words now. "Michael, listen. Michael, please. Michael, help." I stopped looking in the mirror, kept my eyes on the floor, in and out as fast as possible. One night in January, I was washing my hands when the lights flickered. Just once, quick enough that I might have imagined it. Then, "Michael, behind you." I gripped the sink, knuckles white, heart hammering. Don't turn around. Don't look. Michael, please, help me. The voice was clearer than ever. A woman's voice. Young, scared. My hands were shaking. Sweat ran down my back. The bathroom felt cold. Michael, I'm trapped. I closed my eyes. This isn't real. Please look. No. Please. The voice was right behind me now. So close. So real. I opened my eyes. In the mirror, I saw something move. A shadow. A shape. Behind my reflection. I ran. Slammed the bathroom door. Spent the night in my car. The next day, I called a priest. He came and blessed the house. Sprinkled holy water. Said prayers. Nothing changed. Called a medium. She walked through the house with crystals and sage. Said she felt a presence but couldn't communicate with it. Charged me $200 and left. I started looking for a new house. Put in offers. Everything fell through. The market was bad. Prices too high. And something else. Every time I thought about moving, I felt wrong. Like I was running away from something important. The whispers continued. Every day now. Sometimes multiple times a day. Always the same voice. Always asking for help. Always behind me. I lost weight. Couldn't sleep. Dark circles under my eyes. My coworkers started asking if I was sick. Last week something changed. I was brushing my teeth, keeping my eyes down like always, when the voice came again. Michael, please look in the mirror. No, you have to see. Leave me alone. They're coming. That was new. My head snapped up before I could stop myself. In the mirror, I saw it clearly for the first time. A face. A young woman. Early 20s. Long dark hair, pale skin. She stood right behind me, but when I spun around, nothing was there. I turned back to the mirror. She was still there, only in the reflection. Her eyes met mine in the mirror. They were dark, frightened. They're coming, she whispered again. You have to help me. Who's coming? The men who killed me. My legs went weak. I sat down hard on the toilet lid. You're dead? Yes. Her reflection nodded. They buried me in the walls. Before you moved in, before the renovations. What men? The contractors. They found something they weren't supposed to find. Something valuable. I saw them take it. They couldn't let me leave. When? 4 years ago, during the renovation, before you bought the house. I remembered the paperwork from when I bought the place. The previous owners had done major renovations, expanded the bathroom, added new pipes. What did they find? She shook her head. It doesn't matter now. What matters is they're coming back. They know you've heard me. They've been watching the house. How do you know? I see things. From in here, through the mirrors, through the pipes. They drive by at night. Soon they'll come in. I should call the police. And tell them what? That a ghost in your mirror warned you about murderers? She was right. I'd sound crazy. What can I do? Break through the wall, behind the shower. Find me. Find the proof. Before they come back. When are they coming? Soon. Tonight maybe, tomorrow. I don't know exactly, but soon. I stood up, looked at the shower wall. Solid tile. I'll need tools. Hurry. I drove to Home Depot, bought a sledgehammer, heavy-duty gloves, safety goggles, dust masks. When I got home, there were tire tracks in the snow by my curb. Fresh ones. Someone had parked there while I was gone. I brought everything into the bathroom. Put on the gloves and goggles. Where exactly? I asked the mirror. She appeared again, pointed to a spot on the shower wall. There, between the studs. I took a deep breath, lifted the sledgehammer. The first hit cracked the tile. The second broke through to the drywall beneath. The third hit something solid. I pulled away chunks of broken tile and drywall. A horrible smell came from the hole. Behind the wall was a space, a cavity that shouldn't have been there. I shone my flashlight in. Something white gleamed back. Bones. Car doors slammed outside. Footsteps crunched in the snow coming toward my front door. "They're here," she whispered. I grabbed my phone, dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? I need police at 147 Oak Street. There are men breaking into my house. I just found human remains in my bathroom wall. Sir, stay on the line. Units are on the way. Glass shattered somewhere in the house. Heavy footsteps. I looked at the mirror one last time. She was crying. "Thank you," she whispered. The bathroom door burst open. Red and blue lights flashed through the windows. Sirens wailed outside. 3 men stood in the doorway. They held guns. Their faces were hard, empty. "Step away from the wall," one said. I raised my hands, still holding my phone. "Police, drop your weapons." New voices, running footsteps, more shouts. The men turned. Gunshots exploded in the hallway. I dove into the bathtub, covered my head, more shots, screaming. Then silence. When I looked up, police officers filled the bathroom. The 3 men lay face down in the hallway, handcuffed. "Sir, are you hurt?" I shook my head. "We need forensics in here," an officer called, looking into the hole in my wall. I looked at the mirror. It was empty now, just my own pale face staring back. They found her bones, and other things. Evidence. Items stolen from other houses. A drug stash. The contractors had been using renovation jobs as cover for burglaries. She had caught them in the act. They identified her through dental records. Karen Martinez, 23, graduate student, reported missing 4 years ago. Her family finally had answers. The men went to prison. I still live in the house. The bathroom is repaired now. New walls, new tiles. The whispers have stopped. But sometimes when I'm brushing my teeth late at night, I look in the mirror and whisper, "Thank you." I never see her, never hear her voice again. But the bathroom feels peaceful now, like something that was wrong has finally been made right. I kept one of the old tiles. It sits on my dresser, a reminder that sometimes the most unbelievable things turn out to be true. And sometimes, when you're the only one who can help, you have to be brave enough to listen. Even to whispers. Especially to whispers. Because they might be trying to tell you something important. Something that needs to be heard. I used to think home security meant having good locks and keeping the lights on at night. That was before the footprints started appearing. Before I discovered that safety is an illusion, and that something can watch you for weeks without you knowing. This is what happened to me last month, and I'm still not sure if it's over. The first morning I saw them, I almost stepped right in them. I had gone out to get the paper, coffee mug in hand, still groggy from a bad night's sleep filled with weird dreams. The grass was wet with dew. That's when I noticed the trail of footprints in the lawn, leading from the back fence straight to my bedroom window. I dropped my coffee. The mug shattered on the concrete patio. I stood there staring at those prints. They were big, much bigger than my size 10 shoes. The grass was pressed down in each spot, creating dark depressions in the morning dew. The trail went right up to my window, then turned around and went back the same way. My hands started shaking. I went back inside and locked the door. Then I walked through the house, checking every window and door. All locked. Nothing disturbed. I went to my bedroom window and looked out. The screen was intact. No signs of tampering. I called the police. Officer Martinez showed up 20 minutes later. She walked the perimeter with me, took photos of the footprints, and wrote everything down in her notebook. "Could be kids playing a prank," she said, "but we'll increase patrols in the area. Make sure all your locks are working and consider installing security cameras." I nodded, but something felt wrong about her explanation. These weren't kids' footprints. And why my window specifically? I spent that day researching security systems online. Ordered cameras, motion sensors, and new locks. I couldn't focus at work. Kept thinking about those footprints and what they meant. Someone had stood there, right outside my window while I slept. That night I double-checked every lock, triple-checked them, put a chair under my bedroom doorknob, laid in bed with all the lights on, listening to every creak and groan of the house. Sleep felt impossible. Every sound made me jolt upright. Around 3 a.m. I heard something, a soft crunch of grass outside. My whole body went rigid. Sweat broke out on my forehead. The sound came again. Slow footsteps, moving through my yard. I wanted to look. I didn't want to look. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. Another step. Closer. I slid out of bed, staying low, crawled to the window. The moonlight cast weird shadows across the yard. I raised my head slowly, just enough to peek out. Nothing, just darkness and silent trees. I stayed there for an hour, watching. No movement, no sounds. Finally, exhaustion won out, and I passed out in bed just before dawn. The next morning, fresh footprints. Same size, same path, right to my window and back. I called Officer Martinez again. She came out, took more photos, suggested I stay somewhere else for a few days. I considered it, but something in me refused to be driven from my home. The security system arrived that afternoon. I spent hours installing cameras, motion sensors, and lights. Put in new deadbolts, added window locks. By sunset, my house was a fortress. That night I set up my laptop to watch all the camera feeds, made a pot of coffee, settled in for an all-night vigil. The cameras showed clear views of my entire yard, especially the path to my window. Hours passed. Nothing. My eyes burned from staring at the screens. The coffee went cold. At 3:17 a.m., all the cameras went dark. Just black screens. No static, no interference, like they'd all been turned off at once. I sat there, frozen. Tried rebooting the system. Nothing. Checked the connections. All fine. But the cameras stayed dark. Then I heard it. That soft crunch of grass outside. My hands started trembling. Another step. Closer. I had to see. Had to know. I crept to the window. Raised my head to look out. Two pale eyes stared back at me through the glass. I fell backward, scrambling away from the window. My back hit the wall. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. The eyes stayed there, watching. Just above the height where a normal person's head would be. I heard a sound. A soft tap on the glass. Then another. It was knocking. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands. Tried to dial 911. Dropped the phone. When I looked back up, the eyes were gone. The cameras came back on at exactly 4:44 a.m. The footage showed nothing. Just empty yard, then black screen, then empty yard again. But in the morning, new footprints, and something else. On my window, 2 small circles were frosted over, right where those eyes had been. I stayed at a hotel that night, and the next. Had a security company come out and completely upgrade my system. Added infrared cameras, motion lights, even bought a guard dog, a big German shepherd named Rex. When I finally went back home, I felt better prepared. Rex patrolled the house constantly, alert and watchful. The security system hummed reassuringly. I started to think maybe it was over. For 3 nights, nothing happened. No footprints, no camera blackouts. Rex stayed calm. On the 4th night, Rex started growling at 3 a.m. He stood at my bedroom door, hackles raised, staring at the window. A low, continuous growl that made my skin crawl. Then he stopped. Just went completely silent, turned around, walked calmly to the corner, laid down, and stared at me. The cameras went dark. Footsteps in the grass outside. Rex didn't move, just kept staring at me with eyes that suddenly looked wrong. Too aware, too direct. The window knock came right on schedule. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't look this time. Couldn't look. Just sat there, pressed against my headboard. while Rex watched me with those strange eyes and something tapped on my window. When morning came, Rex was normal again. Playful, protective, totally fine. But he wouldn't go near that corner of my bedroom anymore. The footprints were there, of course, and 2 new frost circles on the window. I started sleeping in the living room after that, away from that window. Set up a whole new security system focusing just on the living room. Rex stayed with me, alert and watchful. But last night, Rex started growling again, at the living room window this time. The cameras went dark at 3:17 a.m. I heard the grass crunch outside. Rex went silent, walked to the corner, laid down, stared at me. Tap, tap, tap. I'm writing this from my car now. It's 4:30 a.m. I drove to a 24-hour diner after the tapping stopped. I can't go back to that house, but I know it doesn't matter. Because when I got in my car, I noticed something. Small frost circles on my driver's side window, like something had been watching me through the glass, waiting. And just now, looking out the diner window at my car in the parking lot, I saw Rex, sitting in the passenger seat, staring at me through the glass. I never brought Rex with me when I left the house. The diner security cameras just went dark. I hear footsteps on the gravel outside. Rex is still staring at me. His eyes look wrong again. Tap, tap, tap. It started 3 weeks ago. A smell of dead flowers filled my living room at 8:47 p.m. I checked my watch because I wanted to document it. The odor hit me like walking into a funeral home. Sweet, thick, rotting. I got up from my couch and walked around the room, sniffing. Nothing on the shelves, nothing behind the TV, nothing under the coffee table. I opened every window. The October air came in cold and clean. The smell stayed. I went to the kitchen and checked the garbage disposal. Clean. Checked under the sink. Normal. Went back to the living room. The smell was stronger. My dog Max didn't react. He kept sleeping on his bed in the corner. I always thought dogs could smell everything. He just snored. I checked every corner, every crack in the baseboard, even pulled back the carpet edges. Nothing dead. No hidden flowers. No water damage. No mold. Just that smell getting thicker. By 10 p.m. it was gone. Just disappeared. Like someone flipped a switch. I wrote it down in my phone. Strange flower smell, 8:47, 10 p.m. The next 3 days were normal. No smell. I almost forgot about it. Then Thursday night at 9:15 p.m. it came back, stronger. I was watching the news. The air got heavy with that funeral home sweetness. I checked everything again. Called my neighbor Linda to come over. I don't smell anything, she said, standing in my living room. Just smells like your regular house. I was right next to her. The smell was choking me. Like someone had dumped 1,000 dead roses in the room, but she just shrugged and left. That's when I started keeping the detailed log. Thursday, Oct. 12, 9:15 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Strong dead flower smell. No source found. Sunday, Oct. 15, 7:50 p.m. to 9:20 p.m. Even stronger. Made me gag. Monday, Oct. 16, nothing Tuesday. Oct. 17, nothing Wednesday. Oct. 18, 8:30 p.m. to midnight. Had to sleep in spare room. Friday, Oct. 20, 10 p.m. to unknown. Fell asleep in hotel. I'm not crazy. I know smells. I work as a building inspector. I can identify mold, gas leaks, sewage problems. This was different. This smell had a purpose. Last week I hired a plumber. He checked every pipe. Charged me $200 to tell me everything was fine. Then called an HVAC guy. Another $150 to hear the ventilation system was clean. I even got one of those fancy environmental testing companies. They brought sensors and meters, tested for gases, spores, particles. $500 for a report that said my house was cleaner than average. The smell came back that same night, right after the testing guy left, like it was laughing at me. I started avoiding the living room after sunset, worked late, went to bars, visited friends, anything to not be home. But I couldn't sleep. Even in other rooms, I imagined I could smell it. That sweet, rotting thickness waiting in the dark. My sister Kate came to stay last weekend. She's a nurse, practical about everything. "You're working too hard," she said. "Stress can cause phantom smells." She slept on the couch to prove nothing was wrong. At 9:23 p.m., the smell came. I was in the kitchen when I heard her cough. "Jesus Christ," she said. "What is that?" Finally, a witness. I ran to the living room. She was standing by the window, hand over her mouth. "You smell it?" I asked. "Like a whole flower shop died in here." She looked around the room. "Where's it coming from?" We searched again. Every inch. Moved furniture. Checked inside the walls where we could. The smell got stronger with each minute. Kate's eyes were watering. "We need to document this," she said. She took pictures, video. The air looked normal on her phone. She got an air sample in a Ziploc bag. "I'll have the lab at work test it." The lab results came back yesterday. "Normal air composition," the report said. "No unusual organic compounds detected." But something changed after Kate's visit. The smell started lasting longer, getting stronger. Last night it started at 8 p.m. I was making dinner. The first wave hit me and I dropped my plate, spaghetti all over the floor. The smell was different now. Still sweet, still like dead flowers, but with something else underneath. Something older, deeper, like dirt and old bones. I ran outside, stood in my driveway breathing clean air, called Kate. "Get a hotel," she said. "I'm coming over tomorrow. We'll figure this out." But I couldn't leave. The smell was mine now. It had chosen my house, my living room. Running wouldn't solve it. I went back inside, cleaned up the spaghetti, sat on the couch, let the smell wrap around me. My eyes burned. My throat felt thick. But I stayed. At midnight, I started talking to it. "What do you want?" The smell got stronger. "Why are you here?" Stronger still. My head was spinning. "Who are you?" The TV turned on by itself. Static. But in the white noise, I heard something. A whisper. A name. That's when I remembered. 1 year ago exactly. The previous owner of this house. Eleanor Crane. Found dead in this room. Heart attack while arranging flowers. I did the final inspection before I bought the place. The room spun. The smell was solid now, like breathing syrup. Through the static on the TV, I saw shapes. Flowers. Hundreds of them. Growing. Dying. Rotting. And behind them, a figure. Eleanor. Still arranging her flowers. Forever arranging them. I should have run. Should have sold the house. Should have burned it down. Instead, I bought flowers today. Fresh ones. Roses and lilies. Put them in a vase on the coffee table. It's 8:30 p.m. now as I write this. The sun is setting. Soon she'll be here. Eleanor and her dead flowers. But this time I have an offering. This time I understand. We all need our routines, even after we're gone. Eleanor has her flowers. And now, I have Eleanor. The smell is starting. Right on time. Sweeter tonight. Almost pleasant. The TV is flickering. Static again. I'm going to help her arrange the flowers. Every night if I have to. Maybe that's all she wanted. Someone to share her passion, her routine. The living room is her garden now. And I'm the gardener. Update. Day 45. The smell still comes every night. I've learned her schedule. 8:47 p.m. to midnight without fail. I buy fresh flowers every morning. Different kinds. She seems to like roses best. The smell is still strong, but I don't mind it anymore. Sometimes I catch glimpses of her in the TV static. Just shadows and shapes, but I know it's her. Working with her flowers. I rearranged the living room. Moved the couch against the wall. Added more vases. More surfaces for flowers. The room looks like a flower shop now. Kate thinks I've lost my mind. Maybe I have, but I sleep better now. The smell means I'm not alone. Eleanor has her routine. I have mine. Sometimes in the static I hear her humming. Old songs I don't know. The flowers in the vases move slightly like someone's touching them, arranging them just right. I've stopped trying to explain it. Stopped looking for reasons. Some things don't need to be understood, they just need to be accepted. The sun is setting. Time to get the fresh flowers ready. Eleanor will be here soon. Another night in her garden. Another night of sweet decay and static whispers. This is my life now. The inspector who found his purpose in a dead woman's flower garden. There are worse ways to live. Worse ways to spend your evenings. The smell is starting. Excuse me. I have flowers to arrange. I should have thrown that mirror away the first time I noticed something was wrong, but I didn't. Now I sit here at 3:47 a.m., hands shaking as I type this on my phone, locked in my bathroom. I can hear it moving around in my bedroom. The shuffling sounds exactly like my own footsteps. Let me start from the beginning. I need to get this all down while I still can. 6 weeks ago, I bought a full-length mirror from a closing sale at Macy's. Nothing fancy, just a basic silver-framed mirror marked down to $49.99. I installed it on the inside of my bedroom closet door. The previous owner of my house had left mounting brackets, so it was an easy job. 20 minutes with a screwdriver, and it was done. The first few days were normal. I'd check my outfit before work, make sure my tie was straight, the usual stuff. But on day 4, something felt off when I looked in the mirror. I couldn't put my finger on it. My reflection looked like me, but somehow not quite right. Like when you see a photo of yourself from a slightly wrong angle. I leaned closer, studying my face. Everything was there. The small scar on my chin from a bike accident when I was 12. The slightly crooked front tooth, the beginning of gray at my temples. But something about my expression seemed wrong. I raised my right hand to touch my face. In the mirror, my reflection did the same, but I could have sworn there was a delay. Just a fraction of a second, but enough to notice. I blinked hard and looked again. Everything seemed normal. I told myself I was being paranoid. Too many late nights at work, too much coffee. I went about my day. A week later, I was getting ready for bed. As I walked past the closet, the door was slightly open, giving me a view of the mirror in the darkness. I stopped cold. I saw movement in the reflection, but I wasn't moving. Just a quick shift, like someone adjusting their weight from one foot to the other. When I flipped on the lights, my reflection was normal, matching my startled expression perfectly. I started paying more attention after that. I'd catch glimpses of my reflection when I wasn't directly looking at it. Sometimes the angle would be wrong. I'd be walking one way, but the reflection seemed to be facing slightly different. Once I could swear I saw my reflection scratch its nose while both my hands were in my pockets. The night everything changed, I was up late finishing some work reports. Around midnight, I got up to stretch. The closet door was open, and the mirror caught my eye. My reflection was there, standing just like me, but as I watched, it smiled. Not my usual smile. This was different. Wider. Wrong. I hadn't moved my face at all. I stepped closer, heart pounding. The reflection kept smiling that strange smile. Then it tilted its head, studying me. I stood frozen, unable to look away. The reflection raised its hand and pressed it against its side of the mirror. I felt cold sweat running down my back. That's when I noticed its eyes. They weren't my eyes anymore. They were darker, emptier. The smile grew wider, showing too many teeth. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet and falling hard. When I looked up, the reflection was normal again, showing me sprawled on the floor, looking terrified. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, telling myself I was being ridiculous. Mirrors don't move on their own. Reflections don't smile by themselves. I was stressed, tired, imagining things. The next morning, I almost called in sick to work, but the mirror looked normal in the daylight. I got dressed quickly, avoiding looking directly at it. As I was about to leave, I glanced back. My reflection was still standing there watching me walk away. I slammed the closet door shut and ran out. That evening, I couldn't bring myself to open the closet. I changed clothes in the bathroom. Around 10 p.m., I heard a soft tapping sound from my bedroom. Tap, 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 like fingernails on glass. I muted the TV and listened. The tapping continued, steady and deliberate. My hands were shaking as I walked to the bedroom. The closet door was still closed. Tap, tap, tap. I reached for the handle, then stopped. The tapping wasn't coming from this side of the door. I opened it fast, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Nothing unusual, just my reflection, standing there looking scared. But as I stared, it slowly smiled. That horrible, wrong smile. Then it waved at me, even though my arms were stiff at my sides. I slammed the door shut and shoved my dresser in front of it. I slept on the couch that night, if you can call it sleep. Every noise made me jump. I swear I could hear faint laughter coming from my bedroom. My own laugh, but distorted somehow. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't face leaving the reflection alone in my house. Around noon, I got up the courage to check the closet. I moved the dresser and opened the door slowly. The reflection looked normal again, but something was different about the room behind it. Items on my shelves were in slightly different places. Some clothes that had been hanging up were now on the floor. I started taking photos of my room before leaving for any length of time. When I'd return and compare, things had moved. Small changes at first. A book tilted the wrong way, a shirt sleeve hanging differently. Then bigger things. Once all my shoes were arranged in a perfect circle in the middle of the floor. I covered the mirror with a sheet. The next morning, the sheet was on my bed and the mirror was exposed. I nailed the sheet in place. An hour later, the nails were on my nightstand, arranged to spell no. I tried to remove the mirror, but it wouldn't budge. The screws wouldn't turn. The frame seemed to have fused to the bracket somehow. I thought about breaking it, but something stopped me. A deep, instinctive fear of what might happen if I did. Last night, things escalated. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I heard the closet door creak open. I kept perfectly still, hardly breathing. Footsteps moved across my room. My footsteps, the same way I walk. They circled the bed slowly. I could feel something standing over me, watching. The air felt thick and cold. I lay there for what felt like hours, eyes squeezed shut. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion. When I woke up, my clothes were all laid out on the bed, like someone had been playing dress-up. In the mirror, my reflection was wearing different clothes than I was. Today, I didn't leave the house. I sat watching the mirror. My reflection didn't always match my movements anymore. Sometimes it would just stand there while I moved. Sometimes it would walk around its version of my room, straightening things, looking through my stuff. Once it turned and pressed its face against the glass, fogging it with its breath. It drew a smile in the fog with its finger. An hour ago, it started pushing against the glass. I could see the surface rippling like water. That's when I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in. I can hear it out there now. The footsteps are getting closer. My phone battery is at 12%. I don't know what to do. The footsteps have stopped right outside the bathroom door. I can see a shadow under the door. It's my shadow, but I'm sitting perfectly still. The doorknob is turning. I hear my own voice, but I'm not speaking. Let me in. We need to talk about the way you've been acting. This is my house now. My life. You're the reflection now. The door is starting to crack. I have to. Message ends. Found as an unsent draft on the phone of Thomas Gardner, age 34. The phone was discovered in the bathroom of his empty house 3 days after he failed to show up for work. The mirror in his closet was found shattered. Police reported no signs of forced entry or foul play. Gardner's whereabouts remain unknown. When questioned, the Macy's store manager confirmed they had never carried that style of mirror in their inventory. The previous homeowner stated they had never installed mirror brackets in any closet. The case remains open. The first time I heard the voice, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks. 3 a.m., dead tired after another late shift at the hospital. But it wasn't my mind. The voice was real, and it knew my name. David? I stopped halfway down the stairs of my apartment building. The emergency lights cast a dim yellow glow through the stairwell. The voice was soft, barely above a whisper, but clear. It came from somewhere close. Very close. "Who's there?" I called out. My voice echoed off the concrete walls. No answer. Just the hum of the building's ventilation system. I looked up. 4 flights of stairs stretched above me, empty. I looked down. 3 more flights to the ground floor. Also empty. The security cameras in the corners stared back at me, their red lights blinking steadily. My heart rate picked up. I gripped the metal handrail tighter, feeling the cold steel against my palm. The night shift always made me jumpy. Too many hours dealing with emergencies, trauma cases, death. I needed sleep. I started walking again, my footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. "David, please." I froze. The voice was clearer now. A woman's voice. Young. Pleading. It seemed to come from right beside me, as if someone was standing there whispering in my ear. But there was no one. Sweat broke out on my forehead. The air felt colder. My breath came out in short bursts, visible in the dim light. "This isn't funny," I said loudly. My voice shook slightly. "If someone's there, show yourself." Silence. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The bright beam cut through the shadows. I swept it around slowly. The stairs above, the landing below, the corners. Nothing but gray concrete walls and metal railings. My hands were shaking now. I tried to think rationally. I was a doctor. I dealt with facts, with reality. There had to be an explanation. Maybe the sound was carrying from one of the apartments. Maybe someone was watching a movie or having a conversation that was somehow echoing through the ventilation system. But the voice had been so close, so clear. I hurried down the next flight of stairs, my footsteps quick and uneven. Just 2 more floors to go. "David, help me." I stopped again. The voice was right there, right next to me. I could almost feel the breath on my ear. My heart pounded against my ribs. The phone slipped in my sweaty grip. I spun around, the flashlight beam swinging wildly. Empty stairs, empty landing, empty air. "Who are you?" I shouted. "What do you want?" My voice cracked with fear. The sound bounced off the walls, coming back to me distorted and strange. The emergency lights flickered. Once. Twice. The ventilation system made a grinding noise and fell silent. I ran. Down the stairs. Taking them 2 at a time, my feet slipping on the edges. The handrail cold and slick under my grip. "David, don't leave me." The voice followed me down, getting closer, more desperate. I could hear pain in it now. Suffering. 1 more flight to go. My legs burned. Sweat ran down my back. The phone's flashlight beam bounced crazily off the walls. "David, please. I'm dying." The last words hit me like a physical blow. I stumbled on the stairs. My hand slammed against the wall to catch myself. The rough concrete scraped my palm. Almost there. Just a few more steps. "David!" The scream filled the stairwell, high-pitched, agonized. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. The emergency lights went out completely. I nearly fell down the last few stairs. My phone clattered to the ground, the flashlight spinning circles on the ceiling. I scrambled to pick it up, my fingers numb and clumsy. Then I reached the bottom step. Silence. The emergency lights came back on. The ventilation system hummed back to life. I stood there, gasping for breath, my shirt soaked with sweat. The stairwell was completely normal, completely empty. I pushed through the door to the lobby. The night security guard looked up from his phone. "Everything okay, Dr. Matthews? Heard some noise in the stairwell. Did you hear anything else?" I asked. "Any voices?" He shook his head. Just footsteps. Sounded like you were in a hurry. I nodded weakly and walked out into the night. The cool air felt good on my face, but I couldn't shake the voice from my mind. The desperation in it, the pain. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't taken the stairs since then. Not at night. Not alone. But yesterday the elevator was out of order. I stood in front of the stairwell door for a long time, staring at the push bar. It was almost midnight. The hallway was empty and silent. I could call in sick, skip my shift. But there were patients waiting for me, people who needed help. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The emergency lights cast their familiar yellow glow. The ventilation system hummed. Everything looked normal. I started climbing. My footsteps echoed off the walls, up one flight, then another. My hand gripped the railing tight enough to hurt. Nothing happened. No voice, no whispers, just the sound of my own breathing and footsteps. Maybe it had been stress, exhaustion, my mind playing tricks after all. I reached my floor and let out a long breath. I was being ridiculous. There was nothing to be afraid of. I unlocked my apartment door and went inside, dropped my bag, took a shower, got dressed for work. When I left again, I didn't even hesitate at the stairwell door. But halfway down the first flight of stairs, I heard it. David. I stopped. My whole body went rigid. David. I've been waiting. The voice was different this time. Harder, colder, no longer pleading. What do you want? I whispered. You left me to die. The words hit me like ice water. My legs started shaking. I don't understand. I've never... Emergency room, April 15th, 3 years ago. Car accident victim, female, 24 years old. Multiple trauma, internal bleeding. My blood ran cold. I remembered. Of course I remembered. You were too slow, the voice said. Too careful. Too afraid to make the wrong decision. While you hesitated, I bled out on your table. I did everything I could, I said. My voice was barely audible. Did you? Did you really? The emergency light started flickering. The air grew colder. I was young, the voice continued. I had a family, a future, and you took it all away because you weren't good enough, because you were afraid. No, I shook my head. No, that's not true. We followed all the protocols. There was too much damage, too much blood loss. We couldn't... Liar! The scream made me stumble backward. My back hit the wall. You could have saved me. You should have saved me. The voice was everywhere now. Above, below, inside my head. And now you're going to know what it feels like. To die slowly. To feel the life draining out of you while someone who could help just stands there, doing nothing. The lights went out completely. Total darkness. I fumbled for my phone, but it slipped from my shaking hands. I heard it bounce down the stairs, clattering against the concrete. Please, I said. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry isn't good enough. Something cold brushed against my face. Like fingers made of ice, I ran, blind in the darkness, my hands out in front of me, scraping against the walls. I lost count of the steps, lost track of what floor I was on. The voice followed me down, laughing now. A horrible, empty sound. You can't run from this, David. You can't hide from what you did. I tripped, fell forward, my knee slammed into a step. Pain shot up my leg. Feel it, David. Feel what I felt. The fear, the pain, the knowledge that help isn't coming. Something grabbed my ankle, cold, strong, pulling. I screamed, kicked out wildly. My foot hit nothing but air. More hands grabbed me, on my arms, my legs, my throat. Time to pay for your mistake, doctor. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. The cold was inside me now, freezing my blood. Then my hand touched something. The bottom step. Everything stopped. The lights came back on. The hands disappeared. The voice fell silent. I lay there gasping, my whole body shaking. When I finally managed to stand, my legs nearly gave out. The stairwell was empty, normal, like nothing had happened. But I knew better now. I knew what waited in the stairs, what lived in the space between floors, between light and shadow. And I knew it would be back, because guilt doesn't die, and some mistakes can never be undone. I handed in my resignation the next day, moved out of the building a week later, but sometimes late at night when everything is quiet, I hear it. David. A whisper. Soft, patient, waiting. And I know that one day I'll have to take the stairs again. One day I'll have to face what I did. One day the voice will have its revenge, but not today. Today I take the elevator. I should have never driven through Nevada at night, especially not on Highway 50, that endless stretch of asphalt they call the loneliest road in America. But deadlines don't care about convenience, and I had to get those contracts to Carson City by morning. The dashboard clock showed 2:13 a.m. My rental car's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but empty road and scrubland. The radio had lost signal an hour ago. Static crackled through the speakers. My phone showed no bars. The last gas station I'd passed was 50 miles behind me, and the next one was at least 30 miles ahead. I hadn't seen another car in 45 minutes. The speedometer hovered at 75. The engine hummed. The air conditioning whirred. My coffee was cold. Then I saw something in the distance. A dark shape on the shoulder. At first I thought it was a deer. They sometimes freeze in headlights. But as I got closer, the shape was wrong. Too tall. Too straight. A person. I eased off the gas. The needle dropped to 65, then 55. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Who would be walking here? The middle of nowhere. 2 a.m. No cars, no houses, nothing. The figure kept walking. Steady pace, black clothes, facing away from me. 45 MUIPEI now. Close enough to see more details. A tall person, maybe 6 feet. Thin, long dark coat despite the summer heat, moving with a strange mechanical stride. I slowed to 35. Something felt wrong. My neck muscles tensed. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the AC. 30 map, almost alongside them now. I couldn't help looking. I had to look. The figure turned its head toward my car. Smooth, deliberate movement, like a security camera pivoting. My foot hit the brake. 25 miles. The car drifted closer to the shoulder. I saw it clearly then. Where a face should have been, there was nothing. Just smooth, pale skin. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. A blank oval, like an egg. My hands jerked the steering wheel. The car swerved left. Tires squealed. I stomped the gas pedal. The engine roared. In the rearview mirror, the figure had stopped walking. It stood perfectly still, blank face turned toward my retreating car. Then it started to run. Not human running. Not the awkward, bouncing movement of a person at full sprint. This was smooth, efficient, fast, too fast. The speedometer hit 80. The figure kept pace. 90 money Maurer. Still there. The rental car shuddered. The engine screamed. The figure matched my speed, coat flapping behind it like wings. I couldn't look away from the mirror. The blank face grew larger, getting closer. 100 feet behind me. 75. 50. The road curved. I didn't turn enough. The right tires hit the shoulder. Gravel sprayed. The steering wheel bucked in my hands. I yanked it left. Too hard. The car fishtailed. Spinning. The world whirled around me. Headlights swept across empty desert. Stars spun overhead. The car slammed to a stop in the opposite shoulder. Facing the wrong way. Engine stalled. Silence. My heart pounded. Hands shook. Breath came in gasps. The figure stood in the middle of the road, 20 feet away, motionless. Faceless head tilted slightly to one side. I tried the key. The engine coughed, died. The figure took a step forward, another. Each movement precise, mechanical. The engine caught, roared to life. Tires spun in the gravel. The car lurched forward. I cranked the wheel hard, made a wide U-turn across both lanes, accelerated west, back the way I'd come. The mirror showed the figure standing in the road, growing smaller, still watching with its blank face. Then it was gone. I drove 105 km/h for the next hour. Didn't slow down until I saw the lights of the gas station I'd passed earlier. Pulled in, killed the engine, sat there shaking. The attendant looked up from his phone when I walked in. "You okay, man? You look like you seen a ghost." I bought coffee, used the bathroom, splashed water on my face, tried to convince myself I'd imagined it. Fatigue, caffeine, stress, dark road playing tricks. But I knew what I'd seen. I called my boss, told him the contracts would be late. Car trouble. He wasn't happy. I waited until sunrise to drive again. Took the interstate instead. Longer route, but more traffic. More people. That was 3 days ago. The contracts got delivered eventually. My boss got over it. Life went back to normal. Except for one thing. Every night since then, I've dreamed about that blank face. That mechanical run. Sometimes I wake up certain the figure is standing in my room, watching me with its smooth, featureless face. And sometimes when I'm driving at night, I check my mirror, looking for a dark shape running behind my car, moving too fast, getting closer. I don't drive Highway 50 anymore. Don't drive any empty roads if I can help it. And I never ever drive at night, because I know what's out there in the dark, walking the lonely highways, waiting for headlights to approach, turning its blank face toward passing cars, waiting for someone else to stop and look. I was lucky. I got away. But every night I wonder, what if it followed me home? What if it's still out there? What if it's looking for me? The highway is empty tonight, dark and silent under the stars. But somewhere out there a figure walks the shoulder, patient, tireless, eternal, and it has no face. My name's Mike Thorne. I'm a sales representative for a medical equipment company based in Chicago. What happened to me at the Grand Plaza Hotel in Milwaukee last month still keeps me up at night. I need to write it down. Maybe then I'll stop seeing shadows in every corner of my bedroom. I checked in around 7 p.m. on a Tuesday. The front desk clerk, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses, handed me the key card to room 847. His fingers were cold when they brushed against mine. "Enjoy your stay, Mr. Thorne," he said. His smile didn't reach his eyes. The elevator ride to the 8th floor took longer than it should have. The numbers lit up slowly. 3, 5, 6, 8. The doors opened with a soft ding that echoed in the empty hallway. The carpet was burgundy with geometric patterns. My rolling suitcase made a steady thump, thump, thump as I walked down the hall. Room 847 was at the end, past a painting of a ship on stormy seas. The room looked normal enough. Queen bed with white sheets, dark wood desk, flat-screen TV mounted on the wall, mini fridge humming in the corner, window overlooking the city lights. I had a presentation the next morning at 9 a.m. The Wilson account was worth 7 figures to the company. I needed to review my slides one more time. I ordered a club sandwich from room service, set up my laptop, and got to work. The sandwich arrived cold. I ate it anyway. The first strange thing happened at 11:23 p.m. I remember the exact time because I was checking my watch, thinking about heading to bed. A loud thump came from the room next door, like someone had dropped something heavy. Then another thump, and another. They were getting closer to the wall we shared. I pressed my ear against the wall. The thumping stopped. Complete silence. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I checked my phone. No signal. The hotel Wi-Fi wasn't working either. Back to my slides. The Wilson account needed. The TV turned on. Static filled the screen. White noise hissed through the speakers. I hadn't touched the remote. It was still on the bedside table. I got up, pressed the power button on the TV. Nothing happened. I tried again. Still static. I reached behind the TV and pulled the plug from the wall. The screen went black. My hands were shaking. I needed coffee. The presentation was in less than 10 hours. The coffee maker sat on the desk. I filled it with water from the bathroom tap. The water came out brown for the first few seconds before running clear. While the coffee brewed, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow, heavy steps. They stopped right outside my door. The peephole showed an empty hallway. The footsteps started again, moving away. I opened the door. The hallway was empty. The painting of the ship looked different. The sea was calmer now. Back in the room, the coffee maker had stopped. The pot was empty, bone dry like it had never been filled. My laptop screen flickered. The PowerPoint presentation glitched, slides jumping randomly. Then the screen went blue. No, no, no. I hit Ctrl-Alt-Delete. Nothing. The presentation wasn't saved to the cloud because of the Wi-Fi issues. The temperature dropped. I could see my breath. Something scratched at the window. I was 8 floors up. The scratch came again. 3 long, slow drags across the glass. I didn't want to look, but I did. Nothing there. Just my reflection in the dark glass. Except, my reflection wasn't moving when I moved. I backed away from the window, hit the desk chair. It rolled into the wall with a thud. The thudding from next door started again. Faster now, like someone running into the wall over and over. Thud, thud, thud. The TV turned back on. It wasn't plugged in. Static again. But there was something in the static. A shape. Moving. The phone rang. The room phone I hadn't even noticed until now. Old-style beige plastic. It rang 3 times before I picked it up. Hello? Heavy breathing on the other end. Then a whisper. Room service. I didn't order anything. Your sandwich was cold, Mr. Thorne. I slammed the phone down. It rang again immediately. The footsteps were back in the hallway. Multiple sets now. Running. The window started to open by itself. Cold air rushed in. My laptop screen flashed. Text appeared. Check out, check out, check out, check out. The bathroom door slammed shut. Water started running in the sink. I grabbed my phone, my wallet, my laptop. Left everything else. The doorknob was ice cold. It turned slowly in my hand. The hallway was darker now. The overhead lights flickered. I ran to the elevator, pressed the button 20 times. The footsteps were getting closer, coming from both directions. The elevator dinged. Doors opened. The front desk clerk was inside, still smiling that empty smile. Leaving so soon, Mr. Thorne? I took the stairs. 20 minutes later, I was doing 90 on the highway back to Chicago. The Wilson account could find another supplier. I called the hotel the next day after my hand stopped shaking enough to hold the phone. Grand Plaza Hotel, how may I help you? I was in room 847 last night. I need to report some problems. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have a room 847. The Grand Plaza only has 6 floors. I checked my credit card statement later that week. No charge from the Grand Plaza Hotel. But sometimes, late at night, my TV turns on by itself. Static fills the screen. And in the static, I see a familiar shape. A ship on stormy seas. And my phone rings. When I answer, I hear, room service. I don't eat club sandwiches anymore. Last week I got a letter in the mail. No return address. Inside was a hotel key card. Room 847. I burned it. But this morning it was on my nightstand. I can hear footsteps in the hallway now. They're getting closer. And the TV just turned on. My hands still shake when I think about that night. 3 months have passed, but I can't forget what happened on that old service road. I've told this story to the police, to my therapist, and to my wife. None of them believe me. I don't blame them. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't lived through it. It started on a Tuesday in October. I was working late at the accounting firm, finishing up quarterly reports. The office had emptied hours ago. By the time I packed up my laptop, it was already 11:30 p.m. My eyes burned from staring at spreadsheets all day. The parking garage was empty except for my Honda Civic. The sound of my footsteps echoed off the concrete walls. I got in, started the engine, and pulled out onto Madison Avenue. The usual route home would take about an hour, straight down the highway, through downtown, past the industrial district, and into the suburbs where I lived with Sarah. I was tired. Dead tired. The kind of tired where your head feels stuffed with cotton and your reactions are slow. That's when I remembered the old service road. Other guys at the office had mentioned it. A shortcut through the industrial district that could save 30 minutes. I'd never taken it before, it wasn't on Google Maps. But I knew where to turn, right after the abandoned Mason Steel factory. The turnoff came up fast. I barely caught it in my headlights, just a gap in the fence and a faded sign that read, Service Road B, authorized vehicles only. The pavement was cracked, with weeds growing through. My car bumped and rattled as I turned onto it. The road curved through empty lots filled with rusting equipment. Warehouses loomed on either side, their windows dark and broken. My headlights carved a tunnel through the darkness. The radio started crackling with static. I tried changing stations, but they all sounded the same. Just white noise and occasional bursts of garbled voices. That's when the temperature dropped. I watched the car's thermometer display tick down rapidly. 65, 55, 45, 35. My breath started fogging in the air. The heater was running full blast, but cold air poured from the vents. I checked the controls. Everything looked normal. The engine started to sputter. The RPMs jumped up and down for no reason. Check engine light came on, then the battery light, then ABS. One by one, every warning light on the dashboard lit up. The radio static got louder. I grabbed my phone to call for help. No signal, not even one bar. The screen flickered and went black. When I tried to turn it back on, nothing happened. Something moved in my peripheral vision. I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw someone sitting in the back seat. Just a dark shape, barely visible. I whipped my head around. The back seat was empty. My hands were tight on the steering wheel. Sweat rolled down my back despite the cold. The service road stretched ahead, disappearing into darkness. I couldn't see any landmarks I recognized. The warehouses all looked the same. How long had I been driving? The engine made a horrible grinding noise. The car shuddered. All the dashboard lights went out at once. The headlights dimmed, flickered, and died. I coasted to a stop in total darkness. The silence pressed against my ears. I couldn't even hear the distant sounds of the highway or the city. Just nothing. My hands shook as I tried the ignition. The starter clicked weakly. Nothing else. I tried again and again. Click, click, click. A scraping sound came from the roof of the car, like fingernails on metal. Slow, deliberate scratches moving from back to front. My whole body went rigid. I stopped breathing. The scratching reached the windshield. In the faint moonlight, I saw marks appearing in the glass, long parallel lines being carved from the outside. The sound was like teeth grinding. I fumbled for the door handle. It wouldn't budge. I yanked harder. The door was locked. I hit the unlock button. Nothing happened. I tried all the doors. They were sealed tight. The temperature dropped even lower. Frost crystals formed on the inside of the windows, spreading like spider webs. The scratching stopped. Something hit the driver's side window. Hard. The glass cracked but held. Another hit, and another. The cracks spread. I dove across to the passenger seat just as the window exploded inward. Glass shards rained down where I'd been sitting. Cold air rushed in, carrying a smell like rotting meat. A hand reached through the broken window, but it wasn't a human hand. The fingers were too long, too thin. The skin was gray and wrinkled like old leather. The nails were black and curved like claws. The hand groped around the driver's seat, feeling for me. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a spider. I pressed myself against the passenger door, trying not to make a sound. My chest was so tight I could barely breathe. The hand withdrew. Then I heard it. A wet, sliding sound. Something was climbing through the broken window. I couldn't see it clearly in the darkness. Just a shape, blacker than the shadows around it. It moved in ways that hurt my eyes to look at, like its joints bent in the wrong directions. It settled into the driver's seat. I could hear it breathing, a raspy, gurgling sound. Could smell its breath, like something long dead. Slowly, so slowly, it turned its head toward me. In the dim light, I saw its face, or what should have been its face. The skin was smooth and featureless, like melted wax. No eyes, no nose, just a mouth, a wide lipless gash filled with needle-sharp teeth. I screamed. I couldn't help it. The thing's mouth opened impossibly wide. A sound came out, not a roar or a screech, but a high-pitched whine that made my skull vibrate. My ears popped. Blood trickled down my neck. The passenger door flew open behind me. I fell backward onto the pavement. My elbow cracked against the asphalt. Pain shot up my arm. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't look back, didn't think. Just ran. The thing's shriek followed me. It echoed off the warehouses, coming from all directions. I couldn't tell where it was. My footsteps pounded on the cracked pavement. My lungs burned. Something fast moved in the darkness to my left, then to my right. Shapes flickering at the edge of my vision, more than one. They were hurting me. I spotted a chain-link fence ahead. Beyond it, I could see streetlights. Normal traffic. The real world. If I could just reach it. My foot caught on something. I pitched forward, arms windmilling. My face hit the ground hard, teeth cut into my lip. Blood filled my mouth. I rolled onto my back. They were there, standing in a circle around me. 5 of them. 6. 7. All identical. Those smooth blank faces. Those wrong angled limbs. Those teeth. They swayed slightly, like seaweed in a current. The whining sound grew louder, building to a pitch that made my vision blur. My nose started bleeding. One stepped forward, reached for me with those long gray fingers. Headlights swept across us. A truck horn blared. The things scattered like cockroaches, dissolving into the shadows. I lay there shaking as the truck pulled up beside me. The driver leaned out, a normal human face lined with concern. "Jesus, buddy, you okay? What the hell are you doing out here?" I couldn't answer, couldn't form words. He helped me into the cab, called an ambulance when he saw the blood. The paramedics found me in shock with a concussion, cracked ribs, and burst eardrums. They blamed my injuries on a mugging, said I was lucky to be alive. The police found my car the next day, right where I'd left it. The window was intact. No scratches on the roof. No claw marks on the seats. Just a dead battery and an empty gas tank. But they found something else too. Something they couldn't explain. The dashboard camera, which I didn't even know was working, had recorded the whole thing. But when they played it back, the footage showed only static. Except for one frame. One single frame, frozen in the middle of the static, shows what was sitting in my back seat. What was reaching for me with those long gray fingers. What was waiting for me on that dark road. I've seen that frame. Once. I'll never look at it again. I drive the long way home now. Always take the highway no matter how tired I am. But sometimes when I'm alone in my car at night, I'll catch something moving in my peripheral vision. A shape in the back seat, a face in the rearview mirror, smooth and white and featureless. And I wonder, did I really escape that night? Or did they let me go? Are they following me, waiting for the right moment, waiting for me to take another shortcut? I keep driving, stay in the light, and pray I never find out. The police file remains open, unsolved. They've had other reports since then. Missing persons last seen taking that same service road. Cars found abandoned, batteries dead, gas tanks empty, but no bodies. Never any bodies. The road is still there, hidden behind that rusty fence, leading into darkness. If you're driving late at night and see that faded sign, Service Road B, keep going. Don't turn off. Don't take the shortcut. Some roads don't lead home. I learned that the hard way, and I'm one of the lucky ones. I made it back to tell this story. The others, the ones who disappeared, maybe they're still driving that endless dark road, still trying to find their way home, still running from the things with the smooth white faces and the wrong-angled limbs. Or maybe they became something else, something that waits in the shadows, something that reaches out with long gray fingers when another tired driver thinks about taking a shortcut. I don't know. I don't want to know. I just know that every night I check my back seat before I get in the car. I keep my doors locked, and I never ever take that road. But sometimes late at night I hear that high-pitched whine, feel the temperature drop, see frost spreading across my windows, and I know they're still out there, waiting. The notification sound from my phone made me jump. I'd been driving for Uber for 16 hours straight and my eyes were getting heavy. 3 a.m. in downtown Chicago, and the streets were empty except for the occasional drunk stumbling home. I should have called it a night, but the surge pricing was too good to pass up. Just one more ride, I told myself. Always one more. I tapped accept without checking the destination. The app showed the pickup point was 2 blocks away at the corner of Wells and Ontario. The passenger's name was listed simply as Jay. The streets were slick from an earlier rain. My headlights caught the reflections in puddles as I pulled up to the corner. No one was there. I double-checked the address and waited. The dashboard clock showed 3:07 a.m. A figure emerged from the shadows between 2 buildings. They moved slowly, almost dragging their feet. Something seemed off about their walk, but I couldn't place what. Maybe just another drunk passenger. The back door opened. Cold air rushed in. I turned to greet them, but the words died in my throat. The streetlight should have illuminated their face, but all I saw was darkness under a hood. The passenger sat completely still, hands folded in their lap. "Good evening," I said, trying to sound normal. "Where to?" No response, just silence. I cleared my throat. "I need a destination to start the ride." More silence. I checked the app again, but no destination had been entered. The frigid air from outside seemed to linger around the back seat. "Sir? Or ma'am? I can't start driving without knowing where you want to go." A whisper came from the back seat, so quiet I almost missed it. "Just drive." My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Every instinct told me to kick this person out of my car. But I needed the money and I'd dealt with weird passengers before. I put the car in drive. "I need a direction at least," I said, watching the figure in my rearview mirror. The streetlights we passed should have lit up their face, but the shadows under the hood remained impenetrable. "North," came the whisper. The voice had no distinguishable gender or age. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I turned north on Wells Street. The usual late-night traffic was gone. No cars, no pedestrians, not even any homeless people in the doorways, just empty sidewalks and dark buildings. The temperature in the car kept dropping. I could see my breath now. The heater was on full blast but seemed to have no effect. My fingers were getting numb on the steering wheel. "You must be freezing," I said, trying to break the tension. "I can turn the heat up more if you want." No response. In the mirror, the figure hadn't moved an inch since entering the car. They sat perfectly still, like a statue. We passed through downtown, then Lincoln Park, still heading north with no specific destination. The neighborhoods got darker, with more gaps between streetlights. My phone's battery was at 15%, unusually low for this time of night. "I'll need to stop for gas soon," I said. It was a lie. I had 3/4 of a tank left. I just wanted some reaction, some sign this was a normal person back there. The whisper came again. Keep driving north. My dashboard clock read 3:33 a.m. We'd been driving for almost 30 minutes. The fare must be huge by now, but when I checked the app, the screen was black. I tapped it several times, but nothing happened. The phone was dead. We were reaching the city limits. Soon there would only be suburbs, then rural roads. The streetlights were getting fewer and farther between. In the dark stretches, I could barely see the road ahead. Something made me look in the rear-view mirror again. The figure was gone. The back seat was empty. I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop in the middle of the road. I twisted around to look directly at the back seat. Nothing there. No sign anyone had ever been sitting there. My hands were shaking as I turned on the interior lights. The back seat was completely dry. Earlier, the passenger had tracked in rainwater when they got in. Now the seat was pristine. I got out and opened the back door, checking the floor, under the seats. Nothing. No water, no mud, no sign anyone had been there at all. The night was silent except for my ragged breathing. I stood there with the door open, trying to make sense of what had happened. A car would have to pass by eventually. Someone would see me. But no cars came. The road stretched empty in both directions, disappearing into darkness. The air was completely still. No wind at all. Even the usual city noise seemed muted, distant. I got back in the driver's seat and tried to start the car. The engine turned over but wouldn't catch. I tried again. Nothing. The battery was fine. The lights and radio still worked, but the engine refused to start. The interior lights flickered and died. In the sudden darkness, I saw movement in the rearview mirror. The figure was back, but different now. The hood had fallen back slightly, revealing pale, grayish skin and sunken eyes that reflected no light. I couldn't move. Couldn't speak. My breath came in short gasps, forming clouds in the freezing air. The thing in my back seat leaned forward. I felt cold breath on my neck. The whisper came right next to my ear. "We're here." I squeezed my eyes shut. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. When I opened my eyes again, I was alone in the car. The engine started immediately. My phone came back to life, showing 3:07 a.m. According to the GPS, I was still at Wells in Ontario, where I'd picked up the passenger. I hadn't moved at all. I drove home in a daze, checking the back seat every few seconds. The rest of the night was a blur. I deleted the Uber app as soon as I got home. Found a day job the next week. I don't drive at night anymore. Sometimes I check my ride history from that night. There's no record of any pickup at 3 a.m. No passenger named Jay. No fare, no route, nothing. Like it never happened. But I know what I saw. And every time I pass that corner at night, I slow down and look at the shadows between buildings. Sometimes I think I see something move there, just at the edge of my vision. A dark figure, waiting for another ride. I keep driving. The police report from 3 months later said they found my car abandoned at that same corner. Engine running, driver's door open. My body was never found. But sometimes, late at night, a ride request comes in from a driver named M. The pickup point is always Wells in Ontario. The passenger's name is always listed as J. And if you accept that ride, well, just keep driving north. They say he's still looking for his final destination. When they found my car, the back seat was soaking wet, but it hadn't rained in weeks. I've been sleeping in my car for the past 3 nights. The temperature drops to 40 degrees and my back hurts from cramping into the reclined driver's seat. But I won't go back into that house. Not after what happened last week. I need to tell this story. Maybe then someone will believe me. It started 2 months ago. I had just gotten divorced and my ex-wife took most of our savings in the settlement. I needed a place to live, but my budget was tight. Really tight. That's when I found the listing on Zillow. A 3-bedroom ranch house in a decent neighborhood for $180,000. In this market, that price was unheard of. Similar houses in the area were going for at least $300,000. I called the realtor immediately. Her name was Susan Mitchell. She seemed nervous when I asked about the price. "The previous owners need to sell quickly," she said. "Family emergency." I should have asked more questions. I should have wondered why they were in such a hurry. But I was desperate and the price was too good to pass up. The inspection came back clean. No foundation issues, no water damage, no electrical problems. The paperwork went through fast, suspiciously fast. Within 3 weeks I had the keys in my hand. Moving in was uneventful. I didn't own much after the divorce, just some basic furniture, clothes, and kitchen supplies. The previous owners had left the place spotlessly clean. No dust, no cobwebs, not even a stray nail hole in the walls. It was like they had erased every trace of their existence. The first night was perfectly normal. I ordered pizza, watched some Netflix, and went to bed around 11 p.m. The house felt empty, but that was to be expected. New places always feel strange at first. The second night is when it started. I woke up at exactly 1 a.m. Not gradually, not drifting awake. My eyes snapped open like someone had clapped their hands next to my head. The house was silent except for the low hum of the heating system. Then I heard it. The distinct sound of the kitchen door swinging open. The hinges needed oil and made a characteristic squeak. My first thought was break-in. I grabbed my phone and the baseball bat I keep under the bed. The hallway was dark, but light from the street lamps filtered through the windows, casting weird shadows on the walls. I moved slowly, keeping my back to the wall like they do in cop shows. The kitchen door was wide open. I'm talking 90 degrees, flat against the wall open. But there was nobody there. The kitchen was empty. All the windows were locked. The back door's deadbolt was still engaged. I checked every cabinet, looked behind the refrigerator, even opened the pantry. Nothing. No signs of entry. No evidence anyone had been there. I blamed it on the house settling. Old houses make weird noises. The door probably wasn't latched properly. I closed it, made sure it clicked, and went back to bed. It took an hour to fall asleep. The next morning I installed a new latch on the kitchen door, tested it multiple times. It was solid. No way it could pop open on its own. That night, 1 a.m. The same thing happened. Eyes snapping open. The squeak of hinges. The door was open again. This time I set up my phone to record video. I pointed it at the kitchen door and let it run all night. The footage showed exactly what I had heard. At 1 a.m. the door slowly swung open. No one touched it. No draft, no vibration, nothing. It just opened. Then 4 a.m. came. I was already awake, sitting in the living room with all the lights on, trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation for the door. The TV was unplugged. I had made sure of that after reading some stories about electrical fires starting from appliances left plugged in. The screen flickered to life. Static at first, then shapes moving in the snow. The volume was low, but I could hear voices coming through the white noise. Not English, something older. The hair on my arms stood up. The temperature in the room dropped at least 10 degrees. I ran to the TV and checked behind it. The power cord dangled freely, not connected to anything. But the screen kept playing that static. Those voices kept whispering. I picked up the TV and threw it in the garage. Didn't bother turning it off. Just wanted it out of the house. The next day, I started asking around the neighborhood. Most people avoided eye contact when I mentioned my address. One old woman finally told me what happened. "The Henderson family," she said, "lived there 6 months. They left in the middle of the night, just packed what they could carry and drove away. Never came back for the rest of their things." "What about before them?" "The Patels. 3 months. They broke their lease, paid the penalty, said they couldn't sleep there anymore. Before that, the Wilsons. They made it 2 weeks. I went to the library and searched through local news archives. 5 years ago, a man named Gerald Cooper lived in my house. He was found dead in the kitchen. Heart attack, according to the coroner. But the article mentioned something odd. All the clocks in the house had stopped at 1 a.m. I hired a medium. I know how that sounds. I never believed in that stuff before. But the door kept opening, every night, exactly at 1 a.m. And even without a TV in the house, at 4 a.m. I would hear those voices. They seemed to come from the walls themselves. The medium lasted 10 minutes in the house before she left. Didn't charge me. Said she couldn't help and advised me to leave immediately. I started sleeping at friends' houses, making excuses about plumbing problems. But I had to go back sometimes. My clothes were there, my documents, my life. Last week I decided to end it. I set up cameras in every room, bought a digital voice recorder, installed motion sensors. I was going to document everything, prove I wasn't crazy. At 1 a.m. the kitchen door opened. The cameras caught it. The motion sensors registered movement but showed no one there. The temperature dropped to near freezing. I could see my breath. Then the voices started. Not from a TV this time. From everywhere. The voice recorder picked them up. I had it analyzed later by a linguistics professor. He said it was Latin, but not classical Latin. Something older. Something wrong. The lights began to flicker. In the strobe effect, I saw shapes moving through the house. Dark figures too tall to be human, their limbs too long and bent at impossible angles. They moved like stop-motion animation, jerky and unnatural. I ran for the front door. It wouldn't open. The windows wouldn't break, no matter how hard I swung the bat. I was trapped. The figures got closer. In the flickering light, I could see they had no faces, just smooth black surfaces where features should be. They reached for me with hands that had too many fingers. I don't remember how I got out. I woke up in my car, parked 3 blocks away with scratches on my arms and a handprint burned into my chest. A handprint with 7 fingers. The cameras were fried. The voice recorder was melted. The motion sensors were torn from the walls. But I still have the footage from that first night showing the kitchen door opening by itself. It's not much, but it's proof. I called the realtor yesterday, told her I wanted to sell. She wasn't surprised. "It'll be hard to get what you paid for it," she said. "The market's not great right now." "I don't care," I told her. "List it at whatever price will make it sell fast. Just get me out of this contract." She paused for a long time. "You know we have to disclose any issues to potential buyers. Then disclose them. Tell them everything. I don't want anyone else going through this." "The last 3 owners said the same thing," she replied. "But someone always buys it. Someone always thinks they're getting a bargain. The house is listed now. The price is even lower than what I paid. Some young couple will probably see it and think they're getting the deal of a lifetime. I should warn them. I should stand outside with a sign, tell everyone what happens in there. But who would believe me? I have one video of a door opening by itself. Some scratches that could have come from anywhere. A weird burn that doctors say was probably just an electrical accident. So I'm writing this down. Maybe the next owners will find it. Maybe they'll believe it before it's too late. Or maybe they'll do what I did. Ignore the warnings, focus on the price, think they're too smart to fall for ghost stories. I'm staying in my car until the sale goes through. The temperature's dropping again tonight. My back is killing me, but it's better than going back in there. Better than seeing those things again. Better than hearing those voices. If you're reading this because you're thinking of buying the house at 1478 Oak Grove Road, don't. No price is worth what lives in there. No bargain is worth your sanity. Or your life. I hear the house has already had 2 offers. The realtor says we might have a buyer by the end of the week. God help them. Because at 1 a.m. that kitchen door will open. And at 4 a.m. they'll hear the voices. And eventually they'll see what I saw. I just hope they get out in time. I did, barely. I saw him again last night. Same spot, same stance, same empty stare into nothing. 3 months of this, and last night he finally looked at me. I shouldn't have been at the window. I shouldn't have established that connection. But I did, and now I can't take it back. It started in January. I've always been a night owl, staying up until 3 or 4 a.m. browsing the internet or watching movies. My apartment is on the fourth floor of an old building in downtown Seattle overlooking Harrison Street. Not much happens here at night. A few cars, sometimes drunk people stumbling home from bars, but mostly quiet. That first night, I got up to get water at 2:30 a.m. My throat was dry from the heater running non-stop. I walked to the kitchen, filled my glass, and noticed something through the living room window. A man standing on the sidewalk across the street. Just standing there. Not smoking, not looking at his phone, not doing anything. Just standing. I moved closer to the window. He wore a gray overcoat that reached his knees, black pants, black shoes. His hands hung at his sides. From 4 stories up, I couldn't make out his face clearly, but he seemed to be middle-aged with short dark hair. Probably waiting for an Uber, I told myself. I finished my water and went back to my computer. 2 hours later, I got up to use the bathroom. On my way back, I glanced out the window again. He was still there. Same position, same stance, not moving. My skin got cold. I checked the temperature on my phone, 38 degrees outside. Nobody stands still for 2 hours in 38-degree weather. I watched him for 10 minutes. He didn't move. Not even to shift his weight or adjust his posture. Just stood there, facing straight ahead at the brick wall of the building across from him. At 5 a.m., when the first hint of dawn appeared, he walked away. Not quickly, not slowly. Just a normal, steady pace. He turned left at the corner and disappeared. The next night, I caught myself checking the window at 2 a.m. He was there. Same spot, same posture, same coat. This became my routine. Every night I'd look out between 2 and 3 a.m. He was always there, always in the same position, always staring at nothing. I started taking notes. He arrived between 1:30 and 1:45 a.m. every night. He left between 5 and 5:15 a.m. when dawn began. He never sat down, never looked at his phone, never smoked or ate or drank anything, never spoke to anyone who passed by. Just stood. After 2 weeks, I bought binoculars. I felt creepy watching him, but I had to know more. Through the binoculars, I could see his face better. He looked about 50, clean-shaven, pale skin, no expression. His eyes stayed fixed on one spot on the wall across from him. I started sleeping during the day so I could watch him all night. I called in sick to work twice. My boss warned me about taking more time off. I didn't care. I took photos with my phone. Dozens of them. All identical. Just a man in a gray coat standing still on an empty sidewalk. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? There's no law against standing on a public sidewalk. In February, I started noticing patterns in the few movements he did make. Every night at 3:33 a.m. exactly, he would blink 3 times in rapid succession. At 4:17 a.m., he would slightly rotate his left foot outward, then back. At 4:44 a.m., his right hand would twitch once. I documented everything. Filled 3 notebooks with times, dates, observations. Drew diagrams of his exact position on the sidewalk. Marked the precise spot on the wall he stared at. Measured the angles of his arms relative to his body. My apartment walls became covered with photos and notes. String connected different observations, trying to find patterns. I knew I was obsessing, but I couldn't stop. I had to understand what he was doing. I searched missing persons reports, criminal databases, newspaper archives. Nothing matched his description. I posted about him on Reddit and local Facebook groups. Most people said he was probably mentally ill. Some suggested he was a performance artist. A few shared stories of similar figures in other cities. In March, I started noticing small changes. His coat began to look less solid, more transparent around the edges. Through the binoculars, I could sometimes see the wall through his body, like he was made of smoke. But when I blinked or looked again, he was solid. The temperature dropped to 28 degrees one night. His breath didn't create steam in the cold air. When it snowed, no flakes landed on his shoulders or hair. They passed through him. I stopped sleeping entirely. Took more sick days. Lost my job. Didn't care. I had to watch him. Had to understand. The changes in his appearance became more frequent. Sometimes his edges would blur and shift like heat waves rising from hot pavement. Sometimes parts of him would fade away completely. An arm, a leg, his head, before snapping back into solid form. Other things changed too. The spot he stared at on the wall began to darken, a perfect circle of brick growing darker each night. By April, it looked like a hole in the wall, a void of perfect blackness. Last night, everything changed. I was at my usual post by the window, binoculars trained on him. At exactly midnight, he turned his head and looked directly at me. His eyes were black holes, not dark brown or gray, actual holes in his face, showing nothing but emptiness. He smiled. His teeth were made of darkness. I dropped the binoculars. They hit the floor with a crack. My hands shook. Sweat ran down my back despite the cool air from the window. When I looked again, he was gone. But something moved in the dark circle on the wall. Something reached out. A hand made of shadows, stretching impossible distances. I ran to my bedroom, locked the door, pushed my dresser against it, sat in the corner with all the lights on. I can hear footsteps in my living room now. Slow, steady steps. They stop outside my bedroom door. Something scratches at the wood. A voice whispers my name. The dresser is moving, sliding across the floor on its own. The door handle turns. I'm typing this on my phone. I need someone to know what happened. Need someone to understand. If you stay up late and look out your window, pay attention to who's standing on the street. And whatever you do, don't let them see you watching. The door is opening. He's here. His coat ripples like smoke. His face is a void. He reaches for me with hands made of darkness. I shouldn't have watched. I shouldn't have looked. I shouldn't have let him see me. But it's too late now. He's been waiting for me all along, waiting for someone to notice him, waiting for someone to watch back. The darkness spreads from his fingers. It touches my skin. It's so cold, so empty. I can feel myself fading, becoming like him. Soon I'll stand on another street, watch another window, wait for another observer, and the cycle will begin again. "5 minutes ago, I heard the first footsteps outside our tent. They started slow and deliberate. Right to left. Stop. Left to right. Stop. Now they're getting closer. My name is Jack Cooper. I'm 28 years old. I work as an accountant in Seattle. These might be my last words. I'm writing this on my phone while huddled in my sleeping bag, trying not to breathe too loud. The battery is at 47%. I need to tell you what happened here. It started yesterday morning. My friends Derek, Mike, and Chris picked me up at 6 a.m. in Derek's old Subaru Outback. We planned this camping trip for months, a weekend getaway at Glacier Peak Wilderness, about 3 hours east of Seattle. The weather forecast showed clear skies. The trail reports mentioned no hazards. Everything looked perfect. The drive was normal. We stopped for gas and snacks at a small town called Gold Bar. The cashier, an old man with thick glasses, stared at our camping gear. "Heading to Glacier Peak?" he asked. "Yeah, gonna camp near Twin Lakes," Derek said. The old man's hand trembled as he handed back Derek's change. "Be careful up there. Strange things happen in those woods." We laughed it off. Local trying to spook the city boys. I wish we'd listened. We reached the trailhead at 9:30 a.m. The parking lot was empty except for one rusty pickup truck. The air felt cold for June. Our breath made small clouds in the morning light. The hike took 4 hours. 6 miles of switchbacks through dense forest. Pine needles crunched under our boots. Birds called overhead. Everything seemed peaceful. Normal. We found a good spot near the larger of the Twin Lakes. Flat ground, close to water, good tree cover. We set up our 2 tents, Derek and Mike in one, Chris and me in the other. Spent the afternoon fishing and collecting firewood. The first weird thing happened around sunset. Chris caught a fish, a decent-sized trout. But when he pulled it out of the water, its eyes were cloudy white, like cataracts. When he cut it open to clean it, the meat inside was gray. We threw it back. The sun went down fast. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in an hour. We built a fire and heated up our freeze-dried meals. The flames cast dancing shadows on the trees. That's when Mike noticed the silence. "Guys," he said, "listen." We stopped talking. No crickets. No owls. No wind in the trees. Complete silence. "Maybe it's just too cold for bugs," Derek said. But it wasn't that cold. Maybe 50 degrees. We've camped in colder weather plenty of times. There's always some noise. At 10 p.m. we put out the fire and went to our tents. I checked my phone. No signal, as expected, this far out. The battery was at 89%. I set it to airplane mode to conserve power. I fell asleep quickly. The hiking had worn me out. Chris's quiet snoring filled our tent. The footsteps woke me at 2:17 a.m. I know the exact time because I checked my phone the moment I heard them. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Slow steps on pine needles. Right to left. Then silence. Then left to right. "Chris," I whispered. "You hear that?" His snoring had stopped. "Yeah," he whispered back. "Someone's out there." The steps continued their pattern. Right to left. Stop. Left to right. Stop. Each pass got closer to our tent. "Hey!" Derek called from the other tent. "Who's there?" The footsteps stopped. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3. Then they started again. Faster now. Circling both tents. "Probably just an animal," Mike said, his voice shaking. But it wasn't an animal. The steps were too deliberate, too rhythmic, and they were bipedal. Heel toe, human steps. I reached for my flashlight. My hands trembled. Chris grabbed my arm. "Don't," he whispered. "If we shine a light, they'll know exactly where we are." "They already know where we are," I whispered back. The footsteps stopped right outside our tent. I could hear breathing. Not normal breathing. It was wet, raspy, like someone with pneumonia. Something brushed against the tent fabric. A hand, dragging along the nylon. Derek yelled from the other tent, "We have weapons!" We didn't. The most dangerous thing we had was a cooking knife. The hand stopped. The breathing got louder. Then a voice spoke. It sounded human, but wrong. Like someone trying to remember how to talk. "Come outside," it said. "Come see." "Fuck that," Chris muttered. More footsteps. More voices joined the first one. 3, maybe 4 different voices, all with that same wrong sound. "Come see," they said in unison. "Come see. Come see." The hands started hitting the tents. Not hard enough to break through, but steady. Rhythmic, like a drum beat. Thump, thump, thump. I fumbled for my phone, turned on the video camera. The screen light seemed impossibly bright. Through the tent fabric I saw shadows moving. Tall, human-shaped shadows. But their proportions were wrong. Arms too long, necks too thin. "What do you want?" Mike shouted. The thumping stopped. The shadows stayed still. One voice answered, "We want to show you something beautiful." Another voice, "We want to show you the truth." A third voice, "We want to make you like us." The shadows started swaying, back and forth, back and forth, like trees in a wind that didn't exist. Chris unzipped his sleeping bag, reached for his boots. "What are you doing?" I grabbed his arm. "If we stay here, we're trapped," he said. "We need to run." "Running is good," one of the voices said. "We like running." The shadows moved faster. The swaying turned to spinning. They circled our tents like a carousel. "On 3, Chris whispered. We unzip the tent and sprint toward the trail. "Don't look back. Don't stop. Just run." I nodded. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. 1, Chris whispered. The voices started singing. No words, just a high, keening sound. 2, The shadows pressed closer to the tents. The fabric bulged inward. 3. Chris yanked the zipper. Cold air rushed in. I glimpsed white faces with black holes for eyes. Long fingers reaching. We ran. Behind us, Derek and Mike's tent erupted with screams. The zipper ripped. More screams. Then silence. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. Branches whipped my face. Rocks turned under my feet. Chris ran ahead of me, his breathing ragged. The voices followed, getting closer. The singing grew louder. Beautiful, they called. Truth, like us. Chris stumbled. Fell. I reached for him. His head turned toward me. His face had changed. White skin. Black holes where his eyes should be. He smiled. Too many teeth. I ran. The trail disappeared. I was lost in the dark forest. The voices surrounded me. The singing filled my head. I found a hollow tree. Crawled inside. It smelled like rot and mushrooms. That was an hour ago. I can still hear them out there. Searching. Singing. Getting closer. My phone battery is at 32% now. The hollow tree is cold and damp. My legs burn from running. I'm so tired. The footsteps are coming again. Closer. Closer. Someone is standing outside the hollow tree. I can see long fingers reaching in. White skin. Black nails. A face peers in. White as bone. Black holes for eyes. Too many teeth. It used to be Derek. Come see, he says. Come be beautiful. The fingers are touching my leg. They're so cold. My phone is at 25%. If anyone finds this, stay away from Twin Lakes. Stay away from the wilderness. Don't go looking for us. The fingers are pulling now. The singing is so loud, I see the truth. I see how beautiful it is. I'm going to be like them now. Come see. End of document found on a damaged iPhone 12 recovered by search and rescue teams 3 days later. No bodies were discovered. The case remains open.